Welcome to America's Day at the Races on FS2. And those watching out on Valley Sports Southern California, good to have you with us. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling here on a gorgeous Thursday afternoon here in Belmont, New York. We're getting set for the first two-year-old race of the year here in New York. It is coming up in just a few moments here. 5 furlongs made special weights. We couldn't ask for a more beautiful afternoon today. Program, of course, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. How are you?
I'm great, and I feel like it's like a special day. You're almost never the opener here at Belmont.
Know.
So
Child care
getting right
issues.
into action. Child care issues. That's good, though. It's good to have you here and good to be back. And it's nice to be able to be our outdoor set. So it's to be nice all weekend. I'm looking forward to a great weekend of racing as well. Big
news, of course, on the Triple Crown Trail. Do you want to tell them or should I?
You tell them. I don't like to give bad news. That's really for you. You're doom and gloom.
There
I'm
will
the sunny
be
guy
no
on the show.
Triple Crown winner this year. Rich Strike, Kentucky Derby winner, 80-1, bypassing the Preakness Stakes and pointing towards the Belmont.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he'll show up in the Belmont, but they said they're going to wait for the Belmont. I don't know what happened, you know. As of yesterday, they were running in the Preakness. They're not. And interestingly enough, in a sort of lot of asterisks, last year, the eventual Derby winner, Mandaloon, didn't run, even though Medina Spirit did. And then, 3 years ago, Country House didn't run. So it's been 4 years since a normal Triple Crown had the eventual Derby winner running in the Preakness.
All right, let's get you the odds for this first here at Belmont. So first two-year-old race of 2022. It's our Spendthrift two-year-old race of the day. First two-year-old race in New York this year. And Wesley Ward, we know how dominant he is with two-year-olds. You might want to give people some other information that disputes that, at least this year, with Wesley Ward's runner. He's got the two Ever Rebel Irad Ortiz rides.
I'm in no way saying this horse isn't, obviously he's a favorite. It's Wesley Ward. He's one of 3 colts. The 1 and 3 are fillies for what it's worth. Wesley Ward with 2-year-olds so far this year. He's 6 for 23, which is very good for anybody, but $1.09 ROI. So he's running horses that are even money, and they're not winning like they're even money. And with dirt first-time, 2-year-old first-time stars, he's just 2 for 10 with a 72-cent ROI. And with horses even money or less, he's 1 for 4. 2 of them were odds-on at Keeneland, and neither of them hit the board. So that concerns me a little bit. I like the 2-year-old sales work out of the 4, Valens and Day.
Here's the Ward runner. So even money, 3 to 5 with Irad Ortiz Jr., son of Bolt Doro. And to our producer, by the way, a little help what we're looking at because we don't have a feed right now. Carrie, Christophe Clement, at 2-1.
Yeah, I think that's us now. I think we're good.
Oh, we are back.
Yeah, we are back, but you're right. We weren't. And Carrie is a first-time start for Christophe Clement, a practical joke, a filly against the boys.
Valenzan Day, Rudy Rodriguez, first-timer by Kozan.
I like this horse's 10-flat 2-year-old sales work. He sold cheaply, but he doesn't have a lot of pedigree. I thought he was interesting.
9-1 on this first-timer for Rudy Rodriguez. I like Boston.
Yeah, he's the other Rudy, and this one's taking less money.
So that is our 5-horse group. And as you mentioned, a couple of fillies in here. The 1 Magic Beauty, the 3 Carry, but it's odds-on on the Wesley Ward first-time starter by Bolt Doro. Let's go downstairs to Richard Migliore. How do they look on the track, Mig?
I'd say a very well-behaved group of 2-year-olds here. Our first 2-year-old race of the season here at Belmont Park. And the 1 Magic Beauty filly was a little bit green going to the pony, but settled in nicely and made a nice impression. I like her better than the 3-horse, the other filly, Carrie, who's a little bit on the smaller side, less defined. It's a little bit softer looking, maybe not quite as fit, but that's kind of normal for a Christophe Clement trainee to kind of, get them started and build them into a career, not so much crank them up for the first start. Your favorite, the 2 Ever a Rebel, strong connections, obviously Wesley Ward. You get Irad Ortiz. This is a half to Boardroom, who is a multiple winner, a stakes winner, in fact, on synthetic. Got a beautiful warm-up. Wasn't green with the pony at all, but left the pony. Got that good aggressive warm-up that I appreciate. The 4, Valenzan Day, was very, very professional, very good with the pony, very well schooled, did everything right. And then the other Rudy Rodriguez, the 5, I like Boston. I'd say he probably could look a little bit more tucked up, a little touch fitter. But I really like what I saw from this horse. And ultimately, because I'm not going to pick the 3 to 5, 2 Ever a Rebel, he's probably the most likely winner because of the connections and how well they do with firsters and how much money he's taken kind of points out that this horse has shown ability in the mornings. I'm going to go with the 5. I like Boston. I like the way what I see from him. Just a big, strong, physical individual who probably be better for the run, but at a big price. I was impressed with how he moved and how he galloped off under Javier Castellano. So I will go with the second longest price on the board in the 5.
So 13-1 for Mig, son of Taprit, on a field full of 2-year-olds debuting in here as we look at Valenzende for Rudy Rodriguez.
This is the workout for Valenzende. And, I mean, listen, you look at these workouts. This horse worked 10 flat. And, I mean, you asked him a little bit, but I've seen horses under much, much stronger drives. Going 10 flat, sell at that price, there's not a lot of pedigree to speak of, but might indicate, and this was just 2 months ago, this horse could have some speed in the race. Listen, the way Wesley Ward's getting bet, he'll probably win, but we saw a couple of these at Keeneland get bet like this and not do any running at all. I'm going to take a little shot against with this one. Richie and I are taking the 2 Rudy Rodriguez horses.
It's become almost a default play in this game, too, right? When there's not much to go off of, go to Wesley Ward.
I'm sorry, Greg, but betting, and I know you agree with this, 2-year-old first-time stars at 1-2. I'm not saying you're supposed to dive in necessarily betting against them, though I did bet a few dollars on the 4. But it's not how you're going to make money in this game.
And real quick, we didn't mention it because we kind of skipped over the 1 in the post parade, but pedigree-wise with the 1, 15-1. Talk to us.
Half to Syndergaard, of course, the horse that was named for the pitcher.
Who won his first 2, by the way.
He did, and he got beaten a nose bite. Practical joke, the sire of the 3, in an absolute humdinger of a champagne. In fact, and it's hard for me to say this, he ran the better race of the 2. I mean, he did all the dirty work that day. He's the only one from the family that ran. They only paid $9,000. But let me tell you something. We saw James Chapman buys a lot of sort of lower-priced yearling 2-year-old purchases types, but we saw him have some success here last year, and I don't think you want to clearly dismiss the guy.
Right now is the biggest price on the board with that at least a little bit of pedigree there. From the rail, Jose Gomez will be aboard. The lightweight in this group as well, just toting 111 pounds today. There's Valenzende, who we showed you. The workout for Rudy Rodriguez, but the odds-on favorite, Ever a Rebel, Rad Ortiz Jr. will ride. Been working at Keeneland for this debut. And the 4 are not wanting to cooperate right now.
You heard I bet him. He's not happy. I don't know what it means. I'm glad the 2-year-old racing is starting, though. I mean, obviously,
it's a fun time of year, yeah.
I mean, obviously, it kicks into high gear at Saratoga, but it's nice to see them. And, this is the first race we've had so far this year. And I know we'll try to run stakes around Belmont weekend. We'll see. Hopefully, they'll be able to fill. They seem to do much better with horses not from New York.
John Imbrial going to get us started on this Thursday card, Twilight card here from New York. 4 still being a little rambunctious. We will get it up to John now as we get set for the early pick 5 of the card.
Give me 1 second, I'm backing up.
Set for the start. And they're off. Valenzende goes out for the early lead with Ever a Rebel racing in second. Down on the inside is Magic Beauty next in third. 2 lengths to I Like Boston. And another 3 to Kerry, who trails the field in 5th. On the inside, it's Ever a Rebel. And on the outside, it's Valenzende. And the 2 of them are heads apart for the lead, and they've opened up a half dozen lengths on I Like Boston and Magic Beauty. And farther back is Kerry. The battle up front continues through a quarter in 22-1. It's Ever a Rebel and Valenzende. The 2 of them heads apart as they head for home. It is Ever a Rebel who has the lead over Valenzende. Farther back, Magic Beauty is down at the rail. Kerry has moved up. I Like Boston is the trailer. Now an 1/8 of a mile to the finish. It is Ever a Rebel with the lead. Valenzende coming back again on the outside. Here comes Valenzende to take over in deep stretch. And Valenzende with Louis Saez. They win the first 2-year-old race of the year here at Belmont.
Valenzende took a little while to switch leads, finally did, and then finds more to get by this odds-on favorite.
I think the good news for Louis Saez is he doesn't have a mount in the next few races, because I think he may have to take a nap after riding this horse, because I would argue with you, Greg, this horse was under a drive for the entire 5 furlongs of the race. Luis never gave up on him. It felt like the Wesley Warders Ever a Rebel, who I was really sitting chilly on. They turned for home, and I went, I had a decent idea, just not going to be better than Wesley Ward's. And Louis never gave up, and Valenzuela Day never gave up.
6-1. First time out, little late switching leads, but eventually does, and then gets by this 1-2 favorite, Mig, with an upset score in our first New York 2-year-old race of the year.
Such a great example of when a horse is on the improper lead, the inside left lead, and it's a long run around the turn on that lead. And he was kind of laboring, and the 2-horse Ever a Rebel got away from him a little bit. But once he got to his outside lead, he found that energy we talk about. It was renewed kind of rally, and I agree with Andy. Luis Saez certainly earned his money, but go back and watch that replay and see how the horse lost ground on his left lead, and when he got over to his right lead, it just illustrates how important it is to change leads and do things properly.
Valenzuela Day, first time out. Rudy Rodriguez with Luis Saez. 4-2-1-3 to kick off this Thursday card here at Belmont, and a 6-1 start to the day.
Bet a few dollars in this horse. I'm happy for that. And I'll tell you, getting back to the Wesley Ward stat, when Wesley horses were winning, the 2 would have drawn off top of the stretch and won this race by 5 lengths. They went fast early, but they came home slowly, and I just wonder a little bit right now. And so far, Wesley doesn't have the same kind of stock he's had in other years, and he's won at such a crazy high percentage. People just sort of come to expect he's always going to win with all of them, and no trainer can always have a barn full of runners.
Yeah. Don't forget, later today, we're going to take a quick break here. 4th race, 4:40 Eastern time, 53,679.
Nice carryover.
Pick six carryover begins, 4:40 Eastern time. So that is still coming up on this Thursday card. We're going to take a timeout. Oh, sorry, my bad. It's race 7. We're going to look ahead. It was in my head. I couldn't get it out.
Greg, you don't start the early show. You're a little off your game. I get it. It's been a long weekend.
It feels very weird being on at this time, I got to tell you.
I'm happy to have you.
6 furlongs on the inner turf. An allowance optional claiming race. Maxwell Esquire coming off the bench. But Artemis City Limits, this horse ran big off a short layoff, and now it's blinkers, Mike Maker, Dylan Davis.
And I think the key to him is he looks like the controlling speed on paper in here, right? I mean, it's just hard to really feel like there's any strong speed. Maybe Nuclear Option, who's a private purchase by Jamie Ness, who actually owns a piece of him, could put pressure. I'll tell you what worries me a little about him. Obviously, in speed figures, he's running well. Third, second, third, second. Loses by a nose. Lost to a 12-1 shot last time with a 56-1 shot third. I'm just worrying about getting it done, but he does feel like he could control this race.
Is coming up in the 7th. And, of course, Maxwell Esquire for Clement. He dead heated with Fauci in that Oyster Bay for 3rd. He's coming back off the bench. He's a major player in there as well. Back to the opener, Valenzuela Day, Rudy Rodriguez, Luis Saez, Celeritas Racing, and this 2-year-old by Kozan beats a 1-2 favorite.
And I understand that every handicapping angle isn't for everybody, and there's nothing wrong with, we all use different methods, and, you and I might land the same horse and look at it in different ways, and you want to respect other people's methods. But I've heard sometimes people criticizing us for looking at the 2-year-old sales work. First of all, my opinion is, if you don't like it, don't use it. But any information can be helpful. And 2 months ago, this horse worked a 10 flat, suggesting the horse had the speed, and that turned out to be important.
Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Thank you, Greg. I can't stop him from talking. He's already talking. Rudy, congratulations, Valenzuela Day.
Thank you.
Showed good speed, but he was laboring a little bit up at the top of the stretch on his wrong lead. But when he got to his right lead, he found more.
He looked like he was struggling a little bit changing leads, but like you said, when he changed leads, he looked like he got another gear. And it's good, I don't think we got this horse's prime, but we got to run him, so at least we got him one race out of the way.
And Rudy, did you expect a good run from him, even though you didn't have him completely cranked up?
He's been working steady, and I know coming up from the sale, I know they getting ready for the sale, so my job was just to keep him sound and keep him healthy, and he's a little coming in the gate since day 1, so but he's still hesitating the gate, but he always breaking good. So I bring him myself out of the gate yesterday, and he gave me a hard time.
So that's what I was going to ask you. You get on a lot of your own horses, so if you've been on these babies, you get a better idea about them.
Definitely, I don't get on the babies no more, but that's what I like to do. So yesterday, me and my exercise rider, we take both out of the gate and we let it open up like 8 of the mile. But the one he was hesitating the gate all the time. So, but as long as he go in and break good, then he did good. So.
And I like Boston, your other runner. He didn't show a lot. He looked a little bit heavier to me. You said to me you think he would want more distance.
I believe so. You know, he's got long stride type of horse that he look like he need more ground. But this is what we are right now. So maybe next time we try him in the grass.
Rudy, thanks a lot. Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Guy who not only can train, he can get on his own as well.
Yes, he can. Started out as a rider. He's going to have that very talented filly we've been waiting to come back. Bella Sophia making her 4-year-old debut in the Vagrancy this weekend as we take a look at today's races presented by Claiborne Farm. That carryover of the Pick 6 we just talked about begins in the 4th, 4:40 Eastern start time for that Pick 6 carryover. Fast and firm, and we got Churchill Downs coming up tonight. Race 3 starts at Derby City 6.
Yeah, a lot of good races to look forward to. And it's nice as I'm hoping we got over the hump of that lousy weather this past weekend. It looks like great weather this weekend and good racing as well.
You can play it all. It was the dramatic pause.
It's not Rebets, it's a dramatic moment.
Play with NyraBets. Go to the website, download the app. $200 deposit match bonus with that promo code, Stakes200. And play with us all summer long. The entire meet we got ahead of us at Belmont. We got Saratoga this summer, Triple Crown. And then, of course, Breeders' Cup. We're almost there. I'm getting ahead of myself.
I don't usually start worrying about the winter until we head to Saratoga.
Okay, fair enough. USA versus Europe, indeed. Yabir, reigning Breeders' Cup Turf winner. Grade 1 winner, Gafo for Christophe Clement. The showdown coming up this weekend. Grade 1 Man Award, a mile and 3/8 we'll preview when we come back.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Recent top runners include Group 1 winner Homesman, graded stakes winners Master of Foxhounds, Ancient Rome, and Bombard. Plus Annapolis, who became his sire's 100th stakes winner. In the auction ring, his progeny continued to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, regional networks in Southern California. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Stalwart on the Claiborne roster for nearly 2 decades. Sadly, passed away on May 9th from infirmities of old age. Flatter, who president of Claiborne, Walker Hancock, called a huge hole in all of our hearts with his passing. just such a joy to be around, and was such a solid stallion as well. Sired 59 black type stakes winners, including 21 graded or group winners over his career. Sad to see him go.
Yeah, and you know, you think he was 23, a lot of crops. He only ran a few times. I think he ran 6 times for Stephen Penrod.
Yeah.
Never ran. He won 4 of them. He never ran actually in New York. He was consistent. The flatters were consistent, and I think it's kind of cool. I mean, obviously we were sorry we lost him, but the day we heard we lost him, one of his better runners, probably on the racetrack right now, Search Results, had a big return victory here in the Ruffian.
West Coast, of course, champion 3-year-old sire, but certainly Search Results, who won the Ruffian just a couple of days before he passed away. And he's the sire of Upstart as well.
And Upstart's getting really hot. Obviously, Zandon ran well. Kathleen O didn't run the best race in the Kentucky Oaks, but I don't think she embarrassed herself at all. And she's a horse who maybe a little cutback will help her. She's obviously a talented filly, and I'm glad to see the Upstart's doing well, especially because he makes us remember Rick Violet, too.
16 crops from Flatter, sired 692 winners, over $84 million in progeny earnings, going to be buried at Claiborne Farm. So sad to see him go. I know he was one of the favorites for a long time for Walker Hancock. Yeah. So Flatter, you will be missed. Man of War, of course, coming up this weekend. Grade 1 showdown that we teased going to break between Gafo and Yabir. And how about Man of War and what he accomplished on the racetrack? 20 for 21 lifetime.
I know that Richie regrets. He rode him actually in the one loss, and he said to me this day, he caused him to lose sleep at night. He was an incredible racehorse. He didn't run in the Derby, right? He ran in the second and third legs. It was sort of a different situation back then. But, I mean, listen, it was a long, long time ago, but he's a horse I think that's regarded as one of the greatest horses of all time.
No question. I mean, anytime you win together that kind of resume, just incredible.
Big races.
It's our ABR race of the week, mile and 3/8 marathon. It'll be on the inner turf, and a few big names obviously lining up in this one. Our reigning Breeders' Cup turf winner, Yabir. William Buick will be in town to ride. Even money morning line for Charlie Appleby.
And as a gelding, he can't run in a lot of Group 1 races in Europe. So that's kind of good for us and bad for U.S. turf horses potentially, because he's going to be tough in these races. This was his win in the Breeders' Cup Turf last year. And obviously a race that, you know, lost in a luster with domestic spending, getting hurt before it. But this is a 3-year-old. Ran well here. He ran well in Dubai. He probably needed his race in Newmarket. He prepped just 2 weeks ago tomorrow, actually, for this race at Newmarket, the 29th of April, with a loss at 1-5. I think he's going to have a real tussle with Gufo.
His turn of foot, though, I mean, he takes a while to get into gear, but his stretch run that he can put together, just incredible. As you saw there in that Breeders' Cup Turf. We saw it before that in the Jockey Club Derby.
He went from last to first in that Jockey Club, and I know he wasn't meeting the toughest competition, but, Greg, it seemed like about 4 strides he inhaled the field top of the stretch.
He has a devastating turn of foot. We're excited to see him back, where he produced one of his biggest moments. Obviously, the Breeders' Cup Turf stands alone. But he has some real competition, as you mentioned, in Gafo, who is a Grade 1 winner. We're going to get thoughts on both these horses coming up. But Richard Migliore had a chance to see Yabir in the morning. Mig, your thoughts on how he's doing?
He looks fantastic. I love what I saw from him this morning out on the main track, or excuse me, the turf course on the main track side here at Belmont Park. Just a nice open gallop, and he picked it up through the lane, but it was more like a 2-minute lick, and he's just so relaxed and comfortable. You know, he is a world traveler. He's been everywhere. Doesn't seem like anything phases him. And I loved how off the bridle he was early, but as the rider asked him, he lengthened his stride. He's a horse that, as he lengthens his stride, his head drops, gets a little bit lower. He uses himself very efficiently. And one little hiccup as he was getting down closer to the wire, you'll pay attention, he actually kind of jumps over a set of cones. They put cones out in the morning, or dogs, if you will, to keep horses away from the inside portion of the turf, to protect it a little bit. The rider hugged it a little too close, and he jumped over the cones as they hit the wire and switched back to his left lead. But I liked everything I saw about him. And he is a horse, you know, Greg, you talk about turn of foot. Gufo is a good finisher. I don't think he has a turn of foot of Yabir, but he can maybe with Gufo be a little bit more tactical. Yabir, he's a horse, once you get him in gear, you can't stop him. You've got to keep one continuous run. He's not going to stop and start the way he runs with his head out and down, but it ought to be a nice matchup.
It's going to be so much fun just to see him back in action. And kind of the site where he had his coming out party, too. We look at European-based Man o' War winners, quite a few on that list.
Well, Red Rocks beat Curlin. That was Curlin trying the turf. That's when we moved it to summer. I mean, Day Lamy, fantastic light. They were incredible racehorses. And Zukova was, I want to say, a filly. And I think she just relished the off-going. I think we ran it in a bog that day, and I feel like she won by like 100 legs.
Gouffo's going to be the main competition. Came back for his 5-year-old debut for Christophe Clement. Equipment change, blinkers came off. Ran one of the bigger figures he's ever earned. What did you think of this Pan American?
I thought it was very good, to be honest. That turf course at Gulfstream, I mean, maybe he just loved it, but it's a course that's very, very firm, and it's not the same kind of courses we have here in New York, and I don't know that it would be favorable for him. And you know what I liked about it? And listen, I know he's beating Aban, who is the third choice of the morning line, but Aban is no Yabir. But he cruised on by. We're so used to Gouffo being a bit of a goof, right? Sort of hanging a little bit and kind of his own worst enemy. I like the fact that we really saw him make that one continuous run in that race, and I wonder if he's a horse that might have just grown up a little bit now as a 5-year-old.
He made that big change, though, with the blinkers going on. But late last year.
Christophe said to me, I believe it was this year, he said, I'm not sure I ever should have put blinkers on him, to be honest. So, you know, he's confident that he's doing well. I don't think that means he's necessarily confident that he has to beat Yabir. He understands he's running against a big dog in that race. But I think that Gouffo, especially when you think of the absence of domestic spending, who is training again, and hopefully will be coming back sooner than later, but Gouffo could really have taken a step forward, and I don't think Yabir should take him lightly at all.
2 millionaires and Group 1 winners going head-to-head Saturday at Man o' War, a mile and 3/8. That's the 8th on the card. Look at this lineup. It is sensational this Saturday afternoon. You definitely want to catch our program. Grade 3 Vagrancy. We talked about Bella Sofia coming back for Rudy Rodriguez. The Run Happy. Peter Pan, the prep for the Belmont Stakes. Should produce one, maybe 2 runners for that third and final leg of the Triple Crown, which could see Rich Strike back in action.
I thought this was a fun Peter Pan. I mean, there's nobody in the... You look at the names and you go, who? But I like races like that sometimes because I think you look through and you can make cases for 5 or 6 of those horses very easily, and I don't think it's easy to be confident in anybody. And I think there might be some players in that race coming forward.
Race 2, it starts this early pick 4 on this Twilight card. 1-turn mile to $16,000 claiming race. Croatian. Right at his 8-5 morning line, an 8-time winner, 7-year-old for Anthony Dutrow.
Yeah, I mean,
there he is.
He ran in that windswept Saturday that seemed so long ago, Greg, in the first race, and he comes back in 5 days and drops, and it's a big negative, the drop. You look through the field, though, it's very hard to like anybody else in here, and he can be forwardly placed. And the funny thing about this race, there is absolutely no speed signed on in this race whatsoever.
We'll be back. Pick 4 begins in this second race. It's 10 minutes away. Coming up this weekend, we showed you that loaded stakes lineup. That Grade 3 Vagrancy is part of it. Fillies and mares sprinting. And this might be the one everyone's trying to catch in that race. Miss Brazil, she is quick. Her comeback race is a 4-year-old. An easy win, gate to wire. Can she do it again in a big step up in company?
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to naira.com/triple play for details.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. You can play all the action, including this incredible card we have coming up on Saturday with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started, download the app, or go to nairabets.com to get involved. That's still to come. Pick 6 carryover begins 4:40 Eastern time. $53,679 in that pool. And that's the 4th on the card. New York bred maiden claiming event to kick off the sequence. Here's our post break for race 2. Direct order, Manny Franco, Michelle Nevin.
He's the least likely of the speeds, as he has very little, but maybe Manny Franco will be aggressive with a horse who's more realistically placed today.
10-time winner. He's got some hot paces to close into, at least the last time he won. Here's I Love Jackson, 7-year-old debut.
Terrible, terrible layoff numbers for the trainer, Jeffrey Englars. This horse hasn't run in 9 months, but he's been hot as a pistol, and he's taken a lot of money.
Blood Moon, this is the biggest price on the board at 18-1.
He's the one horse that feels like he'd be a mild surprise if he won the race, but even him in this field, nothing would shock me.
Here's Joycey Has Pizzazz. Ruben Silvera will ride at 7-1.
This horse could be aggressive. Silvera's aggressive. He doesn't have a ton of speed, but he could get an aggressive ride still. Tough connections, low percentage to bet.
Stretch out for the 5 winning drive with Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, I thought his last race was so bad that I can't bet him off that. He could be forwardly placed. He potentially could be the speed in here, which might help him. But at a mile off his last race.
And well, it's a big drop, an 8-time winner, Croatian. That's why he's such a short price.
I'm not proud of myself. I defaulted to this horse. He just might be the best horse in the race. And I think with Jose Gomez in the outside post, he's going to be, if not in front, very forward. And he just might have found the right group.
Meanwhile, back to this weekend's program. In the Filly and Mare Sprint Division, Grade 3 Vagrancy. Early on in the Saturday card, it's going to be race 3, Miss Brazil. 4-year-old debut. Connections got everything they wanted, including a figure suggesting let's try tougher again.
Yeah. This was a gold rail. So she was enhanced by being in the right part of the track, and it helped her out very much. And a good ride by Eric Cancel, coming out aggressively and controlling the front end. But she still got a 90 buyer. It was her first start of the year. It's a horse that showed significant potential early in her career. And she's probably going to have Bella Sofia breathing down her neck. But if Bella Sofia needs a race and isn't back to her last year's form, maybe she's the likeliest winner, because Frank's Rocket just doesn't seem to win these days.
Yeah, it's been a while for Frank's Rocket, not since she went to Prairie Meadows in that Saylorville. So we're looking forward to that again early on that card on Saturday. That's race 3 at 2:05 Eastern. Another look at the 3-2 favorite. They're in the background. That's 6, Croatian, Jose Gomez. Let's take a look here at direct order. So this 5-year-old, now 6 I should say, when he won 3 starts back from a mile away, and he got a super hot pace to run into.
I mean, 22-1, 44-3 in the winter going a mile. I mean, that's rocket ship time. To put it in comparison, it was about a second slower the half than Jackie's Warrior went in the Grade 1 at Churchill this past week. Well, Jackie's Warrior actually set a slower pace for the first and second quarters than the Kentucky Derby pace, which is probably something you'll never see again, that the pace in that race, right, will be slower than the first 2 quarters of the Derby. But And he ran a remarkable race. It's all relevant in finishing second. It just set it up for direct order. And one of the reasons I pulled this replay was, first of all, he's the only horse I could show winning recently, but also it's such a dichotomous race to what he's facing today. On the other hand, you go 5 back, and Manny Franco was riding him today, and Manny was aggressive because there wasn't any pace, and he ran respectably well.
I've never seen. I shouldn't say that, but how quiet was Manny Frank? I mean, it was like he was standing still on that horse going by in the stretch. But that's what happens when you go that quick early.
I think he wanted to make sure he stayed on. He kind of knew he was home. It's irrelevant, Red, huge. And he's won a couple of subsequent races, including against Much Better a year recently.
Here's I Love Jackson. This is going to be the 7-year-old debut. This is a 9-time winner, Jeffrey Engelhardt. Trains 3-1 right now. And you got to go back to Saratoga last summer in July, the last win.
Yeah, and thanks for bringing it up. I made a huge bet in the second-place finisher. He beat him by an absolute zop right at the wire. Found this stat for Jeffrey Engelhardt. It's actually yes, 4 to 6 month layoffs, and this is exactly what it's an 4 to 8 month layoffs. He's 0 for 21 overall, 0 for 11 at Naira. Only I think 5 or 6 of them hit the board. 5 of them hit the board in this stat. They're just not running. Now, on the other hand, Jeffrey Engelhardt has been as hot a trainer at Naira over the last 5-6 months as any trainer in the country. So maybe he'll come back running, but his numbers say he's not good off these kind of layoffs.
Right now, second choice on the board at 3-1 with more on I Love Jackson coming back off the bench. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, I got to tell you, though, guys, from a physical perspective, I Love Jackson looks very, very fit off the bench. I mean, that's a glaring statistic that Andy is reciting there. I Love Jackson, originally owned by Bobby Terrell, who was a top rider, was a trainer, now got into ownership, was in the stage hands. He was, on Broadway for years, just a tremendous horseman. Actually, the horse was named for his grandson. And you think about all the Terrells over the years that have been, such a part of the fabric of racing, particularly here in New York. But I can't get past that stat that Andy talked about with I Love Jackson. The 5 winning drive, I think this could play out to be the speed here, guys. This horse is stretching out from 6 furlongs, sharp pace race, gets Kendrick, who tends to be, aggressive. And I like the way this horse looked leaving the paddock and when he galloped off. Very focused, very intense. I got a feeling the 5 winning drive could turn out to be the horse with the most speed here. I just had a hard time getting past the 6 Croatian on the big drop. Last time in the slop, he doesn't really want a wet track. He's well drawn outside. He gets 5-pound break in the weights from the apprentice, Jose Gomez, who's been riding extremely well. He's 6-5. I think if there's going to be an upset, I would go with the 5 winning drive, but I have a hard time seeing them beat Croatian, particularly how well turned out he was and how he looked in the paddock.
Public agrees. Andy agrees. 6-5 right now in the outside runner, Croatian, trying to collect the 9th win of his career.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, listen, to me, you look at the favorite and you have to make a decision about the favorite. In the first race, I wanted to play against Wesley Ward. I guess right. That's just random, a little bit random. I had a little bit of reason, but it worked. In this race, I looked to try to bet against the 6, and I couldn't make a strong case to do it. I would have bet the 2, I Love Jackson, except for that trainer stat. I put him second.
There he is again. Jeffrey Engelhardt trying to buck those numbers. And as you've mentioned, he's been very hot here in New York. We'll see if he can do it here. 92,000 plus in this pick 4. 6-5 favorite will be the last to load, Croatian, with the apprentice Jose Gomez. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to get us started in the sequence.
5 and Croatian. Set for the start. And the rough. Winning drive, Croatian. Blood Moon now moves up. Blood Moon now takes the lead. Then winning drive, Croatian, along with I Love Jackson and Direct Order down at the rail. Joycey Has Pizzazz is the early trailer in 6th up the backstretch. Blood Moon leads here by a half length. Winning drive on the outside is second by a length and a quarter, with Direct Order down at the rail in 3rd. I Love Jackson's in between horses. Croatian in the clear on the outside. The favorite is about 3.5 lengths from the front. And Joycey Has Pizzazz. First quarter, 23 and 2/5 seconds. It is Blood Moon, big long shot here in front by a half length. Winning drive getting closer now on the outside in second. So it's Blood Moon and Winning Drive heads apart as they go around the far turn. They've got 2.5 lengths on I Love Jackson, who's in between horses. Direct Order at the rail. Croatian on the outside. Joycey Has Pizzazz continues to trail. Now Winning Drive has taken over from Blood Moon. Half mile, 47 seconds. It is Winning Drive, clear by 3. Blood Moon is all out to keep up in second as I Love Jackson splits horses. Croatian is 3 wide, and on the far outside is Joycey Has Pizzazz, who's coming on now. 3/4 and 112 and 1. They're in the stretch. It is Winning Drive with the lead. Joycey Has Pizzazz and Direct Order on the far outside. They're inside the 8th pole. It's Winning Drive, and here is Direct Order up to challenge. And here is Direct Order now to take over the lead and draw away. And off the pace winner here, it's Direct Order. Winning Drive second, Joycey Has Pizzazz was third.
Direct Order finishing as easy as he did in that win that we showed you back at Aqueduct on February 6th. A very quiet Manny Franco as this horse picks up the pieces for the 11th win of his career.
Yeah, no pace or not. Manny did a good job of getting him reasonably close early, and he allowed him to get a little bit sort of shuffled the back, but once he wheeled on the outside, he's just better than these horses. You know, Winning Drive, not surprisingly, showing speed, stretching out as we talked about, but it wasn't a particularly quick pace, and that's saying, you know, the obvious. When the 6 didn't show up, Direct Order just sort of found the right field to run in. Winning Drive just can't get a mile, and Direct Order can get the mile. And absolutely nothing from the number 6 Croatian. He probably got claimed, and Tony Dutcher made the right move dropping him.
This is his condition, huh? Back-to-back wins for 16,000. And time before that, he was third beat a neck with a next down winner in front of him. But he moves by this group like they're standing still. 3-1 Manny Franco for Michelle Nevin. Second off the claim victory, Vincent Scuderi owns this 6-year-old by New Year's Day, who is now an 11-time winner from 38 starts, 4 for 9 here at Belmont. We're going to take a break. 1-5-4-6 finish. Even money favorite defeated, odds-on favorite defeated in race 1. We'll be back. We the People getting another test after that flop in the Arkansas Derby after he showed so much promise. First 2 starts of his career, his Belmont audition. Coming up this weekend in the Peter Pan, we'll have a preview next.
Idol perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap. It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race Adler, a scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on FS2. Good to have you with us. Program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Making his run from far back once again, but rolling by this group. Direct Order. Manny Franco aboard for Michelle Nevin. Let's head downstairs to Meg.
Thanks, Greg. And with a hard riding Manny Franco here. Manny, you were inside around the turn, but it didn't look like he was running, like he was off the bridle, uncomfortable. Didn't seem to really find his stride till you got him in the clear.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't comfortable downwind side, so that's why you see like I'm trying to keep up with the field, because I know he don't want to be there, but I don't want to lose too much ground. So as soon they pass me, the horses outside, Dylan and Ruben horses pass me, I just swing out and my horse get the stride, you know. And after that he was really comfortable.
I'm looking at you, looking at your goggles. The dirt is really sticking. There's some moisture in it. Was he uncomfortable with the kickback, or he just doesn't like to be inside of horses?
No, I think he don't like to be inside horses. That's pretty much him.
And how important it is, like you've ridden him in the past, to know these things about horses and remember those little, things that make them better.
Yeah, because I rode him like 4 or 5 times already, and I think he liked me. We get used to it, and I just know what he wants to do.
Well, it's so important, Manny. You're so strong physically. You're an athlete, though. I mean, I read someplace you wanted to be a baseball player before you wanted to be a jockey. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
And what about when you play with the trainers in the jockey basketball game, trainer-jockey basketball game? Everybody talks about how good you are. Is that something you grew up playing all sports?
Yeah, I mean, when I was little, I kind of play all the sport. I was playing basketball, baseball, even I swim, like I think that's why I'm like that. I don't know.
Well, you know what? It's lucky for us he became a jockey, but he's an all-around good athlete, and you could see how strong he finishes on these horses.
Big thank you. I think considered by many, if not the best, one of the best athletes in that jockey's room.
He's a strong guy. He really is. And he's also a terrific guy and a terrific rider as well. And, I like it. He's getting much more comfortable. He's been winning so many races recently. We've had him on a lot more.
He looked really relaxed.
He can be a little bit reticent at times. And he's a great guy. I mean, I've been friendly with Manny for years, but he looked really comfortable there with Richie. I like that. And a big
early double for $1, nearly $40, with an odds-on favorite defeated, an even money favorite defeated. If you're alive with the Big 5, things are looking good.
Yep.
With still a long way to go.
I've been alive with 2 prices in the beginning, gone 2 for 5. So
yep, it
hopefully
happens.
you're alive and it'll go better.
Yeah. We will see. Not a huge field, at least right now, lining up for the second leg of the Triple Crown. We'll see if we get some more starters who want to bypass and wait for the Belmont Stakes. Usually get horses from Maryland as well. You get horses from the Peter Pan, certainly, which is this prep coming up this weekend, sort of this Belmont Stakes audition. And We the People coming back. So much talk about him going into that Arkansas Derby, and it just didn't pan out.
Yeah, I want to talk to Maggie, because I think she was there, and it felt like he was sort of washed out and stuff a bit before the race. But I want to speak to her before I say that definitively, and this is his allowance win 2 races back. But it was just a disaster from the get-go. He got caught 5 wide in the first turn. He was always out of position, and it was just a disaster for him. This is kind of a pivotal race for him, though. Was he sort of an early season flash that just won't pan out? Because if he can get back to these better races, like his first and second race, win this race, I'm optimistic of his chances in here. But he's really got to run well in here to set himself up for the second half of the season.
We'll find out. Big day for We the People to see if he can get back on track. Son of Constitution, Flavian Pratt will have the mount. Meanwhile, electability, Chad Brown, he's going to go to Irad Ortiz Jr. He's put together back-to-back wins at Aqueduct, both at a mile, Son of Quality Road.
And I think he's like quite a few horses in this race, like We the People, like the maiden winner on the rail. I feel like he might be a really good horse, and he might be just sort of okay. I mean, this was a nice win. I thought he was held by the track a little bit, but it was a very strong pace that fell apart. The horse that runs him to the wire came back, and I think he duplicated the Beyer figure, maybe 1 point lower, but it was a very similar fig the next time out. Finished second here the other day, so it backed the race up, and he was game coming back. He wasn't the best part of the racetrack. I don't think it was an extreme bias that day. He's run fast races in both his starts, but he's going to get an acid test in here, and he's also probably not the speed, because I think the Richard Mandela horse on the rail feels like the speed.
That is Set Sail you're talking about, who was dominant start number 2 of his career in a maiden win out west. You talk, I know this is not the Belmont, it's sort of the prep for the Belmont, but when you talk Belmont, usually look pretty hard and fast at Tappets. The Western River. Rudolph Brissett coming off a maiden win. He is a Tappet. Here's Peter Pan Belmont Stakes doubles. The last to do it, Tonalist, back in 2014.
Coastal, of course, beat the great Spectacular Bid, but Coastal was a great horse in his own right. Speaking of Claiborne and the connections there with him, he was a tremendous horse. He was a half to Slew Gold. Both dam was alluvial. 3 years later, great horse.
Feel like maybe the kind of year we could see a Peter Pan winner take the Belmont?
I don't think it's impossible. I have a lot of respect for Epicenter. Whether or not he's a 1.5 mile horse remains to be seen. But I thought his Derby was sensational. I thought he ran very well. I think Zandon ran well also. Epicenter is probably more likely to be a 1.5 mile type horse than I think Chad Brown's not confident that Zandon's going to be a 1.5 mile type horse. But listen, these horses take a step forward and things can change quickly. And the distance can be a great equalizer.
It's going to be a fun test of the champion, no question. But first things first, Pimlico.
Epicenter's going to be tough. He's going to be tough to beat.
We're going to step aside for a timeout. Peter Brandt, Chad Brown together again with another exciting import. Rougier, grade 3 Bogey. 4-time winner of over $500,000 on the grass. Moving to the Chad Brown barn coming up this weekend.
Pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C. Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear. And Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Clutch champions run happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Be a part of the Racing Action Saturdays at Belmont Park with live money contests available online through Naira Bets. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the other $100 funds the cash prize pool paid through 10th place. Follow along with the races on America's Day at the Races while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic 2-year-olds in training sale, showcasing more than 600 juveniles, all on a dirt racetrack. Recent Grade 1 winners include Beyond Brilliant, Gamine, Got Stormy, and Switzerland. Graded stakes winners Informative and Morello, plus stakes winners from coast to coast. Among the nation's top juvenile sales by Grade 1 wins. Join us after the Preakness, May 23rd and 24th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
It's a great setting for the horse. When Mr. Gaines built it, he built it with the horse in mind. And everything about it is just natural to the horse.
The history here runs deep. I just hope we can add a page to it.
The Gainesway roster at the moment is a very youthful roster. We have a lot of young horses. With that youth, you never know where the next great stallion is going to come from.
Stallion, like Tappet, comes along once in a lifetime. We all realize we would be extremely fortunate to ever be around another horse that good. But it's our goal. It's our goal to try to get another Tappet.
He was an extremely highly accomplished 2-year-old.
Tappet! Tons of horse all the way around the track, comes home for a cruise in the futurity.
I've loved Tappet. First crop I remember seeing started bound at the first 2-year-old sale. She worked 3/8 and worked awesome. I was like, that's a really neat filly. Tappet as a stallion, he's unbelievable. 8 champions. And he's like fine wine, he gets better with age.
The goals are straightforward. We're going to expand our stallion roster through syndication. Anthony wants to aggressively build this stallion roster.
And really buy stallion prospects at a younger age via yearling sales, 2-year-olds, or even breeding our own at home. Right now, we're really focusing on that because, Gainesway's been at unbelievable consignor as long as Brian's been in charge. Now we're trying to bring Gainesway to the forefront in all aspects of the industry.
In my career at Gainesway, initially was building our sales program. In the Keeneland sales and Fasig-Tipton, you get pretty amped up trying to achieve your clients' goals. Last year we were the second leading consignor of thoroughbreds in North America. That helps us all sleep better.
Thank you, gentlemen. $1,650,000.
Signed by Gainesway.
We're ambitious to go get new stallions. We're ambitious to get very high quality stallions. And we're ambitious to carry on a great tradition here at Gainesway that Mr. Gaines started. The Beck family has continued on.
I'm excited about all of them. Caraconti's off to a wonderful start. I'm excited about Tappert's chances at stud.
Horses like Tappert, who was a $1.2 million yearling and a classic winner, and it's by Tappert himself.
McKinsey as a stallion prospect is the first stallion prospect I was part of at Gainesway. He was always top class. His Whitney at Saratoga is one of my favorite races of his.
McKinsey has won the Whitney!
The Book of Mares he got was unbelievable. We're really excited about him at Gainesway right now.
You never know where the next good horse is coming from, and as long as we're out there bringing them in, the sky's the limit.
Back on America's Day at the Races, getting set for the third on this Thursday twilight card, approaching the 12-minute mark to post. 6 furlong sprint, 50,000 starter allowance. We'll get to this race coming up in a moment. I want to talk more about the sensational card we have lined up on Saturday. And together again, Peter Brandt, Chad Brown with a Group 1 winner. But Rougier, best moments for her have come on heavy and soft turf courses. What do you think about Saturday if it's firm?
Well, I mean, I'm not overly worried about her handling that. She's obviously a very good filly. She was actually the more expensive purchase. This is the Prix de l'Opera, which is the filly and mare stake run at Arc Day, one of the most premier filly and mare races last year, which she won by a nose. That's her in the yellow hat in the middle, right there, just about to get her nose up there. And actually one on the outside, the 11, excuse me. I don't know how good the 3-year-old French fillies were. They paid over $3 million for her. Peter Brandt, in conjunction, I think, with Michael Tabor from Coolmore, bought the horse. They paid over $3 million. Speaking of the Devil, who Peter bought himself, which is around $2 million. She was very impressive winning at Churchill on Saturday. But Peter's got another horse in there, La Mista, who ran extremely well in this race last year before tailing off in subsequent starts a little bit. Okay in the Bev D.
Yeah, barely missed against Harvey's Logoyle, who I know you've been a big fan of, but he has not come back to that race, not even close.
No, but I think she'll be a little more forward than Rougier, who really doesn't have much speed. I know Chad Brown is optimistic, as he should be in this situation. I think that you'll get a decent race from Plum Ali, but these horses are of a higher caliber if she runs a race.
That is the 10th on the card, Grade 3 Boguet, mile and a 16th. As we again take a look at that Saturday stakes schedule, loaded with stakes races. And that Boguet, one of 4 Grade 3s, got the Grade 1 Man of War as well, 5:50 Eastern start time for the Boguet. Rougier's going to have the inside post, which is beneficial the way they start at a mile and 16th here at Belmont.
Yeah, she's going to drop back probably awfully sharply in there. Plum Ali will have a tactical advantage a little bit.
Third race coming up here at Belmont. 50,000 starter allowance, 6 furlong sprint, and even money on Brilliant Brooks, the 3. Coming out of a stakes race, let's head downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And the 3 is going to be formidable, but let's talk about the 2 first. Manolito, first time for trainer Bob Caceres. And just talking with Bob in the paddock, because he looks very fit coming off, the bench. He hasn't been seen since last September. But he really stood out to me as having that kind of sinewy, tucked-up look of a horse that's trained forwardly. And I talked to conditioner Bob Caceres about it. He said, yeah. He goes, he's put a lot of work into him, and he feels very comfortable with his fitness level. He gets the ever-smiling Jose Gomez, so he's getting a bit of a break in weights. Gets him with 118 pounds with the 5-pound apprentice. And I think he's going to run well. The 3, Brilliant Brooks, he looks very tough in this spot. He's 4 for 11 lifetime. Horatio De Paz does great work. And, his quality of horses that he's gotten to train has improved, particularly picking up customers like Barry Schwartz. Mike Ryan, he's really, getting a real opportunity, and he's making the most of it, and he's definitely doing the job. And Brilliant Brooks looks really good on paper, and he looks really good in the paddock, and not a lot of earth-shattering information there, guys.
Riders up, there's Manny Franco. He's looking to go back-to-back. And do so here in the even money favorite, coming out of a stakes race, fourth in that Peeping Tom. Before that was a winner for 20,000 claiming with an 85 buyer speed figure. Here's that win in the mud.
And obviously an 85 buyer would make him very tough to beat in this race. And especially when perhaps his chief competition is coming off a prolonged layoff. I've never been a huge fan of this horse. I've thought when things have gone well for him, he's had good trips. And that figure is one of two aberrational numbers. The rest of them are in the, higher, mid to higher 70s, which still might be good enough to win this race, a buyer figure. Still, I've never been that thrilled with this horse. I think he needs everything to sort of go his own way. When he gets it done, he beat Alcools and Mount Travers, the race we showed, two horses that are badly off form. And if Manolito can refine that crazy good race he ran 8 months ago, so he comes off the layoff for Bob Caceres, I think he's going to win. This was a super effort. I mean, this pace collapsed. It was a gold rail. The winner is the horse dead last. Just coming to picture now actually makes this huge run up the rail to win it, and he was wide. I thought he ran incredibly. The question with him is where did the form come from, and where's he been?
This was September 18th at Belmont. We've not seen him since. New barn now for Bob Caceres. A dramatic run from your winner from the clouds in. Wow, to get up to win that race up the fence. Manolito, time away, and, just 4 works to go off of since that time away.
But he finds a starter allowance. He doesn't look to run the horse for a tag. It's not like they're looking to lose a horse that was running for $25,000 not that long ago. He improved dramatically. Can he improve? And he's got a higher percentage trainer now in Bob Caceres than he had before the layoff. I think he's very dangerous, but layoff horses are tricky. You just don't know if they'll show up. And the horse who's in the best recent form, I mean, Magnificent Chrome has been in great form for Randy Persaud on the outside.
Get to him coming up in a moment. 3 for 20 lifetime mark. He's at 5-1. We'll start with Karen's Cove from the inside. Mike Luzzy at 15-1.
Well, she'll be in front, or he'll be in front. I always want to say she when you hear Karen, but I don't know how far he's going to carry them.
Manolito, 5-year-old, return to the races for the new barn.
And I think if he's running well, fresh off the layoff, you'll see him in attendance to the 1, probably sitting second or third.
Brilliant Brooks, even money. Manny Franco trying to go back-to-back.
Probably coming from farther back. He's the horse to beat, but only because it's hard to trust the others that much.
You don't think this horse might be in front?
No, I don't think he'll be in front of Karen's Cove.
Blinker's
or in front
coming
of
off.
anybody.
Has shown quick. He actually went against High Oak. Second start of his career. He didn't run all that well.
No, he didn't.
Jake Rocks at 7-2, Jose Lezcano.
I have great love for Jake Rocks, but at 1 for 30 with 11 seconds and thirds, he's unreliable. He was against the track last time, wide against a gold rail.
And Magnificent Chrome, 9-2 outside post.
He's done something I don't see from a lot of Randy Persaud horses. He's won 2 races back-to-back. He's been in good form, and he, too, was outside against a gold rail last time. He's in good form. He's not impossible.
So approaching the 5-minute mark to post. Here in race number 3, we're going to take a look at Jake Rocks, the 5. There he is, Gustavo Rodriguez. Jose Lezcano will ride. 1 for 30 lifetime. And Jose Lezcano, 3,000th career victory came Friday in the Flat Out Stakes. Congratulations to Jose. Big moment in his career.
Yeah, tremendous, 3,000 wins. Jose's one of those sort of somewhat under the radar riders, and he's really picked his business up since he started staying here in the winter.
Again, he's going to be on the 5 here, Jake Rocks. Let's head down to Mig. Mig, 3,000 wins for Jose. Big moment for him.
Absolutely. Big milestone and very happy for him. He rides hard. And, he did it in nice style, too. Won, I think, 4 races on the day, the stake. So it's nice to have a big day, hit a big milestone, and very happy for him. He's been with Jason Bites, his agent, for a long time. And, obviously they make a good combination, but absolutely Jose Lezcano, a rider that, like Andy said, flies a bit under the radar, but certainly knows how to get it done when he is given live mounts. Let's talk live mounts here. I like the 2, Manolito off the layoff. I agree with Andy. I don't trust a lot of everybody else. I mean, the 3, Brilliant Brooks, is definitely the horse to beat, but I think the 4 is coming back fit, fresh. He looks very sharp. He's a horse that seems like he puts a lot into his races, so maybe he puts a lot into his works, and the layoff won't be a huge factor. I like what I've seen from the 2 Manolito. First time for Bob Caceres. Again, Brilliant Brooks will be tough. Looks good on paper. Looks good on the racetrack. And a horse that's really kind of held his flesh and, his weight really well is a 6, Magnificent Chrome. He seems to run really well for Omar Hernandez Moreno, 7-pound apprentice, so he's getting some weight off. And I think he's a horse that appreciates an outside post. So I thought he's a little bit interesting as well because he has been running pretty consistent races, and he gets the outside draw. And, again, he just looks the picture of health on the racetrack.
All right, Mig, thank you. 5-1, Magnificent Chrome catching Mig's eye in terms of appearances in here, coming off a third-place finish in a 50,000 starter allowance.
Yeah. He's been in good form, and you look at that race, that was a day the rail was good, and Colorme Potsy got that good aggressive ride in the inside to wire the field, and he was tending outside the whole way, so he was against the track. I mean, his form has been really good. His races are probably a little slower than the favorites, but they're not so dramatically slow that you couldn't see him being the favorite, and I'm just not a huge fan of Brilliant Brooks. I know he was in a tough spot, but you look at the race, they both come out of the Peeping Tom, and they hit the wire together there, right? So, I mean, who's to say he can't beat Brilliant Brooks? A much better price. I'd be looking to play against this horse, and the 2 and 5 or 2 and 6 are the best alternatives. I'm sorry. The favorite.
6-5 on this guy right here, and you look at he makes a nice appearance on the racetrack. I got to say, you just look at this group in terms of their records and reliability, and he's been the most reliable.
He has.
But not that means anything that he's going to win here.
He has, but, I mean, you look at his – and listen, he's the horse to beat. I'm not making a big case against him. I'm just not his biggest fan. He's also been 3-1, 5-2, 2-1, 8-5, 7-5, 7-5, 2-1, 2-1, 8-5. And while he has won 4 of those starts, it's not like he hasn't sort of done what he was supposed to. He's kind of lived up to his odds, but in that case, he'll probably get it done here. I'm just going to try to play against him. I've always felt that he took advantage of circumstances when he was successful, but he's also faced some better horses, to be fair.
Another look at the outside runner, Magnificent Chrome, put together back-to-back wins at Aqueduct in February and March for non-winners of 2, non-winners of 3. Got that test in that Peeping Tom, and it was not that much further. I mean, he was right there.
It was
with the favorite.
A nose behind him, and he's a much bigger price. Now, obviously, he doesn't have the same resume that the favorite has in this race, which is why he's favored, and he doesn't have his high-profile connections. And I don't disagree. Horacio De Paz is a terrific trainer and a fairly reliable trainer, but this horse was also in Rob Attras's barn. And Rob Atras is a very high percentage trainer. When he won, Rob was winning in bunches, and he's not an easy guy to improve off of, that's for sure.
So, at least the first 2 races in, it's been a day of upsets. An odds-on favorite defeated to kick off our card. An even money favorite beat in race 2. We'll see if that trend continues as we're 2 races away, a race away from the start of that pick 6 carryover, beginning into the 4th. Just over $53,600 today.
Would you agree in the pick 6 sequence, and we could talk about it more the next race, that key point in the 8th race, the 5th leg, is the likeliest single for people who look for singles?
Completely agree.
Yeah.
That's key point, the rematch with Kid Doro.
He runs his last race. He's going to probably win this race.
He's odds on, so he's going to be probably, 3-5?
Yeah. Chad Brown, the whole factor. The last race, I mean, out of sight's the horse to beat. I kind of like the 2 Sal's Dream Girl. I'd probably be mostly 2-3-7 in the last race.
7
today.
without question, horse to beat.
Overwhelming.
Keep in mind, there's a couple of scratches. We'll get to it, as Andy mentioned, but there's a couple that get in from the also eligible list.
Right, they both do.
One of them with pedigree.
Yeah, I mean, Frosty Invasion, you're talking about the 14. The problem is the production has been terrible from the dam, and it's a Normandy Invasion. But you're right. I mean, it's a big dam side pedigree going back to the second dam as well. Belmont.
First things first, race 3 here before we get to the pick 6 in the 4th. 7-5 favorite, the 3 Brilliant Brooks. There he is. 5-year-old steps in under Manny Franco, looking for the 5th win in 12 career starts. Going 6 furlongs in this 50,000 starter allowance. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Riders off, number 4, Winter Sun. Winter Sun has gone in riderless. Eric Fuentes will now get back aboard. Still waiting for Jake Rocks and Magnificent Chrome. They're all in. And they're off. It's Manolito and Karen's Cove. Those two out for the early lead with Brilliant Brooks just off of them in third. Then Winter Sun in between horses. Jake Rocks far outside is Magnificent Chrome. Karen's Cove from that inside post has the lead here by a half length. And then it's the foursome of Jake Rocks along with Winter Sun. Down on the inside, Brilliant Brooks and Manolito. And now Magnificent Chrome joins those four and is on the extreme outside. Steadying there, Winter Sun as they went around the turn, the quarter 22 and 4. It's Karen's Cove, Manolito, Brilliant Brooks, three of them stacked across the track. Magnificent Chrome, widest of all. In behind is Jake Rocks, Winter Sun, now the trailer. The field now comes into the stretch. And on the outside it is Brilliant Brooks who has taken the lead. Gaining ground is Magnificent Chrome. Far outside it is Jake Rocks who's coming on. Karen's Cove down towards the rail. It is Brilliant Brooks in front. Jake Rocks on the outside of Magnificent Chrome. Brilliant Brooks bounds home the winner here. Won it by 2. And Magnificent Chrome did get second over Jake Rocks.
Brilliant Brooks wasn't pretty down the stretch, but able to get the win here as the 6-5 favorite.
He found the right field today. Manolito obviously did not run well off the layoff, showed speed, but couldn't even get by Karen's Cove in the late stages, and Brilliant Brooks stalked. It was a fairly moderate pace, and he just proved best. Jake Rocks just doesn't want to pass horses, and sometimes it's just in the right field. There's a reason he was favored, and he found the right group today.
2 wins now in his last 3 starts.
First favorite.
Jake Rocks, that 5, looked poised to continue to make up ground on this favorite, but unable to do so. And unable to even get by the 6 Magnificent Chrome. 3, 6, 5, 1, 6-5 favorite. First favorite on the card on this Thursday afternoon, winning here in race 3.
And 2 in a row for Manny Franco, getting it done. And Manny has a shot to make it 3 in a row. He's riding the heavy favorite merger of equals in the next race. So Manny, who's been having a good meet so far, it's getting even better.
Favorite gets it done here in this third. Brilliant Brooks for East Coast Partners. Horatio to Paz, second off the claim. And again, back-to-back for Manny Franco. We're going to take a timeout when we return. Who will line up in the Preakness, and more importantly, maybe who won't? We'll have that for you when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Back on America's Day at the Races on FS2, Valley Sports Southern California. Program brought to you in part by the champion sprinter Run Happy. Never lost in his career while sprinting and did it all while racing medication-free. Brilliant Brooks takes the third here at Belmont. Back-to-back Manny Franco. Trained by Horatio De Paz, winning second off the claim. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, really interesting history with Horatio as well. You were with Sagamore, but before that, you were with Todd Pletcher for 5 years. And do you feel like you learned a lot being with Todd?
Yeah, definitely learned a lot. It's a great person to work for, his program, the way he runs everything, and just his personality of how he takes things. It's you learn a lot from him.
So you were there galloping horses. Previous to that, you were riding match races, so quarter horse match races in Texas. Did you come on board there wanting to be a trainer?
Well, when I was in Texas, obviously I wasn't going to make jock weight or anything like that, so not knowing anybody in the industry to go try to ride races, figured that was probably the safest and most secure route to go.
Things have been going so well for you. You have 35 horses now here at Belmont and a diverse group of owners. It's been fun watching you kind of come together and all these different owners you have, Barry Schwartz, Mike Ryan, obviously the stable here that you just won with.
Yeah, it's nice because, we do everything with Barry. Here he breeds, brings 2-year-olds, has older horses, and now we've gotten into the claiming to be able to fiddle around with that some. So it's a good, diverse group.
And does it come with a bunch of advisors?
Yes, definitely.
Listen to Mike Hushin. Don't listen to the other guy. Back to you guys.
Horatio De Paz doing good things out here in New York, certainly. Teaming up with Manny Franco. Got teamed up with Sagamore Farm, really helped boost his career.
Yeah, well, he's a very good trainer. He's been consistently winning. He doesn't have the number of starters as some guys, so you don't notice it as much, but he does a good job. And she's right about Mike Hushin. Mike Hushin, really a great trainer, and Richie and Mike had so much success together. But Mike was really one of the best trainers in the circuit for many years.
Preakness, we're going to talk in a moment coming up. Kentucky Derby winner, deciding, news coming out today, to pass on this middle jewel of the Triple Crown and not go after a Triple Crown, a horse whose races have been spaced more. And that right now seems like the reason they're going to pass here and do what's best for the horse, wait for the Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, it's hard to know, and racing is tough to know if there's a story behind the story, and I think we'll know more if, in fact, he does come to the Belmont Stakes. Maybe he needs time, and listen, a race like the Derby is very tough on a horse, and we sort of take it for granted that the horse that wins comes back. But there are a lot of horses that run the Derby you don't see for a long time after that, if ever again.
We talk about how incredibly tempting it is to, if you can get into a race, even if you don't belong there. And some might have said this horse probably didn't even belong there, but to go to the Derby. And then if you win that race, I mean, it has got to be beyond tempting to try and keep that dream alive to go for a Triple Crown. So hats off to these connections to say we're going to do what's best for our horse and wait until the Belmont Stakes.
I agree with that conceptually. I'm going to wait and see if he shows up in the Belmont, and I hope he does. I obviously do. And we'll see. Is he a horse that just got very fortunate, taking advantage of an extreme pace scenario, or is he a horse that dramatically improved and can go on and do well? Mind that Bird ran well in all the Triple Crown races, but then he never did anything of consequence after that. It's a tough race on a horse. If he can run in the Belmont, we'll see him here, and that will be great. We'll see. I hope the horse is doing well. And listen, once again, he's not supposed to run if he can't run.
Bold move, no question, to try and pass that up. We will see. We hope to see him here, certainly, in that test of the champion. Meanwhile, who is going to show up? Well, we'll get to that in a moment. Of course, Cloud Computing, Klarovich, Chad Brown. This was their big moment in the Triple Crown back in 2017.
Yeah, this was, for me personally, a great moment. I liked him, but I'm friends with the connections as well. And it was a very exciting moment. It was there for the race. And, Cloud never went on and really did anything after this, but after starting out and running well in second to Gotham, he ran a huge race, third against the track in the Wood Memorial, getting it done. Classic Empire ran too well to lose this race. He really did run an incredible race, but Javier Castellano gave Cloud a terrific ride. He was involved in the pace. He was right off the leaders, always dreaming in Classic Empire, and he ran down Classic Empire and Julian Leperoux. It was an exciting moment with him, and, it's reminiscent of what's going to happen this year with early voting. And, it's funny.
Passed on the Derby.
Right. They passed Derby. They could have been in the Derby. But Chad Brown and Seth Klarman felt it was the right move to wait. And that's what they've done with early voting. And, you know, one thing is for sure with early voting. They made the right decision not running in the Derby because he's a speed horse. And given the pace in the Kentucky Derby, he might be at the 8th pole right now if they ran the Kentucky Derby. So win, lose, or draw in the Preakness, they made the right move not running in the Derby. I don't love that. Mo Donegal was a bit disappointing. Given the pace in that race, I felt he underperformed a little bit, finishing 5th. But maybe it was because early voting was setting a pretty strong pace in this race. And it looks, at least on paper heading in, as though the pace scenario is completely different in the Preakness.
We'll see. Passing on the Derby, and we'll see what other speeds decide to line up in this Preakness. That obviously is going to be a big part of it. Right now, we're expecting to see this group here, led by Epicenter. Secret Oath, the filly, is going to head there as well. The Kentucky Oaks winner. Simplification.
Yeah, Smile Happy's not running in there. He was sent to Rudin.
So,
no, he was sent to Rudin Riddle. They don't believe anything wrong with him just to give him a once-over. There's no way he's running in that race. And he's going to do well once they cut him back in distance. I thought he ran sneaky well in the Derby. Epicenter's an hour and a half the horse to beat. I mean, in my heart, I'm rooting for early voting, but let's be realistic. Epicenter, I believe, in the Derby showed that he is the best 3-year-old, at least of that group. Obviously, Jack Christopher's lurking out there as well. But Epicenter has been terrific in all of his races, and I thought he ran a sensation. I think Zanin ran well also, but I thought Epicenter ran the best race of anybody in this Kentucky Derby.
Well, it's still going to be a lot of intrigue in this race with the filly deciding to show up to tackle the boys for Dwayne Lucas. Secret Oath, her Kentucky Oaks. She delivered.
She did. And, you know, Louis gave her a very aggressive ride. She was clearly best in this race. I mean, I thought Ness got a good ride from Jose Ortiz. I've heard some lunacy that he didn't, and that's ridiculous. She just was second best at best in this race. Arguably, it was close if she was second best. Secret Oath was good. This is a whole different ball game, running against horses like Epicenter and early voting in here. And my guess is that she'll be overbet in the Preakness, and I think she's extraordinarily vulnerable.
Do you give her a shot?
I think she has a shot, but I think for a horse that might be the second choice in the race, she's going to be overbet. She's got to get faster. At the end of the day, she's got to get faster to win these races. You know, we'll see. I have huge respect for her. I just don't think she's quite good enough. She's no Rachel Alexandra.
Does she have to be to beat this group?
No. You make a great point.
Okay. Well, look, it adds intrigue to the race. It's going to be fun, and the fact that it's Dwayne Lucas as well. It's great to have her in the race.
He'll be talking. Wayne will be talking.
Yep.
He'll be confident. He'll be more confident than me.
Mig, your thoughts on the filly deciding to show up against the boys in the middle jewel of the Triple Crown?
Well, I think it's a big ask. It's a tall order. She ran extremely well, I thought, in the Arkansas Derby with a very compromised trip, in my estimation. She should have been a lot closer that day. She made a wide, sustained run in the Kentucky Oaks and, you know, was able to continue. She was wide the whole second turn. I think she's got, a tremendous amount of talent. But my question is, off of that big effort in the Kentucky Oaks coming back in 2 weeks, is it possible that not only doesn't she take a step forward, she takes a step backwards, just coming off a hard race where she circled the field around the far turn and won under pressure? That's my biggest concern. I think she's a very good filly, but it might be a lot to ask to turn around in basically 15 days off a tough effort.
Yeah, that to me, I think is the biggest concern. She just ran such a huge race, and to come back off short rest in 2 weeks' time against the boys, it's asking a lot.
And that's the advantage that early voting has as well. You know, not running in the race, not getting thrown to the wolves, making the right choice with him, and it could help pay off for him. I still think it'd be tough to beat Epicenter, but we did Swiss Skydiver win this race, and going in the race, Swiss Skydiver, though, was faster, but she ran a huge race in the Preakness. Huge race.
It'll be fun, no question, just to have her line up in that group, and we'll continue to see this picture evolve and see who's going to show up in the race.
Agreed. Hopefully
get some new faces as well, but yeah, I'm with you. Epicenter right now seems like a commanding favorite.
He could be 6-5 in there, right? Very easily, couldn't he? I think he's supposed to be. I really do.
Sensational Derby, and I can't imagine what was going through the mind of Steve Asmussen seeing that horse take the lead down the stretch. And then seeing that victory taken away by an 81-1 shot.
I thought what he said the next day, when he said, I woke up in the morning, something to the effect of, I woke up in the morning, and said, did that really just happen?
Yeah. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com for that third and final leg of the Triple Crown here at Belmont Park for the test of the champion. Do not get left out. Attendance capped at 50,000. Be part of the action. It is going to be just that entire day. That entire week is tremendous, but you want to be part of it with first time in a few years that we're going to have a big crowd on hand for this Belmont Stakes.
Yeah, and don't be somebody that says, you know, oh, well, there can't be a Triple Crown. So what? I mean, it's an amazing day of racing, and Triple Crown or not, I thought last year's Belmont Stakes was one of the most thrilling races I've ever seen. I couldn't care less whether they were out for Triple Crown. If you get a Belmont Stakes like that, that's worth it just alone. And when you think of the kind of races, Jack Christopher probably running in the Woody Stevens, the matchup with Latruska and others running in the Personal Ensign. Just going to be an amazing day of racing, and it's a racing day that you can't miss as a fan. And as Greg is saying, celebrating the fact that it'll be a full crowd for the Belmont, at least 50,000 people. We've gone from 0 to 11,000 to 50. Don't miss out.
And that stretch stool you were talking about last year, Essential Quality, Hot Rod Charlie. Still, to me, I thought that was the best stretch stool we saw all year long.
It was such an incredible ending to what up to that point had been in some ways sort of a disappointing Triple Crown. But that was an amazing race to close it out. And it was a great window into the second half of the season, right? Because we saw so much good racing during the second half.
Pick 6 carryover, $53,679. It begins right here. 6 furlongs, New York bred maiden claiming race. We briefly touched on a potential key horse later on in the card for Chad Brown. He's got maybe another one here with Merger of Equals, the 3. We'll talk more about it when we come back.
The breeding industry is governed by one principle. Performance determines success.
And Constitution has won!
Now, he's earning his stripes by siring stars.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Bayette.
Law Professor just in front, and Law Professor.
American Revolution, fireworks in the stretch here in the Cigar Mile.
Constitution, a natural-born leader.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than America'sBestRacing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America'sBestRacing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome to McMahon Thoroughbreds. I'm Joe McMahon. This is my wife, Ann. We're the proprietors of the McMahon Thoroughbred Farm. We bought this place in 1971. This farm here was 88 acres back then. It's now over 800 acres.
McMahon Thoroughbreds is the birthplace of Funnyside, the winner of the 2003 Kentucky Derby and Preakness.
This area has become popular for horse farms because of its proximity to the Saratoga racetrack and the sales, to the extent that now we have 4 major horse farms right within a few miles of here. There's Mill Creek Farm, there's Rick Burke's Irish Hill Farm, there's Quest Royal North, as well as McMahon Thoroughbreds. Probably more importantly than those large farms, there's lots of mom and pop farms with 1 or 2 mares in the backyard. The area has really come into its own in the last 20 years.
I measure success by the quality of the New York breds that are now raised in New York State. With this fantastic breeding program, out-of-staters have been lured into the state, bringing better stock, better stallions.
Currently, we have a horse here called Central Banker. He's pretty successful. He's very popular. We're very blessed to have a good horse like that.
We're getting a much better product to race in New York.
Back with you here on America's Day at the Races. For more information on New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, go to nybreds.com. We have a New York bred race to begin this Pick 6 carryover. Again, that $53,000 carryover begins in this race coming up, and that right there, the 3, leg up to Manny Franco. Trying to win 3 in a row is the horse to beat. Even money right now. Let's go down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, sorry, I'm looking over my shoulder because the one horse, Mrs. Bell, was kind of acting up. When Louis Cardenas got in the saddle, she kind of lunged, and Buck jumped a little bit, and looks like she's starting to settle down now. The 3, Merger of Equals, taking a big drop, tried maiden allowance against grass horses. I asked Chad Brown about that, and he said, you know, she kind of had given them the impression that maybe she was a bit more turfy, particularly when they would, you know, work her out of the gate when they're looking for faster works. Ultimately, he says, we're just spotting her aggressively where we think she can win. So hence the drop in class to 4, Lindsay's Laugh, first-time starter, bred by McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, daughter of Lauban. She looks to me like she's going to want more ground. I think the 6 furlongs might be a bit sharp for her. She has definitely more of that elongated look. And the horse that really won me over in the paddock, and I actually liked her last race, was the 6, Millstone Creek, Eddie Davis. His dad, Robbie Davis, won a race over the weekend. His sisters, Katie and Jackie, ride. Dylan riding so well, so the whole family, a racing family. Millstone Creek looks good. And I think that race last time where she was a bit compromised because of an inside post, kind of stuck in no man's land and not a lot of room, not a comfortable spot, I think being more drawn to the outside and having that race under their belt is going to make her pretty salty in this spot, guys.
Mig, I agree. We were just talking about it off air with Andy. She got shut off in this stretch, had to kind of reroute. She's not the kind of 6-year-old mare now, who obviously is still a maiden, who can kind of turn it back on again once that happens in a race. 7-2 right now.
Listen, if you like her, and listen, I'm not going to knock anybody in this field. I wasn't a fan, but I'm not going to knock her. She's only run 6 times in the dirt, so it's not like she's a big proven loser on the dirt.
Here's Mrs. Bell to kick things off, and debuted at this condition, was only beat a length, had a 2-length lead in the stretch.
Yeah, she's also never been on a dry track, and the one time she ran much better was a muddy harrowed track, which is much different than a sealed track. So I think she'll probably run closer to her first race today. We'll see if it's good enough.
Even money. Chad Brown Klorovich debuted in the New York Bred Maiden Special on the grass.
Yeah, and she's got a lot of speed based on that race, and you have to think Manny Franco will look to be in front with her as he looks for his 3rd win. Who knows if she can run really, but she's found the right race to find out.
The one Mig was talking about. Oh, sorry, we're up to the 4. Lindsay's Laugh, first-time starter, Rudy Rodriguez.
Don't you feel like if Rudy had a firster in this field that could run, the horse wouldn't be 4th choice at 4-1? Just feels like he'd be a lot liver than that, but we'll see.
His horses usually, if they can run, take money. Millstone Creek, here's the one Mig was touching on. 7-2. Not usually a great sign when you're still a maiden as a 6-year-old.
I agree. And while the horse may have had some trouble inside, the rail was very much the place to be last time.
And 9-1, outside Phenomenal Woman, Ruben Silvera for Greg DePrima.
Total change here, cutting back in distance, getting back to the dirt, probably the preferred surface. There was a time when this horse was better than these horses, but that time has come and gone.
5 minutes to post here in the race that kicks off this Pick 6 carryover. Again, just over 53,000 carried over into the pool, an additional nearly 200,000 bet into today's pool already. There's the big favorite to kick things off. Dirt debut and start number 2 at a drop in class for Merger of Equals.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you where you can play it all, including this Pick 6 carryover today. Go to NyraBets.com. Download the NyraBets app. $200 deposit match sign-up bonus for new members. Take advantage of it. There's the offer. New members, punch in that code STAKES200 and get involved in this Pick 6. 2 minutes to post to still put a ticket together.
So let's go through it a little bit.
Okay.
We got a minute here, right? So I would lean heavily on merger of equals, not the kind of horse I love, but I would lean heavily. I'd use that horse an A, the 1 as a B, and maybe throw in somebody as a C, like the 4.
Millstone Creek.
Okay, you'd at an A, you'd be your horse? 3-6, so 3-6?
3.
Okay, okay. The next race, I like the 7. I think the 1 and 7 are the 2 horses anonymously, which is very logical down the rail, will be favored. The 7, Shasta Star, has run once in the turf and ran exceptionally well. I have no idea how this horse never ran in the turf again. It's interesting. Orlando Notice claimed this horse and tried to run the horse in the turf and got rained off. He seemed to be the only one until Bob Placeres. So I would lean on...
2 years ago, Kentucky Downs ran
Amazing, yeah. Well, we'll probably show it on the show, the replay of the race. The horse ran terrific, right? The best race it ever ran. So I would lean on 1-7 as my main 2 there. Anybody else you would use?
I thought Violent Point had races that put this horse right in the mix, too.
Okay. I'd lean on 1 and 7, but you throw a little 3 in, but I know you agree on the 1 and 7.
Yeah.
The next race is tricky. I know. I like a horse that's a huge price in the morning line that nobody likes in Dini's Destiny, who I think's a little bit interesting. But, Greg, I mean, is there anybody in here that I'm not an all guy, but nobody would surprise me in this race.
Yeah, I honestly do. I think it's an all.
Yeah, I mean, if I would narrow it down, I would use the 3 and 5 as my main 2, along with the 7. But, you know,
the 1 scares. I mean,
the 1 scares.
You go
me.
through and like who you want to leave off and who scares you, and you just keep getting more and more that, and they could all jump up.
Because nobody's really. I mean, Udamania Monia ran well last time, but that was the only race that was good. I mean, the 7th race, I would probably use 2, 3, 5.
No Fauci.
No, he can win. I mean, I'd have him as a C somewhere on my backup tickets, but I'd use the 2 and 5 as the main 2, or the 3 as a B.
2's the horse to beat, though, you believe?
I think so. Yeah, I picked it 5-2, but I think they're the 2 horses. They'd be A's for me. I would single key point. I mean, C's I'd use 4 and 7, but only on distant backups. The 7's a wild card, but the 2 is just way the horse to beat. My main 2 in the last would be 2 and 7. The 3 and maybe 4 would be B to C types, depending on how much I want to spend.
7 deserves to be the big favorite. But look, this horse has had
a lot of chances. 6
opportunities now on the grass. Yeah, I thought that last race made it enticing to go after.
Yeah, I mean, the 7, it's hard because the favorite is the horse to beat, but as you say, the favorite by no means has to win the race.
That's a quick look at the Pick 6. Let's go down to Mig.
Would those be the ABCs of handicapping? Anyway, I'm going to talk horses. The 1, Mrs. Bell, she settled down nicely when she got to the track. She was a handful in the paddock and kind of really on her toes and a little bit obstreperous, but I like the way she settled in on the racetrack, and she made a nice impression for sure. The 3, Merger of Equals, was the absolute picture warming up. She would absolutely win the warm-up award, if you will. God, she looked so good under Manny Franco, and not that you would expect anything less from a Chad Brown trainee. And the 6, who I liked beforehand and I continue to like. I liked her in the paddock. I liked her on the racetrack. And I like her post position, Millstone Creek, last time off of, I thought, a trip where she just was never quite comfortable enough. And maybe at a, square 5-1, I'll take my swing there.
All right, Mig, thanks. It begins here. Good luck, everyone. Another $300,000 put into this Pick 6 pool. This is the one right here that it seems like a lot of people are keying in on. A single for many, 3-5 favorite. Merger of Equals only start. It came on the turf. It was a New York bred maiden special weight. And Chad Brown and Klarovich say up for sale today. Let's put this horse drop down a class on the dirt.
Chad Brown is not bashful about dropping the horses when he just feels that they have to run at a level like this to be competitive. Somebody claims this horse and does okay with them, as they did with a horse like Customer Experience. That's fine, but sometimes you just have to move on, and this is the right drop at 3-5. I'm not sure the horse is going to win. That's for sure, but I did pick her.
There she is. So 3-5, and again we had 2 favorites defeated in the first 2 legs of our card today. If this one should lose again, final leg of the pick 5 coming up is going to be really good.
I agree, and if she loses here, it'll blow up the pick 6 too, because I'm sure a lot of people are leaning heavily on this horse.
It all begins right here. Pick 6 carryover. Good luck to everyone. Let's go upstairs. Johnny and Brielle, the call.
There in the gate. And they're off. Mrs. Bell, merger of equals, phenomenal woman on the outside, and Lindsay's Laugh now comes on through. Merger of equals, the favorite, closest to the rail. Lindsay's Laugh is in between horses, and on the outside, phenomenal woman. 3 of them right together. They've got 2 lengths now on Mrs. Bell in 4th, and Millstone Creek is the trailer. Phenomenal woman leads here by a head. Lindsay's Laugh now right alongside. The 2 of them are together. Merger of equals is back running in 3rd and being asked for more here. Quarter 22 and 3. Mrs. Bell is next in 4th, and on the outside is Millstone Creek. Phenomenal woman once again grabs the lead from the first-time starter, Lindsay's Laugh. Merger of equals is next in 3rd and moving up on the outside. Then Mrs. Bell, and at the back, Millstone Creek. Phenomenal woman trying to pull off an upset here. Merger of equals running in 2nd. It is Phenomenal Woman by 2 lengths. Merger of equals driving up on the outside. Mrs. Bell is now in 3rd. It is Phenomenal Woman, and on the outside, Merger of equals. Merger of equals now takes the lead. Phenomenal Woman is back in 2nd. Mrs. Bell is 3rd, and it will be the odds-on favorite. Merger of equals to start the pick 6.
Odds-on favorite look put away and done. Re-rallies to get the win to kick off this pick 6 at 3-5.
She re-rallied in 114.63. Now, in fairness, the last race went 113, so the track's not playing quickly. But if you single this one in a huge play, you might have been a little nauseous around the turn. But at some point, you just find the right field. And Chad Brown found the right field for this filly.
3 straight. Manny Franco. 3-7-1-6. And it looked for a moment like this 13-1 shot. Biggest price on the board. Going to provide some fireworks to the beginning of this pick 6, and then just nothing left in the stretch.
Yeah, and it really did look like she might blow up this ticket absolutely in here, but as it turned out, just the 3. Listen, the 3 was 3-5 partly because there wasn't a lot of confidence in the other horses in the races, and it turned out that she's not a 3-5 type horse, but she's 3-5 in this field.
So merger of equals, start number 2, first time on dirt. Gets the win here at odds on.
See if she got claimed.
Daughter of Unified, Chad Brown, Klarovich. Will she stay with those connections? We'll have that for you when we come back. Odds on favorite to begin this pick 6 carryover on our Thursday card here in Belmont, New York. We'll be back with the prices set up at the start of the pick 5 when we come back.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, Millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Good to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon here in Elmont, New York. Sun shining, gorgeous day here. Program brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Pick 6 carryover begins with the odds-on favorite, owned by Clarvich Stables, trained by the man standing by with me.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And Chad, just having another stellar year, hitting it better than 33%. And it's just amazing to watch how well-balanced your stable is. Dirt horses, turf horses, now obviously, a lower-level maiden. How difficult is it to keep track of everything? You've got so much going on.
Yeah, well, thank you for asking me. When you have great co-workers and teammates, it makes my job a lot easier. So I know I always say it, but it's the truth. So many talented people that work with me every day. So we keep it all organized and terrific horses and owners to like today, we ran a horse where it belonged, and working with Seth Clareman, he's very realistic about spotting the horses and not, wasting too many starts where they don't belong. And it's my job to get to the point with these horses, so to speak, and find out what their niche is or what their ability level is. And, we've been able to do that, like you said, a wide range of different types of horses, turf, dirt, long, short, what have you. And, and my team continues to learn from me and execute the plan daily.
You had an incredible weekend. I mean, you were winning stakes all over the place. New York, Kentucky, wherever you were running, they were running well. Let's talk the Kentucky Derby first. Zandon ran so well to be third and worked out a really good trip. Tell me what you were thinking through the race, and especially turning for home.
Yeah, I was thrilled with the trip. Outside of some bumping at the start, which is expected in most of the horses that start in the Derby early on, you're going to get bumped around a little bit. He took a couple good bumps, but then I thought Flavian did a good job of guiding him to the rail, really saving ground, which we really wanted to try to do at 1.25 miles with this horse. He found epicenter quite early. We talked about maybe a couple different scenarios of horses potentially to follow. He was at the top of the list, and sure enough, he found him in that first turn, and I felt really good at that point.
He really did work out a good, and he ran a terrific race. Where do you go with him now?
So I'm leaning against going to the Preakness. Owner Jeff Drown is on board with whatever I really advise, which is nice. We do it as a team. And I just feel like, although the Preakness is coming up, it looks like a short field, and we'd love another crack at epicenter at 1 3/16 miles maybe, just as they're so close, these two horses, I feel. It might not be the right time to do it for this horse. A little more time I'm leaning towards giving him, and maybe see him resurface in Saratoga. But I'll make a final decision over the weekend.
But you will be represented in the Preakness by early voting.
Yeah, early voting's doing terrific. I'll probably work him tomorrow, either tomorrow or Saturday, his final work, and get him down to Baltimore early in the week next week. And, our whole plan was to rest him, give him that 6 weeks rest in between Wood Memorial and the Preakness, and give it our best shot. And, he's been training really well, and I think he has a really good chance in the race.
Well, I think we saw the best 3-year-old in the country on Saturday at Churchill Downs, but that was Jack Christopher earlier in the card. Great comeback from him in the Pat Day Mile. What are you thinking with him, and how happy are you with that effort?
Yeah, I'd agree. He looks like one of the most talented, if not the most talented of the crop. Unfortunately, missed the Derby, and everyone knows that. You got a late start with him, but what a comeback in the Pat Day Mile off a layoff to run a mile like he did. And he just came back great. He's here at Belmont. I'm in a little bit of a quandary whether to stretch him out or pull him back in distance, which I'd rather stretch him out at this point. But with the Woody Stevens right here out of his own stall, he obviously has a win over the track in the Champagne last year. I'm leaning towards just running him 7/8. It's a grade 1. It's a great race, and then stretch him back out from there.
Well, it's really exciting, and I'm really excited to see what Jack Christopher does from here, guys. A lot to look forward to. Things are heating up.
Great to see that horse come back and do what he did off the bench. A horse who, off that win in the Champagne. He never made it. Didn't make it to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, of course. Looked like he was going to be probably the favorite in that race, and who knows, maybe one of the favorites for the Derby.
Considering how horses have run out of the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, maybe it's better for him that he didn't run in that race because everybody's run so poorly out of it. They might have been in trouble if he had run in there, but all that matters, he's back now, and I guess the alternative would be to run him at a mile and 16th in the Pegasus, a less prestigious race, but to go 2 turns with him to get him to Haskell, both races being at Monmouth, but cutting him back to Woody, as he says, in the backyard, a prestigious Grade 1. I think it's going to be tough to pass up, especially considering he's going to be favored in there. He'll face some good horses, but he'll be a very, very tough horse to beat in there, and Chad will try to stretch him out to the Haskell, and if that works out, obviously optimistically, get him to Travers. And when you look at him now with early voting coming to Preakness, Zandon, and then Jack Christopher, that is as potent as 3 horses. And I'm not going to compare electability to those horses, but he's got a horse going to be one of the favorites in the Peter Pan, who's not even considered in the conversation. So things are strong for him.
Summer's looking good for Jeff Brown in the 3-year-old division. Churchill Downs, their first race on this Thursday card. Getting set for our post parade. They're only 7 minutes away from a start. Maiden special weight, 2-year-olds. Traveling 5 furlongs. This is Overly Doro debuting for Jason Cook.
Yeah, this is I think there's one foal from the Dam running. The Dam was actually a New York bred.
Yeah, first foal was beat 22 3/4 lengths in 2 starts. Sergeant.
That's not good, right?
No.
Okay.
Sergeant Counselor, 3rd in the debut at Keeneland.
Obviously is the one to beat. Lost to a 6-5 favorite that won the race, but 3-5? I mean, that seems a little short.
Get back to Drew's Gold in a moment. Fast forward, John Court for Derek Bright.
A couple horses from the Dam did a little running.
16-1, Tussler debuting.
One of the foals ran in the 60s. Not a lot to speak of. Not taking any money.
Top of my game, another one with experience. Was beat by a Wesley Ward runner at Keeneland last start.
I'm not sure why this horse is 7-1 and the 2 is 3-5. He's got the experience, not impossible. He may not be as intriguing as the one outside of him.
Nice appearance from this horse. Here's Undelay, Steve Asmussen.
Steve Asmussen with horses, second time, 2-year-olds going turf to dirt in maiden races, scheduled turf race, second start, 5 for 19. So he's had some real success with this move. I think this one's very interesting.
And look at this most recent drill from the 8, Jeremy's Jet. It came at Keeneland out of the gate. Quickest to 41 in the morning, bullet drill.
First foal for this one, taking a little bit of money. I mean, no one's getting bet besides the 2. I would use the 2 with the, the 3 and 7 would be where I would go, but I think Undelay is an interesting alternative.
All right, we will get to this first from Churchill Downs on this Thursday evening card. First, we welcome back Paul LaDuca to the program. Paul, we have not had a chance to hear from you in terms of this unbelievable upset in the Kentucky Derby. What were your thoughts?
It was actually surreal, Wolfie. I was actually sitting dead in the winner's circle when the horse crossed the line. And when you hear 150,000 people screaming before the race, you could hear a pin drop when the horse crossed the line. And everybody was looking, who is that horse? Who is that horse that just won that race? And it was so surreal that this horse won. And 2 days ago, I was invited to a baseball game. Shout out to Eastern High School Baseball, where Darren Rogers, Senior Director of Communications here at Churchill Downs, son plays. It was a great time. I actually sat down and talked to Darren for 2 hours. And you know what? He told me verbatim. I talked to Eric Reed. This horse might not run in the Preakness. This horse is doing so well. And Eric told Darren, basically, this is the best horse I've ever had. Now, a lot of these guys here, Pletcher, Brown, and a lot of other guys, Brad Cox, they get horses that go to the Kentucky Derby a lot. Do they get them to win? No, as we see with Steve Asmussen. But to Eric, this is his best horse. Now, the horse has gone back to the farm and is going to start coming back here to train because he loves Churchill Downs so much. They are planning to train here all the way up to the Belmont. The horse is happy as can be. He told Darren he thinks this horse is going to be even a better 4-year-old, and that is the reason why they're backing out of the Preakness. He does not want the horse to be sour. And let me put this into perspective, Greg. To me, I just turned 50. It is the biggest upset in sports history for me in the 50 years I've been alive. To put in perspective, the Miami Marlins are 80-1 to win the World Series. No chance. And the Drew Lock-driven Seattle Seahawks are 80-1 to win the Super Bowl. Put that in perspective.
Yeah, you just don't see. I mean, every once in a while we saw Giacomo with a big upset. Mind That Bird. This was a horse who barely got into it. He got in last minute because of the defection of Ethereal Road for Dwayne Lucas, and maybe even more so because of that. But before that, I think everyone discounted this horse. Just wasn't fast enough.
No, he wasn't competitive on paper, and it took an unusual set of circumstances, and he ran well given the circumstances. But if the Derby didn't have a supersonic pace, he wouldn't have won. He still would have probably outrun his odds. And make no mistake, if this was somehow they had a 20-horse field at Belmont today, he'd be 200 to 1. He wouldn't be 80 to 1. He was 80 to 1 because in the Derby, there's people throwing money on crazy long shots. If it was a highly sophisticated betting crowd, he could have paid $320 to win. I mean, he was a tough horse to make a case for.
Although, we showed his race when he broke his maiden.
With a 64 buyer.
With a 64 buyer. He ran huge, so I know he didn't beat a ton. It was a lower-level maiden claiming race, but he did show his affinity for Churchill Downs that day.
Against horses that can't run.
I don't think anyone thought he had a chance outside of his connections.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody tells you, unless they told you before the race that they like the horse, they're lying if they told you they like the horse now.
So passing again on the Preakness. We hope to see him in the Belmont Stakes. This first race here coming up, we skipped over the 3. We should mention with Drew's Gold, the Dam, 8-time winner, $346,000 in earnings, multiple stakes winner on both dirt and turf, and actually won her debut going 4.5 furlongs.
Pius Ashley. Interesting.
No, the 3.
I'm sorry. I'm going. Oh, yeah. No, I'm sorry. I'm all confused now. Yeah. I mean, I thought this horse was a little interesting. This horse has more pedigree than you normally see for James Chapman. $25,000 for James Chapman, first-time starter. That's like a horse costing $250,000 for anybody else, right? I mean, the guy leads the league in having competitive, very, very low-priced horses. I agree. I think this horse is a little interesting. I would use the 3 and 7 with the 2. The 2 is the horse to beat. Sergeant Counselor was my top pick, making picks for it, but not at this price.
And what about the 6, who has experience at least of a couple of starts, Doug O'Neill?
I think that horse should be a much lower price. I don't think they should be 4 to 5 and 6 to 1. I don't think the last race the 6 ran is that bad. I mean, relatively speaking, Timeform US has figures, and Bayer does not for the 4.5s. Timeform US has topped my game with a 75 last time, and Sergeant Counselor with a 73, and they both have speed. And it's also a trainer change. Now I forgot. I'd written down to look up if it was a private purchase, but it is a trainer change to Doug O'Neill. I think that horse is very dangerous. I'm surprised that horse is that big a price.
So 10 to 1. This is fast forward here. John Court will ride on this debuter, but all the money going to the 2.
It's like the race has already been run the way they're betting it, right?
Well, we saw in a 2-year-old race to kick off our card here in New York, an odds-on favorite, Wesley Ward, who probably 85 to 90% of his debuting 2-year-olds are favored. Is that safe to say?
In
that range?
It's funny, Greg. That's a great question. I should look in Formulator. I'm going to look in Formulator and look up the number. Is 2-year-old first-time stars on all surfaces, and then I'll go by different surfaces. That's a great question. I know you exaggerate a little, but if I told you it was 78%,
I don't know if I was exaggerating.
Right, you wouldn't be surprised. I mean, people say Todd Pletcher takes a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
With 2-year-old
I'm going to look that up.
debuters,
If you think of it tonight, send me a text and ask me if I've looked it up, because I got to get that stat. It's a great question.
4 to 5 favorite here. Start number 2 for this Bolt Doro. Second-time starter coming up. Tyler Gaffleone will be aboard. Travis Stone, the call to kick off our Twilight card here at Churchill Downs.
I'll tell you why it's lower than you think. You know why it's lower than you think.
Here in the gate. And they're off underway with a fast beginning, straight to the front and straight to the rail. Jeremy's Jet runs on to grab second. Sergeant Counselor's hustled along third and toward the rail. Top of my game comes away in fourth. Drew's Gold is fifth. Tussler 3 wide sixth. Overly Doro outsprinted early on seventh, and Fast Forward is at the back. So around the far turn, And here's Jeremy's Jet, who comes on to grab the lead. Underlay trying to keep pace with that one. Sergeant Counselor targeting them from third. Drew's Gold shadowing them from the outside in fourth. These four come to the top of the stretch together. Underlay has re-rallied and has taken back over the lead. Drew's Gold's up into second. Sergeant Counselor's third. Jeremy's Jet gives way. Then it's Tussler in top of my game. 1 furlong to go. And here's Drew's Gold. Drew's Gold on the outside is back in front. Underlay tries to re-rally toward the rail, but it's Drew's Gold in front by half a length, and Drew's Gold scores on the wire by a length in the end. Underlay was second, top of my game was third, and Tussler was fourth.
Drew's Gold, first time out. Jimmy Chapman, Ricardo Santana Jr. talked about how productive this dam was. She won the debut going 4.5 furlongs. Now, Drew's Gold wins going 5 furlongs first out.
This race was just badly misbet. I don't know if the odds changed dramatically if they got to the post, but there's no way the two should have been this kind of favorite, and we said that. The 7, a totally different horse in the dirt, and the 2, 3, and 6, the alternative horses ran 1, 2, 3 in the race, but James Chapman, he had this one ready already, and as we said before the race, not just the pedigree. You know what's interesting about this horse? I didn't even notice this. Did you mention this? Did you see where this horse was training? First training at Belmont Park.
And training pretty sharp by the looks of it.
Ran well in here. And Ricardo Santana. By the way, beating Steve Asmussen. I'm not saying he's trying to beat Steve, but I'm sure he's not unhappy since he's not riding for him as much.
By the way, I mean, that horse who stood out on looks as well, I believe got second, the Asmussen runner. We're going to take a timeout. He is back in New York. Of course, he won that riding title at Saratoga last summer after his Kentucky Oaks victory on Secret Oath. Luis Saez. Stay with us.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
Now I can. I was hearing stuff in my ear. I had everything logged. You guys want me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2. I don't hear myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect.
Back at America's Day at the Races, program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Late pick 5 starts in this race coming up. 6 furlongs on the turf. We start with Anonymously.
Yeah, I think Anonymously is the horse to beat and the justifiable favorite in this race, dropping down to a logical spot.
Grudge, Rob Atras, Kendra Carmouche.
She has speed, and she has at times run okay on the turf. I think Violent Point, and even Anonymously, will be fast enough to keep her at least somewhat honest. And I didn't like her last race, even though she has pads off.
Back on the turf for the first time since Saratoga last summer. Here is Violent Point.
You like this horse more than I do, but I will not disagree with you that she has some good turf sprints in her back. No doubt about it.
Yeah, including a win here at Belmont. Here is the 7-5-2 Shasta Star.
Yeah, the public has figured this one out, Greg. We didn't fool anybody with this one, not surprisingly. And she's taken a ton of money, and she's my top choice, getting the right surface.
Yeah, only turf start came at Kentucky Downs 2 years ago. Ran a number that probably wins here. Jen's Battle, 11-1. Blinkers come off, Dylan Davis.
Yeah, at times she's run okay in the turf, but for the most part, not good enough.
9-2 on Jasminesque. Manny Franco trying to win 4 in a row.
Wow, and Manny rides the heavy favorite in the 8th today as well. She has some races, and she's second off a layoff. I didn't think she was totally impossible in here. She was also wide against the track a little last time.
And Sweet Mission, 10-1, outside post Trevor McCarthy.
Yeah, she's off the claim for Rossi de Paz. She's never sprinted the turf. If you like a Rossi de Paz, you're betting a few dollars.
Big 5 pool, $150,000 and growing. So back to Anonymously, who's now the 9-5 favorite. Off since late January. This was back out on the West Coast.
Yeah, this is her win, or it's the second place finish, excuse me. I think 3 or 4 races back. But you look since then, 2 of her races have been going a mile. She's not a router, she's a sprinter. And the other one was in a tough claiming kind of dash race where she was 19-1. Mike Maker's running on the spot. She belongs. He claimed her for $32,000. He did okay with her, nothing special. He's trying to win a race, and she probably gets claimed. It's the beginning of turf sprint season here. She's reasonably reliable and good form, and I think if you take it apart, she's just running in a race that she belongs in. The one thing that bothers me a little bit is just 3 wins in 9 seconds in her career. She's not a winning type.
Still, she's the 9-5 choice right now. Back to the 7, who Andy likes her, Shasta Star. 29 career starts. Only one of them came on the grass. It was this race 2 years ago, back when she was a 5-year-old at Kentucky Downs.
The question is, what has taken people so long to run her back in the turf? The credit of Orlando Noda, he actually entered her on the turf off the claim. It got rained off, and she got claimed. Now, she won the race at 3-5 off the claim, but I think there's a real argument that the surface she really belongs on is the turf. And with so much turf sprint being offered, I don't know why nobody's run her on the grass since then. I think a repeat of that effort makes her awfully tough in here.
Yeah, a little strange. She does win quite a bit on dirt as well, though, so she has been productive. But, yeah, that turf race was very good. So she's the 5-2 second choice right now. Start number 2 on the grass now as a 7-year-old in start number 30. Despite a win first time out on the lawn. Let's go down to Mig for more.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting race, and I'm a little bit with Andy about Anonymously. I just don't like when horses start compiling way more seconds than wins. It just makes me feel like they don't really want to run past horses. They're kind of very content to run with horses. Horse I thought was pretty interesting, and I really liked the warm-up, was the 2 Grudge. I think Grudge could play out to be the main speed here, particularly under Kendrick Carmouche, and particularly under the warm-up. Gets back to the turf where she is 2 for 5 with a second. And I just thought she was pretty interesting, especially from that pace standpoint. I thought she might be able to shake loose here. The 7, Shasta Star, making a real nice impression on the racetrack as well. Liked her in the paddock. First time for Bob Caceres. I'm a big Bob Caceres fan, and 1 for 1 on the turf. I understand why she's taking money. She's my top selection. I just really liked what I saw from her. She looks very sharp. And you get Javier Castellano. I thought the 11, Sweet Mission's kind of interesting. You know, trainers claim horses usually because they have some sort of a feeling or idea about what a horse might ultimately want to do. And the fact that this horse shows back up in a turf sprint makes me feel like Horatio de Paz claimed her with that idea, that he saw something about her that he just thought turning back would be good for her. And sometimes, and this is no indictment on former connections, obviously Dave Donk does a good job. Mark Hennig does a good job. This horse has been popular at the claim box. Todd Pletcher long before that. Sometimes it changes scenery. Just horses respond differently to different feed program, a little different way of doing things, a little different exercise regimen. So sometimes horses just wake up in a new barn. And I like the fact that he's doing something completely different with her. Makes me feel like he had an idea when he claimed her, and he's trying to see if it works. Maybe it's just an experiment, but at 10-1, I could think of, worse bets, even if it is an experiment.
All right, Mig, thanks. Big 5 pool, over $200,000 here.
We should look at how much was bet in the pick 6, Greg. a lot of which is obviously alive. Take a look with that kind of carryover in today's card. I would bet they get a bet over over $300,000 today. The pick 6.
It did get over 300.
Yeah,
right?
it got 328,000, just under 330,000. Makes sense. You know, you got almost 6 times it because it was a manageable play. It may not hit it, but there were horses to lean on, like the one in the first race and like the one in the 8th race. So I think sometimes when you have these sequences that are just so difficult to put together a ticket, it's a little intimidating, especially for small players.
I thought this race was much more wide open than 9-5 on Anonymously. By the way, this is on the Widener turf course. Rail is out 27 feet on the Widener.
Which is a long way to be out this early. I think we're using the outer part of the course as we get towards Belmont Stakes. When they take it down, they probably won't be down until Belmont week on both courses. We had the inner at 35 last week, which is as far as we ever go. And I believe, I haven't spoken to Glenn Kozak, but knowing Glenn, who's the best of the best, he probably realized there was a lot of rain coming for the weekend, and we knew we had to run those 2 stakes. They're preps for the Belmont Stakes weekend race in Manhattan as well as our New York. So he probably thought if I can move the rails out 35 feet in the inner, we're going to run a part of the course that basically nobody's going to run on for the rest of the meet. So if we chew it up a little bit, it's not the best part of the course. And it ended up being 2 of the only races we ran. We ran Thursday and then we ran 2 on Friday, but it was the right move for sure.
Pace-wise in here, is it Grudge and Violent Point, the 2 and 3 that battle out?
Yeah, I don't think the 1's going to be far out of it. I have to think that Irad's going to leave for position. Grudge is probably faster. But I'm going to tell you something. I know it was muddy last time, and Grudge does take 2 aluminum pads off. I don't pay as much attention to that as some people do. I think it was a bigger factor in the 80s and 70s and before. But Violent Point's not slow, and Gomez is an aggressive rider. So I think Grudge is maybe the speed of the speed, but I'm going to be very surprised when she gets away with an easy quarter. And keep in mind, these courses were they were firm, but they were never summer firm. And we did have over 2 inches of rain here. So while they're listed as firm, I'm not going to be surprised when there's a little bit of give. Is that fair? It's not like it's been nice days since the weekend, but we had a lot of rain.
8-5 now on Anonymously.
I'm not surprised she's a big favorite here. I like the 7. She's 2-1. I mean, they're like betting those 2 and nobody else.
Again, we talked about later in the card, if you're playing this pick 5, seems like still for many, key point going to be a heavy lean in that 8th race, that Chad Brown runner with Manny Franco.
Yeah, that horse is, what are the blow-up races? I suppose this is a possible. They're always a possible. The 6th race could be a blow-up race because, and the last race is a possible blow-up race because if the 7 doesn't win, you'll have to get a square price on everybody else pretty much because she'll be a heavy favorite.
The last race seems like many things could happen.
Yes.
Waiting on Anonymously. Here's Irad Ortiz Jr. about to load for Mike Maker. Paradise Farms, 6-year-old mare, been off since late January at Gulfstream. Just 2 for 21 on the grass. 8 seconds as well, but a heavy favorite here. Grudge steps in. Kendra Carmouche, you would think, going to try and take advantage of her speed, but there's speed next door as well. With Violent Point, there's Shasta Star. Second choice at 2-1. We're set for the start of this late pick 5 on this Twilight Thursday card here in Elmont, New York. Let's go to John Imbrial.
Waiting for Jasmine-esque and Sweet Mission. They're all in. And they're off. Anonymously going out for the lead. Grudge is now moving up in between horses. Violent Point is right there. And Shasta Star will be 4th here in the early going. Then it's a break of 2.5 lengths. Back to Jen's Battle in 5th. To her outside is Jasmine-esque, and it's another 4 lengths to Sweet Mission, who trails the field in 7th. It is Grudge who goes on with it now. Grudge in front by 1.5 lengths. With Violent Point racing in second, the quarter 22-1. Anonymously is down on the inside. And then it is Shasta Star who's moving up a bit now. It is Grudge the leader. Violent Point running in second, anonymously. Down at the rail, and on the outside is Shasta Star. Then comes Jasmine-esque, followed by Jen's Battle, and Sweet Mission continues to trail the half in 45 and 3. Now they're in the stretch. Here is Shasta Star ranging up on the outside to challenge Violent Point. Grudge is now back running in third. Anonymously is moving up, but it is Shasta Star who has the lead. Anonymously takes second. They're coming on for the finish, and it will be Shasta Star over Anonymously. Photo for third between Jasmine-esque and Grudge.
Shasta Star finally back on the grass for just the second time in 30 career starts. Now a 7-year-old mare. She's now 2 for 2 on the lawn.
The game is so difficult. You have to ask yourselves why people make it even harder. Because you look at this horse, and as soon as you saw that turf race, I was looking like, and like I said, I give the noters credit. They at least try to get the horse in the turf. This is the right surface. And we were watching the race, and they said to you in the backstretch, well, it's never a bad thing when your horse you need is sitting fourth behind a bit of a duel. And the one worked out a good trip anonymously. She was just second best.
Shasta Star, Javier Castellano, Bob Placeris, Alex Kazdan. I don't know if this horse is going to stay in this barn, but wherever she winds up, is she going to stay in the grass?
The next time she's on the dirt, the race better be rained off the turf.
We hope so.
I mean, it's not as though she did horrendously on the dirt, but she's just a better turf horse. And like I said, the game is tough enough. Run him in the right surface. Run him at the right distance.
Pretty amazing. It just has not happened for so long of how good she ran a couple of years ago at Kentucky Downs. Proves it. Another chance, another win. 7-1, 10-2. And the second choice on the board here, 2-1. Starts off this late pick 5. I'm going to say goodbye. Acacia Courtney stepping in for me. Clement, excuse me, stepping in for me.
We've been on together for 5 or 6 years.
Yeah.
I think this is the first time ever we've started the show together, and you're leaving before me.
It feels strange.
I'm telling you, I don't think it's ever happened.
Are you upset right now?
I'm going to miss you, but Acacia's here, so, you know, and listen, you deserve it. You got some stuff to take care of with the kid, so that's good. Look how happy he is to be leaving me.
I'm coming home soon. I'm going to be watching the rest of the program, though, on my way home. A lot more coming up. Late pick 4 right after this, and more from Churchill. They're just underway with the first in the books. Early pick 4 is next under the Twin Spires. Stay tuned. Quick break, and Acacia coming up.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, multi-millionaire Shivaji, plus these standout performers. Now his biggest book in the past decade will be 3-year-olds in 2022. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
Is Macoma the one to catch? Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 corner. Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Stay fabulous. Resorts World.
You're
watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. So glad to have you with us as I'm Acacia Clement. Pleased to be stepping in for Greg Wolf for the rest of the show. Andy Serling and the MIG still with us as we are a few races down, pick 6 underway, and the sun is shining. Andy, what are you most looking forward to coming up this weekend, though?
Being here with you. It's been over a week. They kept us apart last week.
I missed you, I know.
It was cruel. It really was.
That warms my heart.
Well, I know, no. Your father-in-law, he might be upset to hear I picked Gufo against Yabir. I'm looking forward to, Saturday is the first big day at Belmont. It's the first day we have strong races. The weather's supposed to be good. The card came up very good. The 5 stakes. The cross-country Pick 5 is actually made across the Belmont infield Pick 5, but they're all stakes and good races backing it up, and the weather's supposed to be nice, and I'm just glad we've sort of gotten over the hump with the colder weather and looking forward to a lot of good stuff.
Absolutely. Grade 1 action with the Man of War and some international flair once again coming up this weekend. But back today, you just saw the 5th race at Belmont Park, and first off the claim for Bob Caceres was Shasta Star. Now 2 for 2 on the turf. Javier Castellano in the saddle.
And before you got here, as I was saying, the game is tough enough. When you make it tougher, it's even tougher. This is a horse that should have been running in turf sprints her whole career, and God knows we run enough of them here. And the only person who's at least tried to get her on the turf since that race was Orlando Noda. He got rained off. But this is the surface she belongs on. She's an okay dirt horse, but she's better on the turf.
You'd have to imagine, since she went right to the turf, we heard Richie talking about intention, claiming a horse with maybe wanting to try them on a specific surface, and Bob Caceres got it spot on with this mare by Reddy's Image, as Javier rode her last time, and he gets the win with her once again today.
Yeah, she got an absolutely perfect trip, but she won quite easily. The favorite finishing second behind her got a good trip as well. She was just second best.
Moving well out there on the track, $6.60 winner over the heavy favorite anonymously for Mike Maker. But Javier Castellano and Bob Caceres get the win with Shasta Star. Early pick 5 returns $214 if you had it. Congratulations. We hope that you are following along with the pick 6s. We had that nice carryover. Total pool was really strong too, over 380,000. Shasta Star ended up going off about 2-1, and you had that short price and merger of equals so far in the sequence.
Yeah, and I imagine a lot of people are alive with those kind of payouts. And, we were talking about, once again before you got on, there was almost 6 times the carryover bet today, and I think it's a reflection of the fact that whether it works out or not, it was a more manageable sequence. Yeah. I think the next race is kind of an odd race, and the last race, there's a heavy favorite, but potential for some oddball winning. Other than that, you've got a heavy favorite people leaned on in the 8th race, and the 7th race probably a bit more manageable.
Little bit of a logical sequence, but good luck if you are still alive after the first 2 legs of the pick 6 at Belmont Park. At Churchill Downs, meanwhile, we got ready for race 2 on this Twilight card. 6 furlong sprint in the second race in this claiming race for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Here's the post-parade Andy, starting with La Turista.
Yeah, there was a huge scratch in this race of the number 5, and this one, La Turista, understandably a long shot.
That means that the number 2, Stellar Grace, is even money off the back of that win.
Probably the speed of the speed in this race, and I don't disagree that she's the worst to beat, but I thought she could face some pressure from the 4, the second choice.
Stepping up to the next condition after that victory, too. Here's the 3, Field Daisy.
Yeah, I mean, Field Daisy's better than some and worse than others, but to be fair, she has races that give her a chance. We haven't seen her in a few months since she was running at Oaklawn.
Here's the 4, Beverly's Charge. We saw her in New York in her last couple.
And she was awful and took money in those races and was awful. Now, she has prior form that's good enough. Maybe Mike Maker feels that she'll run better in Kentucky. We'll see if she can refine that form. I'm betting she does.
The 6, Beachside Bunny, went by. Here's the 7, big layoff for Lucky Carleen.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of Lucky Carleen in here, a horse that's probably better on the turf.
Well, that's the field for the second, Fast and Firm at Churchill Downs. As you go back to the 2, Stellar Grace, we saw her win at Keeneland last time out, coming from off the pace with Flavien Prat aboard. She'll have Florent Giroux today, but you mentioned the pace, Andy, and I think that that's key. Yes, she won from off the pace last time, but she is one that has some natural early foot.
Well, Florent's got to go from the inside. He's right in an even money shot in a race that doesn't have a lot of pace, and you're right. So even though it's hard, I know a lot of people look at it and say, what do you mean? She won last time from 9th. Why would she be in front here? Well, because there was a lot more speed in the race she was running in than is in today's race. And from the inside, I think that Florent's supposed to go. And I don't think he's supposed to fool around. She's the worst to beat. Go to the front.
That's a look at her last win. That was in the non-winners of 2 conditions. So she is stepping up to the next logical level, which does make sense in this condition claiming race in the second at Churchill Downs. Even money right now. The number 4 Beverly's Charge is taking a significant drop in class. She was in good form when our friend Tom Amos had her, and she was running at lower level races than what she had been in her recent starts with Mike Maker. Do you think that that drop in class is going to be the key for her today?
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know, because her races were so bad that she could have been running in the worst races we ran at Aqueduct, and she would. I mean, not only was she abysmal 2 back, and I picked her 2 back. Actually, I picked her second to LaFranco File, ran second by a pole at 30-1. But and then she's eased in her next start, and you just wonder with Mike shipping her back to Kentucky if he feels that maybe she'll be more suited to running in Kentucky. I'm going to guess she gets back to her better races and wins this race, but how can you be confident?
Tough to trust in here. As Andy mentioned, a big scratch of the number 5 Sweet Confusion. So the 6 Beachside Bunny, who is a real wild card in this race, is taking some money, though her 2 wins have both come on the turf. What do you make of her? I know it's a drop in class, but doesn't she feel more like a turf sprinter?
Yeah, I mean, these are the kind of horses that I would like to book every cent that's bet on them because they're betting her because they're looking at her turf races. This race is not on the turf. And while she ran a respectable, relatively speaking, 55 buyer the last time she ran on one of the last times she ran the dirt, or 62, those were off the turf, wet, fast, sealed tracks. Not what she's running against today. I'm not going to, no one will shock me in this race, but I would rather bet on the other horses even at shorter prices. I just don't think this is the right surface.
Raylu Gutierrez, meanwhile, been having himself a great time riding in Kentucky, made a splash Derby week, and of course, did have plenty of opportunity in the Oaks and Derby last weekend as well. I'm sure many more big opportunities to come for this talented young rider who will be aboard at Beachside Bunny. Lucky Carlene, the outsider, off that big layoff, cutting back in distance. It does seem that the one taking the most money in the number 2 Stellar Grace is the most logical, but they turn around and get ready to go into the starting gate.
Right, it's listen, it's obvious. We've got 2 horses, the 2 and 4. The 2's coming off a win, and the 4 is coming off an eased. It's kind of hard for the 4 to be favored, but I think it says a lot about the rest of the field that the 4 is the clear-cut second choice.
I don't know what you're talking about. That seemed like a pretty questionable decision to me. We'll see what happens here in race 2. Even money on the number 2 Stellar Grace as we have this Twilight card continue on at Churchill Downs. This should be a fun card coming up a little bit later on today. Got some nice turf races as well, some competitive races we'll be talking about as we continue on. And, it is fun to see Churchill Downs continue, Andy. There's so much excitement leading into the Kentucky Derby, but racing continues on. Don't be mistaken and think that racing is one day a year.
No, absolutely. I mean, they'll be going until July 4th, an extra week from last year, and they have that new turf course. I'm interested in watching races there because it certainly played kind of goofy on Derby Day. But no, I agree with you. There's a lot of racing left to go at Churchill. In fact, they're just getting started.
We'll see what happens here in the second as they go into the starting gate. Here's track announcer Travis Stone standing by with the call.
And Lucky Carlene. There in the gate. And the rough. Lucky Carlene, good beginning. Stellar Grace broke alertly as well. Field Daisy is also there, and Beachside Bunny comes on through. Beachside Bunny up to grab the lead and strides out to lead by a length. Lucky Carlene is stalking from second. Stellar Grace is up close third toward the rail. Field Daisy settles into fourth, just ahead of Beverly's Charge, who's now fifth. La Tourist is at the back in sixth and 6 lengths off the lead as they head down the backstretch run. 4 furlongs to go. They clicked off a quarter in 22 and 1. 1. Beachside Bunny bounding along up top, leads by length and a quarter. Stellar Grace comes on now. Here comes Stellar Grace with a decisive move up to challenge the top one as they round the far turn. These two locked in battle now. Stellar Grace and Beachside Bunny take off together. They're 5 lengths out of field. Daisy back in 3rd. Beverly's Charge under pressure while 4th. La Tourista cuts to corner 5th. Off the turn into the stretch. Stellar Grace short lead. Beachside Bunny battles on toward the rail, but is second with 1 furlong to go. Field Daisy's 3rd and trying to close in. Stellar Grace grabs the upper hand and now begins to open up. She's clear by 2. Beachside Bunny ran hard. Will have to settle for 2nd to Stellar Grace. Under the wire, the 3-length winner. Beachside Bunny was 2nd. Field Daisy was 3rd. Tight 4th. La Tourista or Beverly's Charge.
Favorite, a winner. Stellar Grace gets the job done under Florence Giroux. She was logical and she ran like the winner.
Yeah, absolutely. With the 4 not showing up at all, it was sort of a fait accompli. And the 4, it doesn't matter where she's running, she's not competitive. And this horse wins 2 in a row.
Looks like no more desire for the racing game, perhaps, for Beverly's Charge. But the number 2, Stellar Grace, with the win over the 6 Beachside Bunny, who did take that drop in class and go turf to dirt. We'll bring you prices from Churchill Downs in a little bit. We'll also talk about more live racing coming up from Belmont Park. The Lake Pick 4 kicks off in this 6th race with the New York bred maidens. More on that after this. Stay with us here on America's Day at the Races.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C, Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Club champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. And you can join Naira Bets and play all of the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200, and you can earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at nairabets.com to earn your $200 deposit match. Beautiful day at beautiful Belmont Park, and we turn the page and get ready for race 6 here. New York bred maidens, the fillies, for $25,000, sprinting on the main track as the field leaves the paddock. A pretty wide open board right now, Andy, as we take a look at the odds.
As it should be. It's very hard to have a strong preference for anybody. I have a feeling the 4, the Christophe Clement first-time starter, is being bet simply because it's a Christophe Clement first-time starter. Though a 4-year-old filly debuting for $25,000, not what you really expect from Christophe. And that horse is probably just bet because. And I'm sure you don't know anything about the horse, and I wouldn't insult you to suggest that you had some inside information. I'm interested in the 3, the longest shot on the board, Deanie's Destiny. I have a little bit of a thought on her, but nothing's going to surprise me here.
The only thing I know about eventually was that she was training in New York last year and was sidelined, and so we do get a chance to see her debut now as a 4-year-old, but no other insight. But she is a first-time starter with a bit of pedigree, though a lot of turf pedigree on the bottom side too, as I'm sure you saw. There was a horse, Majestic Hustler, who was very good sprinting on the dirt, so we'll see how that translates over. But looking at
Sorry.
We'll get there in a moment. Post-parade time. Draw off goes turf to dirt.
Yeah, she's probably going to be a speed towards the inside. Her races aren't good, but they're not so bad that she couldn't beat this field, but she was disastrous as a heavy favorite last time we saw her in the dirt.
Third, distantly 2 starts back. Here's Crosstown Girl off a layoff since February.
We've seen Bill Murray have some success here in New York. He won a race, a maiden race the other day, but he got this horse from Claudio Gonzalez, who wins the high percentage. I won't be shocked if she wins, but I wasn't a big fan.
Deanie's Destiny, you have some interest in her?
I think her first race merits a longer discussion after the post parade. I want to sort of talk about that a little bit. The only race she ran in the dirt.
And here's that tepid favorite, first-time starter, Eventually.
The dam is 22 years old. I think her production was better a while ago, so whether or not she can be reliable. But in a field like this, how good will she have to be?
Co 3-1 right now. Here's the 5, Eudaimonia.
I think she should be the favorite. Her last race, she chased outside against a good rail, and I thought she ran a race that would win here. And I think based on that last effort, she's supposed to be favored.
And to the outside, turf to dirt, second-time starter, Wabanasi.
This is the wise guy horse in this race, and Wabanasi is sort of kind of like prepping on the turf, now go back to the dirt. So that's the reason you would use this horse. But a tough race for a wise guy horse in the sense that, yeah, it's a weak field, but you're not going to get that much of a price.
She did no running on the turf in her first race. But Luis Saez does take the call. Here's a look at the 5, Eudaimonia. This one finished second last time out, you mentioned, with a good effort. I know that she has racked up the races so far, but sometimes they just meet a field that could potentially be manageable for them.
Yeah, and I mean, listen, you have to ask yourself whether you trust her last race or you look at her whole oeuvre of work, because her other races are weak at best. But she ran well in here. This was a gold rail day at Aqueduct. We saw a lot of those in April. She chased outside. She never gave up. Tasty Wave was a surprising, sort of interesting new face. She got it done. But I want to talk about Deanie's Destiny for a second while we have a minute. Well, actually, we got plenty of time, right? Because Richie's not on for this race. Deanie's Destiny, her dam was a very good turf sprinter. One was $400,000 for Linda Rice. But it's a Bernardini, and Bernardini is a very ineffective turf sire. And obviously, Destiny, as good as she was, been a bad producer with turf horses. This horse's first race, obviously got a 13 buyer, and she's not going anywhere from there. But Linda Rice, the trainer, and Linda Rice had it the first time, who's known for having her horses improve dramatically from first to second start. Well, that was a strange race because she jumped up at the start and just took herself out of the race, and she was way back. And Eric Cancel into the stretch had just sitting on her. He hadn't even asked her at all. He kind of shook the reins a little in the stretch, and she kind of took off, albeit in a slow race. But she ran. And unlike some gallop outs, he really kind of eased up on her right at the wire. And, it felt like a horse that probably needed the race first time and would be one of my typical Linda Rice second-time stars to bet on. The horse got claimed. I'm assuming they claimed because a filly, Bernardini, broodmare, good dam. Yeah. A dam and turf. So they try the turf with her. Well, like every other foal from this dam, she can't handle the turf. Now she's going back to the surface. I kind of wanted to bet on her second start. So she's a quasi-second-time starter off a sort of interesting debut in a horrifically bad field. So I don't mind losing a few dollars on horses like this. She could run a 47 buyer and win this race.
We'll see how she stacks up, and for what it's worth, not that it comes as any surprise, I was in the paddock for her last race and wrote, does not look like a turf horse. So she gets onto the dirt today, which does seem to be, based off of her siblings, what she may want. Here's that first-time starter, though, Eventually, filly by Tiz now. And you brought up an interesting point about the dam being older. Typically, and not always, but typically, why you will sometimes see some really early and precocious types is that mares usually have their best production in their first couple of crops. They tend to be the ones who are a little bit more successful, and it's tough to keep that going as a broodmare.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine you look at that. I look at that a lot when I'm looking at mares when you get older. You know, now sometimes you'll find an older mare and she's still producing good horses, and that's good. But in general, you'll look and you'll see like one that has like 3 decent foals and 6 that couldn't run. In general, those 3 came in the first 5 crops. And then you look, and it's just hard. It doesn't mean they can't run, and you still have to look at it. But this horse is 5-2 in here. Now, listen, we've seen the Clement barn with the first-time stars at big prices. They're not a barn that's touting their horse a lot. They're not a big betting barn. So you can see them. But this is such a weak field that people are going to gravitate right away. Oh, it's a Christophe Clement first-time starter. This horse doesn't need much to win. Well, but has to be able to run.
We'll see.
Lukewarm favorite right now.
Yeah, as you would certainly imagine, even in a race like this, maybe even a little bit of a shorter price, I was anticipating on a first-time starter. The number 2, Crosstown Girl, taking some attention at 7-2. You mentioned Bill Morey taking over the training, who has had some success here. Mike Trombetta and Claudio Gonzalez, who had her prior, though, are 2 very high percentage trainers in Maryland, the circuit that she came from.
I agree. Now, to be fair, she ran 43 and 46 buyers for Mike Trombetta. And those are figures that make her a player in this race, especially if Udamonia doesn't run back to the last race. So I can understand the argument for her, and it's not a bad thing to switch to William Morey. What I don't like is this horse was claimed last time by Claudio Gonzalez, who wins at a fairly high percentage, and absolutely stunk the joint up at 2-1. And now Bill Morey has this horse, the same connections coming up here. Now maybe he'll get the horse back to the races, but wasn't this horse supposed to run at least a little bit for Claudio Gonzalez last time? At least a little?
That was surprising. She did not run a step in that race for Claudio. We haven't seen her since February either. It does make sense coming here given that she's a New York bred, but you would have liked to see a little bit something more from her last time out. The number 1, Draw Off, meanwhile, she tried turf and maiden 40 last time. She goes back to the dirt today. She was a very short price 2 starts back off the layoff, though. Do you feel like maybe now that she's making the 3rd start of her form cycle, we could see a better performance?
Well, we could. I mean, I'm not going to, like I said, I don't want to take a stand against anybody here, but that was a muddy track, but it was a muddy Harrow track. I don't think it was a particularly bad track. It's a horse that, and I picked her that day at 4-5, so I'm not, I'm guilty of that as well. She
Sorry
really didn't
for
do any.
bringing up some bad memories.
I got over it. I did better at 4-5. Her race on May 20th, her debut, wasn't that good. The assumption was she'd get a little better. She was dropping into a weak spot, and she could just sort of get it done for a barn that was winning a lot of races at that point, or getting closer to winning a lot of races. They started really right at the beginning of April. She was just awful in there. Now, listen, she'll run better, but I'm not betting her at 5-2.
Favoritism going back and forth between the 1 and the 4 all over the place on this board. What about the number 7, Wabanasi, to the outside, filly by Central Banker? 2 out of the 3 siblings were winners. They were both dirt horses, and she goes to the main track today, but the thing that concerns me, Andy, maybe it was a prep, but she didn't lift her feet last time out.
No, but I've seen Chris Englehart make this move before, and it's kind of a sneaky wise guy move. So I'm not running the window to bet this one, but this is the wise guy play in this race. I used the 3 with a 5 and 7.
Louis Saez, winner of the Kentucky Oaks this year with Secret Oath, Preakness bound.
And he won our first race, and I don't think he's ridden since the first race. He probably needed a nap because he rode that horse for the entire 5 furlongs.
He got his workout in.
Wow.
He really did. Those 2 2-year-olds dueling there in the opener earlier on today. Louis Saez will be aboard the number 7, Wabanasi. Favoritism back to the first-time starter eventually. Filly by Tisnow with that nice pedigree. Let's see if she can run to it at 5-2. Wide open 6th race here as we get ready to kick off the late pick 4. Deanie's Destiny, giving them just a little bit of trouble at the starting gate, but that's what we have, that top class gate crew 4, and they will load her in at a little bit of a jog. We'll send it up to the voice of New York Racing, John Imbrial, for the call of race 6 live at Belmont.
Waiting for Eudaimonia and Wabanzi. There in the gate. And they're off. A good start for draw off from that inside post position, and she's got the early lead. And then it is eventually right alongside Eudaimonia. Wabanzi's on the outside and racing in fourth. Gap of 3 back to the 2 trailers, Crosstown Girl and Dini's Destiny. Draw off leads by 3/4 of a length. Eudaimonia on the outside runs in second, a little more than a length. Eventually is down at the rail, and right alongside is Wabanzi. The quarter 22 and 4/5 seconds. Draw off continues to lead here. It's draw off by a half length. Eudaimonia on the outside. Then comes Wabanzi running in third. Eventually down at the rail is dropped back a bit. And then it is a Crosstown Girl. They are at the top of the stretch. Draw off and Eudaimonia. They remain 1-2 with Wabanzi next in third. It is draw off who has opened up a 3.5 length lead. Now Crosstown Girl moves into second. It is draw off trying to hold off Crosstown Girl. It's draw off the leader. Crosstown Girl is next. Dini's Destiny moves to third. Draw off and Crosstown Girl on the outside. One last surge. Crosstown Girl got it. Crosstown Girl from off the pace to nail draw off on the wire.
Crosstown Girl dropping class and coming here to face New York bred company gets the win under Kendrick Carmouche.
If you told me we were going to have a slower race today than our 4th race, I would have told you were crazy. Lo and behold, we did. 1:15.25, and this race was falling apart in the late stages. Even my 3 was 100 behind, made a run and finished third. I almost wonder if she got
very far back.
Yeah, I wonder if she got the outside, if it could have been a little different. But Crosstown Girl gets it done. Sometimes you just find the right race.
Found the right spot first time against New York bred company. The one draw off looked like she was going to do just that, and she is a little bit of a paddler. I wonder if that is why they tried her on the turf last time out. She was getting very leg weary in the stretch though, as the number 2 Crosstown Girl was able to run her down. And there's Dini's Destiny, who's very far back, closing late to the third.
Yeah, but closing late in a very slow race. This is not one that's going to be that memorable.
Crosstown Girl, got to look at her though. She took quite a bit of dirt in the face, and there's that action from draw off. And sometimes horses that do kind of paddle like that, that higher knee action, they tend to fare a little bit better on the turf. Guess not so with this filly by Gormley. She likes to run on the main track. She'll finish second though, as it was Crosstown Girl. Off a freshening, first time in the Bill Morey barn, and Kendrick Carmouche aboard to get the win. 2-1-3-5 will bring you the results and prices from Belmont Park. We'll also talk a little bit more about the Grade 1 action coming up this weekend, as Yabir, we saw him blanketed with the garland here in the Jockey Club Derby last year at Belmont. He looks for another win. A Big Sandy. We'll talk more about him after this.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside, no confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions, and offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, the only horse to defeat 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Well, King for a Day was basically a clone of Uncle Mo. I mean, good speed, the ability to carry it over distance of ground, real professional horse and a really cool horse to train.
Sire maker extraordinaire Uncle Mo, represented in New York by King for a Day. Visit ihdvstallions.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Day at the Races continues. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. In race 6, maybe it wasn't necessarily pretty, but she got it done. A win nonetheless. Crosstown Girl gets the first victory of her career, coming from off the pace under Kendrick Roach.
Yep. Good ride by Kendrick. Didn't break that sharply, but saved ground and just sort of the race fell apart in her lap. I mean, it was mostly, as not surprisingly, a race where nobody was very good. The first-time starter can't run at all. The 5 didn't run back to her last race. No idea where it came from. The 7, I don't know if she's a turf or dirt horse. My horse is just too slow early, though she got in there late. But she got in there late because the race was just falling apart. This is a race to mark down. You don't want anybody out of this field going forward.
Sometimes the most important handicapping lessons, but Crosstown Girl gets her picture taken. A win's a win, and she picks up this New York bred maiden claiming field, returns $10. In fact, she was 4-1. 2-1-3 in the 6th at Belmont Park, so that'll give you a little bit of value there if you are playing this pick 6. Biggest price in the sequence so far, as we did start things off in the 4th race with that short price merger of equals. A competitive race coming up in the next, in the 7th at Belmont Park. Currently, the inside 2, Fauci and Artemis City Limits, are both 9-5. More in that 7th race from Belmont in a bit, though. Back at Churchill Downs, we get ready for race number 3. 6 furlongs on the main track in this $25,000 claiming race, and this is 4-year-olds and upward. Here's a look at the field. Drina Star will kick off the post parade, and she is currently the favorite with Gabe Sias in the saddle.
She's the favorite. She's supposed to be the early speed, and I am not betting a horse at a short price that was claimed away from Robertino Diodoro. Had this horse twice. She would beat me in here. Or he would beat me in here, excuse me.
Here's the 2 lost in limbo. Tyler Gaffleone up.
I imagine this horse will try to be forward along with Drina Star, as some back races good enough, but the recent one's not.
Going synthetic to dirt, here's Boa Nova.
Don't see anything to recommend about this horse. The dirt races are not good.
It's only run twice on a main track, and nothing inspiring there. Here's the 4, Soaring Bird.
I don't know anything about this trainer, but I'd be more inclined to take this horse dropping down to a more appropriate level. Was simply above his head last time out.
In the past, against Lesser, was a little bit more forwardly placed, too. Here's a 5, Impressed.
Hey, I like the 4 and 5 in this race. Synthetic last time he ran 4 months ago. Back to a dirt surface where he ran fast figures. I was more 4-5 in this race.
Here's Quick Return.
Does drop down in claiming price for a win, but keep in mind, that was a non-winners of 3 lifetime last time, and now he's playing against open horses who won more races.
New York bred running at Churchill. And here's the 7, Feudal.
We should claim him and bring him here. Oh, he used to be here.
Used to be here.
Yeah, I just didn't know if he was fast enough to compete in here. Switchy trainers. Also coming from Oaklawn. I want to take a wait and see if the Oaklawn horses, they had a tough long winter there running on that Oaklawn surface, coming to Churchill, and I'm going to stay away from a lot of the horses coming from Oaklawn until they prove otherwise. 4 or 5 box for me.
Meanwhile, the 5, Impressed, will rematch with Drina Star. They met back in November at Churchill Downs. As we take a look at the starter allowance split sprint, Impressed was 2nd. Drina Star that day was 3rd. We've seen Impressed on the bench since then, whereas Drina Star has continued to run. And for Mike Maker, reclaim for Robertino Diodoro. What do you get from this gelding today?
I don't know. It's a good question. You know, I'm more inclined to sort of stay away from the horse inside. I don't bet Diodoro horse claim from Diodoro at Oaklawn, and I'm certainly not betting him shipping here. I think I think the 1 is a great bet against at a short price, but it does feel like the 4 now is vying for favoritism.
5-2 on that one, along with the number 4, Soaring Bird, as I think that's interesting as well, because this horse, Soaring Bird, was so far back in the last couple starts, but it just seems like he's been over his head.
Yep.
And prior, when he was running in claiming races, he was kind of in that nice stalking position. You imagine he won't be too far off during a star.
Yeah, I don't know how much speed he really has. I think he could
But
be
he
pretty
doesn't
far
need to be
back
as
in here.
far back, I'm
No,
saying.
no, but he was 88-1 last time out. So, you know, you're talking about a horse in the race that had absolutely no chance in. I think Impressed will be much closer to the pace. The inside 2 figure to be the speed. Neither of the 4 and 5 are that quick, and that bothers me a little bit. But I agree. If Soaring Bird is in a more realistic spot, he should be closer.
Well, we head back over to Churchill Downs and our Paul LaDuca getting a good look at this field. Paulie, what do you make of the inside runner, Drina Star?
I'm sort of with Andy here. The Oaklawn horses at Keeneland and so far the early part of this meet here at Churchill have struggled a little bit. And John Ortiz had said earlier in the week that he felt that Oaklawn Park, the horses needed a little time off that racetrack before they ship back out. And it sort of played out. So I'm with Andy here with trying to beat Drina Star. I understand that he is the one to catch in here. I get that. And a lot of people are going to play speed. Here's the thing about the 4 and 5. I also agree with Andy with that. I think they're the best 2 horses in the field. My worry is with Soaring Bird, what has happened in the last 2 starts? He has broken dead last and last. I get it. He was up against a tough group at Keeneland and still got a decent number. But if you go back to that one race at Churchill on November 10th, 2021, probably wins this race. I'm just a little worried now that he's 7. Is he losing a step? Same with Impressed. Now, Eric Foster, very, very good trainer, drops this horse for 25. This is a horse that has run some giant numbers as well. But what do you do at that last race at Turfway Park? You just draw a line through it because it was synthetic. That's why I landed on the 6 Quick Return. And I get it. He's the type of horse that just got out of the non-3 condition, which means 3 races lifetime. But it seems like he's the one that always shows up. You look at his PPs. If you take the 2 synthetic races out and the 1 mile and 1/8 race out at Saratoga, every time that he has sprinted, he has been right there at the wire, and you're getting a decent price right now at 9-2. So I'll go with 6 Quick Return, tepidly.
Paulie, thank you. Quick Return, interesting to the outside now as Thomas Humphreys comes off a win last time out at Keeneland. I know that that was a condition claiming race and is now in an open claimer, but does it concern you a bit that Quick Return, Andy, does drop off a win?
No, because it's not a drop. Because, and I think that's an important distinction, non-winners are 3 lifetime. Once you get out of that condition, there's no non-winners of 4 lifetimes.
Yeah.
You now have to run against multiple winners. Now, I understand the 4 and the 5 have only won 4 races, but the 1 has won 10 times, and the 3 has won 6. So, no, I mean, you lose that condition. It's not a drop. It's very possible the horse is facing a better field.
9-2 on Quick Return as they start to approach the starting gate. Our viewers with Bally Sports Southern California will be leaving us at 6 o'clock. If you are watching there, America's Day at the Races does continue on Fox Sports 2 until 8:30 tonight. Shortly, Anthony Stabile will be joining me on the desk to go through the rest of the card. But Andy and I here for a little bit more, and we have race 3 at Churchill coming up next. We go to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Impressed at mid-pack, fires out first. Soaring Bird is there. And here comes Lost in Limbo. Advancing down toward the rail, and he's on through to take the lead, but Soaring Bird moves with him. Impressed is right there, too. And Quick Return is not far off the pace as Drina Star advances toward the rail. Lost in Limbo on through to take a clear-cut lead down the backstretch. Soaring Bird is on the chase. Impressed is stalking on the outside while third. Drina Star's up close to the pace, 4th and toward the rail. 2 lengths back to Quick Return, who's racing up into 5th. Boa Nova's going the wrong way. Long Shot Feudal's at the back. Round the far turn, 3 furlongs out. Opening quarter, 21-4, 3 abreast midway round the far turn. Lost in Limbo, Soaring Bird, and Impressed. And Draina's Star waiting patiently in behind while fourth. Quick Return cuts to corner 5th, top of the stretch. Lost in Limbo, off the turn, holding on to that lead. Impressed is set down for the drive. Draina's Star's now 3rd. Soaring Bird gives it up, 1 furlong to go. Lost in Limbo still there. Impressed is trying to get by. So too Draina's Star, 16th to do it. Lost in Limbo keeps on going. And Lost in Limbo's a gate-to-wire winner by 2. Impressed 2nd, Draina's Star 3rd, and Feudal rallied for 4th.
Lost in Limbo, able to hold on for the first win since December over a couple horses that just seem to not want to win, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, at least with the 5 Impressed, he was taken out of his game to be closer to the pace. Draina's Star, I mean, he didn't go, so it kind of made it easier, Lost in Limbo, and give Tyler Gaffalione a lot of credit for being aggressive, and that's one of the reasons he wins a lot. But Draina's Star worked out a perfect trip behind them and couldn't pass anybody in the stretch. The 2 gets it done. I don't want any part of the 1 going forward.
Ridden to victory by Tyler Gaffalione, and just announced he'll have the mount aboard. Happy Jack throwing his hat into the ring for the Preakness next week.
Okay, I guess he didn't have a lot of business that day, Tyler, at Churchill.
He's won the Preakness before. I'm sure he'd be happy to get another.
I'm sure he'd be happy too, but he's going to pick up a different mount if he's going to win the Preakness.
Well, on that note, we'll say goodbye to Andy Sterling. I love it. Wouldn't want it any other way. It's been fun, as always, my friend. And we'll see you
tomorrow
through the rest of this week. There's a look live in the paddock, though, at Belmont Park. Maxwell Esquire, currently 5-2 on the board as he makes his first start as a 5-year-old, getting ready for a 2022 campaign. More on Maxwell Esquire and the rest of this race 7 field after this on America's Day at the Races.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. A competitive seventh race coming up next. 6 furlongs on the inner turf. Allowance optional claiming. Here's a look at the field. Couple horses at 5-2. Artemis City Limits at even money as we head down to the paddock and check in with Richard Migliori.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And gosh, it's such a beautiful day here at Belmont Park, and the little breeze is kicked up, warm earlier. Just as pleasant a day as you can have, and no better place to be than Belmont Park. We'll start the 1, Fauci. I tell you what, he looks good. He maybe will benefit from the race and tighten up a little bit more, but I really like what I'm seeing from him. He's training at Payson Park. Phil Antonacci, his trainer, does a good job. Has one good work at Saratoga, Bullet, best of 7 going a half on May 6th. And he's making a nice impression, and he could sit a nice trip right in behind the speed, which I anticipate to be the 2 Artemis City Limits. Horse has pace, has a run going 5.5 where he was tracking a very fast pace and adds blinkers and was ultra sharp here in the paddock under Dylan Davis. I think he plays out to be the speed here. In a race for a turf sprint, there's a little bit devoid of speed. I'm not seeing a tremendous amount of pace on here, which I think hurts the 5 Maxwell Esquire, who's more of a closing sprinter type, and he just may not get the kind of speed he needs to make his late run effective. And I got to tell you, the 6 Duress, I've got a soft spot for this horse. I've always liked him. He's run well off the layoff before, and he looks fit to me. You know, we talk about Tommy Albatrani not being a trainer that usually cranks him up, but this horse looks like he holds his condition pretty well, and I like him 6 furlongs on the turf here, and he shouldn't be too far away, hopefully, with what I think will be a fairly moderate pace.
Richie, thank you. Duress currently 23-1, a horse that always makes such a lovely impression in the paddock. As I'm pleased to welcome in Anthony Stabile here with me on the desk, as we'll be together for the next 2.5 hours or so. Looking forward to covering the Twilight card at Belmont and Churchill with you.
I get to spend Saturday night with you as well. Very, I'm sure everybody is envious of that. You get the A train for 3.5 hours Saturday night. Yeah, looking forward to a beautiful end to the card here. 3 fun races to wrap it up at Belmont. I mean, it's a gorgeous day here, so.
It really is.
Make some money. Let's wrap it up making some money.
I like that. Best way to do it. Here's the post parade for this 7th race. Fauci off the layoff.
First start off a 6-month break. Phil Antonacci's done really well with this horse since coming from the Wesley Ward barn.
Even money on Artemis City Limits. Blinkers on. Can he break through?
As if he didn't have a big enough tactile advantage. The blinkers go on. We'll see if Dylan Davis is as aggressive as he should be from that draw. He's the lone speed.
Last 7 races in the money finishes. Here's the 3 nuclear option.
Gets back to the turf for the first time since September. We'll see how much pressure he puts on. This is a private purchase for Jamie Ness, who does wonders down at Parks.
And his horses running in New York this year have been well meant. Here's the other for Mike Maker, Cucina.
Yeah, been a long time between drinks. This horse hasn't won since September of 2020. That was on dirt up at the Spa. Looking for just his 2nd win on the grass.
Here's the 5 Maxwell Esquire, first start of the season for him.
Looks great. A couple others in here have a little recency, but this horse had a really good year last year, even better 2 years back. He's in for the tag for the first time today.
We'll see what he does today. Another one off the layoff. Here's the 6 Duress.
This is a horse who at one point had a promising future for Tom Albatrani. Wheels kind of came off the bus at the end of 2019, trying to find his winning ways once again. See what Trevor McCarthy does from the outside draw. Huge price on this horse at 22-1.
You can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at NairaBets.com to get your $200 deposit match. There is Artemis City Limits. He has that dangerous early speed, as you mentioned. The thing that I have about this horse, and I've seen him a bunch of times in New York, in Florida, is that he always seems to find a way to pick up a check and not get the win. I wonder if those blinkers on today will help him to, for instance, in a case like this race at Keeneland, go by the horse who is inside.
Well, I feel like if we didn't have some a weak throat from last week, I would sing a little "See a Chandelier" for you right now, because this is what he does. I mean, he's one of these rare horses, Acacia, that has tactical speed and hangs.
Yeah.
You don't see that often. More often than not, horses that hang on the money come from the moon. He doesn't. I think the blinkers and the tactical edge give him that much of an advantage. Does it give him a 3-5 advantage? This has been a little bit of a ridiculous price. When you look at the company Fauci, the number 1, and the 5 Maxwell Esquire have kept in their careers, and even recently.
Those horses both coming in off layoffs. The one Fauci we last saw dead heating with Maxwell Esquire finishing third in the Oyster Bay. He was third behind the Learjet at Kentucky Downs prior to that. He was very consistent in his 2021 campaign.
Yeah. Arrest Me Red's a multiple stakes winner. Chasing Artie's a stakes winner, multiple stakes winner. You mentioned the Learjet who came in and ran really well at Kentucky Downs. Value Proposition's a multiple stakes winner. He's just kept company with good horse after good horse. Problem is, and it's kind of the same thing with Maxwell Esquire, they're giving the speed in Artemis City Limits the recency as well. A 6-month layoff for Fauci, a similar layoff, a five-month layoff for Maxwell Esquire. Here's Fauci just missing to Arrest Me Red. At one point, these two were stablemates.
They were at one point. Fauci, second by a neck in the Mahoney. Not easy to miss with that big white face as he comes closing, unable to get by Arrest Me Red that day. Has been with Phil Antonacci throughout the majority of his 2021 campaign and now makes the first start of 2022. For more on Fauci, let's go back to Richie.
You know, Keisha, I liked Fauci in the paddock, and I started to like him even more on the track. And I still think that this race will probably move him forward. But, you know, sometimes I overestimate or, you know, underestimate a horse's fitness when they're coming off layoff and turf sprints. He's fired some really good workouts between Payson Park and Saratoga, and he won me over in the warm-up. I'm going to pick the one, Fauci. I think he can sit right in behind Artemis City Limits, who I would have to believe is going to be on the lead, particularly with the addition of blinkers. I just don't like him at 3-5, and I think Fauci just makes a lot of sense because Fauci looks really healthy. See what I did there?
Leave it to Richie to find a way. I love it. Fauci, we'll see if he can get the win. Really seemed to turn things around back as a 2-year-old. We saw him starting out here in New York. One of the very first races in that odd 2020 year for 2-year-olds. Turned things around once he was able to get onto the turf and has turned out to be a respectable turf sprinter. Meanwhile, Maxwell Esquire, who he faced in the Oyster Bay. Maxwell, who came from last that day to dead heat for third. The wheels kind of fell off with a disappointing performance in the Aqueduct Turf Sprint last time out, and as is typically the case for this New York bred, put on the shelf before coming back here in the spring.
Yeah, he's out of all of his conditions. He's out of his state bred conditions. He's out of his open allowance conditions. The stakes company did prove to be, the water proved to be a little too deep. And he's in for the tag today. Still a full horse. You know, he's the other horse. Again, the problem is the recency and the decided tactical edge, to me, that Artemis City Limits has, Other than that, there's really no knock on this horse. He's 4 for 10 at Belmont Park. You know, his running style is conducive to the big sweeping turns here at Belmont. You know, more often than not, unless we get one of those runs where speed just reigns supreme, you know, these courses are really conducive to his running style. And if he had a race under his belt, I would probably give him a little bit more of a chance. But because he doesn't, I just think it plays to the favorites, into the favorites' hands.
I mean, you look at the race like the Oyster Bay, 2 starts back, and that was going 7, which maybe a distance that he likes perhaps a little bit better as well. And he was second last. The pace held together with Value Proposition was forward that day at a swing wide and close. And so you do know that he needs to get a little bit of a pace setup, which could potentially not materialize him here.
Andy seems to think Nuclear Option is going to show some speed today.
Ruben Silvera is usually very aggressive when he comes here to New York.
Yeah, I thought he was going to be aggressive on one earlier. He broke 5th. So I'm just curious, you know, Dylan Davis, who has become one of the more, I never thought these words would come out of my mouth. Dylan's become one of the more aggressive guys we have in the room here, and I'm proud of that. I would imagine he is going to use his charges speed in here. 3-5, though, just a tough price. I picked Artemis City Limits to number 2, but it's a tough price, Acacia. It's a very tough price to take because our morning line odds maker, David Aragona here at Naira, is the best in the business. He had Maxwell Esquire, the 2-1 morning line favorite, and this horse is 3-5. He had this horse 5 to 2. This horse is 3 to 5 now, 4 to 5. That's a lot of money, and I think people are just looking at I think the recency and the speed edge are just two, decided advantages.
We have a sharp betting public here in New York who pays attention to those kinds of things. Meanwhile, Maxwell Esquire with Irad Ortiz in the saddle. A little bit cool, I think, at 3 to 1. We'll see how things do play out. 4 to 5, a very short price, though, on Artemis City Limits as we sprint on the inner turf in the 7th race. Looking forward to this one. Here's John and Brielle standing by with the call.
Waiting for Maxwell Esquire and Duress. Ready now for race 7. And they're off. And they all came away to a good beginning with Duress out for the lead. And there goes Artemis City Limits. Cucina is there. And Nuclear Option now moves on through. So it is Artemis City Limits with the lead. Nuclear Option runs in second. Fauci is down at the rail in third. Cucina's on the outside and in fourth. Maxwell Esquire and Duress are the two trailers. The odds-on favorite, Artemis City Limits, has opened up a 3-length lead. Nuclear Option runs in second. And then it's Fauci down at the rail with Cucina alongside. The opening quarter, 21 3/5 seconds. Artemis City Limits has a 4-length lead now. Fauci has moved off the rail and is on the outside of Nuclear Option. Maxwell Esquire advances now into fourth. Then it's Cucina and Duress, the half and 44 3. Artemis City Limits. Here comes Maxwell Esquire on the outside. Fauci is between those two. So it's 3 of them across the track inside the 8th pole. Here is Maxwell Esquire with a narrow lead. Artemis City Limits continues to battle on. Fauci is in third. They're coming on for the finish. Maxwell Esquire is the winner. Artemis City Limits finished second. Fauci was third.
Maxwell Esquire off the layoff finds the winner's circle in those very familiar silks and some geese out there on the track. Let's get out of the way here, birds. They're moving now. At least it's on the gallop out. But Mrs. Generazio, Patricia Generazio, if you've watched New York racing at all, I'm sure you've seen those silks in the winner's circle many times.
I love watching these hubby races, what I call them now, with Acacia. They're the best because it's usually me doing the rooting. Now it's Acacia, and I turned to her at the 16th hole and I was like, this is a dream come true. You have to get by Artemis City Limits. I mean, if you are going by a horse on the grounds right now, this is the horse you want to go by because Dylan Davis did everything right. He went fast early to try and get the hang out of this horse. The fact of the matter is, if you watch this replay, Acacia, he's waiting on horses. Even on the front,
he was
even
dying
on the front
for some
end.
company.
He's looking around. He's waiting for horses to hook him. And then the funny thing is, he kind of fights back a little here, right? He's got Fauci in between. He's got Maxwell Esquire, the eventual winner, ranging up 3 deep on him. And he's trying to fight back here. But there's just something. He just doesn't. He's like the Tin Man. He's got to go find the heart somewhere because he just doesn't want to let it. He just doesn't want to go back by horses.
It's so
seen it. I've never seen a horse like this.
And the pace was quick, but he didn't look like he was going that fast. You and I commented on that for Artemis City Limits. Dylan Davis did everything right. Let him go. As we saw, Irad Ortiz and Maxwell Esquire second last early on, but a horse that typically runs well off the layoff and did so again today.
Yeah. Ran really well. Christoph had this horse ready to roll first time out. Good ride by Irad. He tried lugging in a little bit at the 8th pole. Yeah. Irad corrected him as one of the strongest guys in the room. That's what's going to happen. And again, he's getting to go by a horse that is just piling up seconds and thirds at this point in his career in Artemis City Limits.
You thought that was rooting. It should stand next to me when Gufo runs on Saturday. More on the Man of War after this. And, of course, bring you prices from the 7th race at Belmont Park. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
He was just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the Law pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the Law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law. Tis the Law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Game winner first got started and ran a very, very impressive maiden race to Del Mar. Came back in the Del Mar Futurity and again won very impressively at 7 furlongs, and then just continued that unbelievable 2-year-old year. Went on to win the American Pharoah Stakes at Santa Anita and then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, and then was obviously crowned 2-year-old champion. Got the precocity to do that, plus the stamina and everything that his whole family indicates.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's fourth. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race. Oh! Oh!
America's Day at the Races continues, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Maxwell Esquire closing in the 7th made it a thriller, able to run down Artemis City Limits, who just does not want to get his picture taken.
Win number 2230 for a guy who was once again robbed of Hall of Fame induction this year in the National Museum of Hall of Fame up in Saratoga Springs, New York. As you can tell, I'm a little salty about it, vacation.
Well, let's hear a little bit more from him. Trainer Christophe Clement standing by with Richie.
Yeah, I couldn't agree any more with Anthony, but that's a story for another day. We're in the winner's circle, so it's time to celebrate Christophe Maxwell Esquire. I didn't think there was a lot of pace to help set up his late run, but it turned out to be plenty of pace on.
And absolutely. I'm a firm believer you should never change a horse's style, and we talked in the paddock with Avad beforehand, which was just, wait, save, go, and make one run. We had a perfect trip. I'm delighted, he belongs to Mrs. Generasio. We've been long, loyal supporter of the stable, and I'm just thrilled.
He came off a layoff, Christophe. How difficult is it to get a horse ready off a layoff?
Well, I don't think it's that difficult. I'm lucky because, most of my owners give them the winter off. That horse came back like around mid-March in New York. He's been working, and he's been working pretty well. I just think sometime on the grass, well, you've got to be probably a little bit tougher when you bring horses on dirt, because the level of fitness is a bit higher when you run on dirt. And on grass, just keep them sound and happy, and they'll do the rest.
You brought up Patricia Generasio, the Generasio family, longtime supporters of you, giving you horses. How much of a luxury is to know families of horses, to see similarities with siblings or having trained parents?
I think it's great because you get to know more, and you just there's not as much as a guessing game, but they've been amazingly successful, very reasonably. They don't breed to fancy stallions and everything, but they've done a great job over the years, and I'm just lucky to train some for them.
Well, congratulations here, and guys, somebody who's done a great job over the years and continues to do a great job, Christophe Clement.
I'm biased, but I couldn't agree more, Richie. Maxwell Esquire returns $8, and Richie's absolutely right. You look at Patricia Generasio, or late husband Frank, the impact that they left on New York racing and breeding. I got a chance to go to the farm in Ocala with my husband Miguel, of course Christophe's son, just about a month ago, and see some of the yearlings there, and it really is cool to follow the families of what they've been able to breed.
You think about some of the more historic silks, but if you're a local guy like I am, and I spent a lot of time, my dad had horses in Jersey my whole childhood. I've been seeing those silks for 35 years.
Just incredible, the mark on the game. Here's the 4th at Churchill. Meanwhile, Black Panda down to the inside, and we'll get to her a little bit more momentarily. Here's the 2 first-time starters, Slam Diego.
Yeah, first-time starter gets Lasix. Cairo Prince out of a distorted human mare, maybe a prep for the turf.
Here's the 3, Belle Aria, Turf to Dirt.
Speaking of turf, cuts back in distance, drops in class, and goes back to the main track. We'll see if he can improve. She can improve off her debut.
A lot of changes today. Here's the 4, Pontiffany.
0 for 10 for a barn that's still looking for their first one on the year. Good second last time down at Oaklawn Park when dropping in for the bottom.
Hannah's Haven is next.
First off the claim for a barn who's run a handful of horses this year. First start on the main track with Lasix was pretty good last out.
Blinkers on the 6, High Value Target.
Yeah, gets a pair of blinkers for the second start. Greg Foley, real good numbers dropping from the special weight ranks in for a tag.
Here's the 7, Scooch.
Hey, I like this horse's name, Scooch. Decent work in the mud over at Keeneland, gets Lasix for a barn that's a little quiet first time out.
And here's the number 8. I'm sure we all have some of these in our closet. Race Day attire.
Yes, finished third last time out when actually raising up in class. Now drops to the bottom at Churchill Downs. Square price at 5-1.
Tepid favorite, Black Panda to the inside off a layoff as we welcome in once again Paul Duca. Paul, what do you make of this inside filly at taking that drop in class?
Well, she's taking a ton of money, too, in the pick 3s, Acacia, as well. She's actually the lowest payout. And when you look at her 2 numbers at Aqueduct. Obviously, she's a New York bred, but they were good New York bred races that she's come out of, at least number-wise. So she runs back to those races. She's probably going to be very tough to beat. She's going to be forwardly placed. Slam Diego's the interesting horse to me, the 2. This horse is 3rd or 4th in the Will Pays. You're getting Raylu Gutierrez for Jordan Blair. This filly by Cairo Prince. Worked a nice little 49 and change at the Churchill Downs Training Center, which is a lot slower. He's 21%. He's also 40% debuting maiden claimers. This is a confusing race, and I also think the 8 Race Day attire. Jason Barkley won the last race on opening night here on Saturday at the Downs. And, you know, this is a horse that improved a little bit since they've taken the blinkers off. Now has had time, and a filly that can improve. So I started off my pick 5, guys, 1, 2, 8.
I like it, Paul. Thank you. Taking a look at the number 6 high value target. She didn't do much running first time out, but that was in maiden special weight company against fellow Louisiana breds. But she takes a big drop second time out.
Yeah, you know, this horse, and you look at the state bred races, right, Acacia, and you say to yourself, well, maybe it's not as big a drop. She comes out of a race that went pretty fast, 114 and some 111 and some change rather. Did not have the great start. She took some money that day, and enough money to convince Tyler Gaffalione and his agent to take the mount in here. The barn has, in the last 2 calendar years, 21 and 22, 4 for 8, dropping out of any special weight race into a maiden claimer. I mean, 50% is 50%. I know it's a small sample, but you know, for a barn that doesn't run that many horses, that's between the blinkers, Tyler Gaffalione's presence, and those numbers, I think this horse is kind of a no-brainer if you're looking to beat the favorite in here, who I had enough of Black Panda in her 3 starts in New York. I tried her all 3 times. Yeah, I tried her all 3 times. She had the voided claim in September. Now we don't see her for a little over 8 months. If she can win, and if I was playing a pick 5, I would obviously use her, but I'm going to try high value target here, the number 6.
Into the gate for the 4th race at Churchill Downs. We go to track announcer Travis Stone standing by with the call.
No, man. Getting ham.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Race Day attire and Pontiffany, those 2 out the best. Black Panda fires up on through. Black Panda on through to the front, and Slam Diego comes on as well. But it's Black Panda in front down the backstretch run. And here comes Race Day attire back up to grab second. Slam Diego is right there third. Pontiffany's in tight 4th. High value target fifth. Scooch's 6th. Hannah's Haven advancing inside 7th. Passing horses quickly down inside, but now in tight right in behind Black Panda. Bel Aria is the trailer. Far turn, 22 seconds flat for the opening quarter. It's Black Panda in front, hounded by Race Day Attire, who's right there with 3 furlongs to go. Hannah's Haven has given more rain, but still on hold third toward the rail. Pontiffany's racing 4th. High value target is 5th. Bel Aria to 6th within 5 of the lead. They're at the top of the stretch. Black Panda, Race Day Attire head-to-head off the turn. Hannah's Haven pops outside. Pontiffany fights on, 1 furlong to go. Here comes Hannah's Haven, who quickly comes up alongside of Race Day Attire and blows on by. Hannah's Haven works out a perfect trip and finishes full of run. Hannah's Haven streaking under the wire, wins it by 6. Race Day Attire, Pontiffany, Black Panda.
Hannah's Haven, much the best here. First off the claim for Steve Capps. Rafael Bejarano in the saddle.
She looked like she got shot out of a cannon at the 8th pole, Acacia. And really just as easy a win as you're going to see. Her race last time in for the 10, which was clearly the bottom she's ever run. just 8 days ago, she showed speed from just off the pace today. She won by about a 10 or 12 lengths here tonight.
She was very impressive. As we saw, Black Panda, the one, set the pace. She ended up fading as the favorite, but the number 5, Hannah's Haven, with the win, and what looks like a terrific crowd on this Twilight Thursday at Churchill Downs. Back at Belmont Park, we get ready for the 8th race, 7 furlong allowance race for the New York breds. If you were playing that pick 6 with the carryover today, Key Point might have been an anchor for you. As we'll go down to the paddock, check in with Richard Migliore. Richie, does this call look like he's 1-9?
Yes, he does. Key Point, son of Into Mischief, homebred for Jeff Drown. I mean, you know, the Into Mischiefs tend to carry weight. They're thick-bodied, full-bodied, good-boned horses, and I think he looks so much fitter from the race off the bench. I mean, he ran well that day, and I think there's a huge step forward in him. There was a huge step forward from 2 to 3, but I just think he looks like he's come together even more since that race. And I really can't see past Key Point. I mean, I can talk about some other horses here. Kid de Oro looks very sharp here in the paddock. His dirt races are all good. He was well beaten last time they met. Key Point beat him about nearly 5 lengths when Key Point was beating the nose. And I just don't see how he can close the gap. Talk about the 5, Color Me Patsy, a little bit. I don't think he's fast enough or good enough to beat this group. But he's a horse just that we need to keep an eye on. He has some bad gait issues, and a lot of times has gotten himself left or compromised at the gate from acting up in there. Last time he actually was very good, minded his manners, broke sharp, took the field gate to wire. I think this is a different level of animal. And the 7, Montebello, is very interesting. A horse that ran only once against New York breds last summer, makes his first start in the John Terranova barn, even though all his works have been at Santa Anita, and a very strong work tab, as a matter of fact. He's by Curlin. He's out of a mare, Beautiful But Blue, bred by Chester and Mary Broman. And the maternal grandsire is El Corregidor. And I always find it so interesting looking at horses and trying to fit the genetic pieces together. He is strikingly similar to El Corregidor. I'm seeing his maternal grandfather come at him. He walked by me in the paddock, and for a split second, that was the horse that jumped into my mind, El Corregidor. And then I look down at the pedigree, and I see this horse who looks outstanding, getting Lasix for the first time, making his first start as a 3-year-old, and he's got an impeccable pedigree.
He is definitely the interesting wild card of this race. Richie, thank you. Montebello, $400,000 son of Curlin with that pedigree. We'll talk more about him. We'll also take a look ahead to Saturday's Man of War. Yabir and Gufo will go head-to-head as the Grade 1 winners match up in our first Grade 1 on the turf of the meet at Belmont. More on that after this. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at NairaBets.com or download the app today. There's a look at beautiful Radio City and a nice look at the Belmont infield, the flag blowing in the wind.
Of course, the flag.
Mitch Levitas loves a good flag. Here's a look, though, Anthony, at the Saturday stakes schedule. It's jam-packed, of course, highlighted by that Grade 1 Man of War. Terrific card coming up on Saturday. A big day with 5 graded stakes, and the Man of War is our America's Best Racing race of the week. And you've got some heavy hitters in there, that's for sure. The Man of War goes as race 8, a mile and 3/8 on the inner turf. Gufo and Yabir, Grade 1 winners. Yabir, of course, winner of the Breeders' Cup Turf, as we'll get a chance to see him stateside once again.
I loved his races last year. Both of them here, the Jockey Club Derby here at beautiful Belmont Park, and then this win, a scintillating performance, to steal a word from Trevor Denman, who may have called this one 20 years ago. I mean, you see him there in the blue. He's going to circle 3-4 deep, and he's just going to storm home, much like he did Acacia here at Belmont Park. Nice horse. He's already run twice this year. Dubai Shima Classic, he was second, and then he was second just 16 days ago in at Newmarket. Now he's got to ship, he's got to come in, and he's got to catch our boy. I know he's yours, really, Gufo, but I'm a big Gufo fan as well. He's got to come here off a short rest, off a quick turnaround, and, you know, I mean, obviously, what's fun about that Saturday card is we're full of races like this. You got returning Breeders' Cup horses, you got some champs coming back. It's a fun card, and he is the defending male turf horse Eclipse champion. Looking forward to seeing him run, and here comes your man.
Well, as you can see, Yabir is here on the grounds at Belmont Park getting acclimated after that second in the Jockey Club Stakes at Newmarket last time out. But Gufo, last year we saw him come off the layoff and make his first start of the season in the Man of War. This year, as he was training all winter at Payson Park, he had a prep down at Gulfstream Park on the Florida Derby undercard in the Pan American. And it looked like a Bond that day was going to get the right kind of trip. Gufo ran him down impressively.
So here's what you have to like about this. That's a place, Gulfstream Park, that he's not supposed to win at, right? Those tighter turns, the shorter course, especially now where there's basically 2 courses that was won. That's number one. Number two, it's his first start off the layoff. These horses that come from off the pace, they're usually up against it from off the pace. Now, he has that race under his belt, unlike last year where he ran in a Grade 1, going 11 furlongs fresh. For me, I'm all about Gufo. You can catch everything over at Naira Bets. We got blogs up covering all 5 of our stakes races. The Man of War is part of the stakes roundup. Our must-bet race of the week is the Peter Pan, which we'll talk about later. And, of course, that cross-country pick 5 this week is going to be all 5 of our stakes. Here at beautiful Belmont Park, we'll put a ticket up. We'll have a ticket for you this weekend.
I like it. Andy called it the Cross Belmont Infield pick 5 sequence.
Well, if we go from here to the TV
trailers, yeah.
compound, it's about
we basically are cross country. Yeah, it really is. It
Take
certainly
the R
is.
out.
you cover plenty of ground there. Yeah, cannot wait for that Man of War coming up on Saturday. Again, Grade 1 Man of War will go as race 8. More on that race and some of the other stakes later, but we have this post parade next for race number 8, starting with a long, long time ago.
A long, long time ago, this horse broke his maiden first out and looked like he was going to be okay. Wheels have fallen off. Late equipment change to blinkers on today. The 3rd star for Steve Asmussen.
Here's your big favorite, Key Point.
Yeah, he's running fast enough as a 2-year-old to keep up with these horses. His 3-year-old debut was sensational. It came with he got beat by an otherworldly performance from Mass Marauder.
First start of the year for the number 3, Dr. Blute.
Yeah, I wonder if this is a jumping off point for turf. This horse has bounced back and forth between surfaces. We'll see what Doc Kimmel has in store for him. He's a big price at almost 30 to 1.
Trevor McCarthy going to be in the saddle. Here's Kid Doro.
Yeah, ships up from his Parks base. He's been hot and cold in New York. Jamie Ness's barn is heated up in the Big Apple. This horse is over 2 at Belmont, though.
Faced New York breds on both turf and dirt recently. Here's the 5, though, Color Me Potsy.
Richie brought up some good points about him. He could be a little bit of a bad actor, but when he shows up with a big race, he runs really well. Last time out, he went gate to wire. The water's much deeper today, though.
Win for gold. Big step off that first out maiden win.
Yes, the horse he beat last time in the prohibitive favorite came back to win a New York Stallion Series race, but the water's deeper here for this 4-year-old.
And the wild card, number 7, Montebello to the outside.
You get Lasix, you get him coming back to New York. He ran in the funny side up at Saratoga just 20 days after breaking his maiden at Del Mar. And he ran a respectable second to Senbei, who will be back on Sunday. Senbei on Sunday. Got that right.
That's my boy.
I'll tell you what. This horse, he's not as fast as Key Point was as a 2-year-old, but with a little improvement, this might be the coldest 2-7 you've ever seen, my dear.
We'll talk a bit more about his Capote race last time out in a bit, but I want to remind everybody you could join Naira Bets today and play the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to get your $200 deposit match. Taking a look at the heavy favorite, Key Point, colt by Into Mischief. He was off of a race, off of the layoff, meanwhile, from August to April. Came back behind Mass Marauder last time out. Finished second. He looked done, Anthony. And then he came back to get beaten just by a nose.
He idled just a bit, right? And it looked like he was just going to be a little bit short, but then he remembered he was trained by Chad Brown, who does not know how to run a short horse, and he just kept on plugging away. Mass Marauder, I don't know where this performance came from. You see Key Point wandering a little bit in the lane. I wonder if he stays straight if he gets to Mass Marauder that day. Mass Marauder kind of held him at bay, though, past the wire. So Mass Marauder just came with a huge performance that afternoon. That was back when the Rudy Rodriguez barn was really going guns blazing. No, it could do nothing wrong. Still been pretty hot, but back then it was really when it was starting to catch fire. I mean, if he comes with anything close to his last performance, he's going to put a hurting on these horses.
A 95 buyer speed figure for that second place performance. For more on this field warming up on track, let's go back to Richie.
Yeah, guys, and again, I really can't see very far past the 2 Key Point. You know, he's a deserving favorite. I can't give out 1 to 5 shots, even though he continues to look spectacular on the racetrack. Got a great warm-up. And I really like when a horse is owned by the breeder. You know, so much goes into, you know, just planning the matings, and someone has to have that vision and creativity to decide what mare should go to what stallion, and obviously Into Mischief, big investment, one of the most successful stallions in North America. So I like when breeders are rewarded keeping the horses they bred and racing them. So I applaud the connections. I'm going to take a little bit of a stab with a disclaimer with the 7 Montebello. You know, just his 2-year-old races were very good. He was asked to do a lot. I think Anthony made a great point about shipping to Saratoga, you know, from Del Mar only 20 days after he broke his maiden. Senbei was a very, very good and precocious 2-year-old New York bred for Christophe Clement. You know, then he ships back to Los Alamitos race course. He runs a good second there in a restricted stake. A lot of times horses will make a huge step from 2 to 3. Physically, he looks fantastic. I think he looks like a man. He grew up a great deal. He gets Lasix for the first time if you kind of incorporate those 2 things. I also think that he'll appreciate being outside because he is a big son of Curlin out of that El Corregidor mare, Beautiful But Blue, who is by out of Beautiful America and very nice stakes performer for the Bromans. And I think he'll be able to get in a good rhythm. And we've seen Flavian Pratt make a real nice impression just starting in this colony and made a deep colony even deeper.
Isn't that the truth? Richie, thank you. Flavian Pratt will be aboard Montebello, who we last saw in the Capote at Los Al last time out in September. And he looks like he has a little bit of trouble keeping a straight course. And I thought Richie brought up an interesting point in that he is drawn outside. He was kind of swapping leads, a little erratic in the stretch in that race, and was just second best. And he was second best to a wire-to-wire winner in the funny side as well. Maybe he's physically matured. You would expect now as a 3-year-old, Anthony, he'll have mentally matured as well.
But you hope. Right? You hope they take a step forward. The problem is we expect things out of these animals, out of these horses, and sometimes they decide that they're going to do the exact opposite.
Yes.
And that's one of the beauties of this game, right? George Velasquez, the Hall of Famer, once said the game is a beautiful disaster because it's not a science, right? And we can hope they're going to do this. Tell you what, he has some catching up to do with Key Point because we already know what Key Point can do as a 3-year-old. That race was sensational last time out, right? He caught a wet track. He was off the long break. He ran against older horses for the first time. If Montebello it can improve from his 2-year-old form to 3 the way Key Point did, he's got a chance to upset the apple cart here. He's going to need Key Point, though, to kind of come back down to earth if that last figure, if he runs that last figure, Acacia, he is going to be super, super tough.
So impressive, so game. Last time out, Key Point, a heavy favorite at 2-5. In for race 8 at Belmont Park. Here's John and Brielle.
Old and Montebello. They're all in. And they're off. And it's a good start for Key Point, who is up with the front runners. It is Dr. Blute. On the outside is Win for Gold, and splitting those two, Color Me Patsy. Color Me Patsy has the lead. And then Win for Gold and Dr. Blute right together, second and third. Key Point is now back running in fourth and has dropped 4.5 lengths from the lead. Montebello's on the outside, next in fifth. And then it's Kid Doro and At the Rail a long, long time ago. First quarter, 22-2. Color Me Patsy, 3/4 of a length. Win for Gold on the outside, runs in second. Dr. Blute is down at the rail in third. And then it is Key Point, who hasn't been asked as yet, in fourth right now on the outside. As they go around the far turn. On the outside, here comes a Win for Gold. Up to challenge, Color Me Patsy. And now Key Point is moving up. As they come for the top of the stretch, it is Win for Gold, and Key Point now moves into second. Color Me Patsy is back in third. Then Dr. Blute and Montebello. It is Key Point right alongside of Win for Gold. Key Point and Win for Gold, and now Key Point has taken over the lead. Win for Gold is back running in second, and Dr. Blute is next in third. They come on for the finish. And it's been a big Twilight Thursday for jockey Manny Franco. This is his 4th win on the card.
You heard Johnny I, 4 on the day for Manny Franco as he pilots the favorite Key Point to victory, and he looked to be the best on paper. Was the best on the track as well.
Yeah, nice second start of the year for Key Point, who had a good trip and just. He dealt with a pesky Win for Gold. I'll tell you what, I liked Win for Gold's second start as well.
He ran well.
Yeah, he really did. He ran into a nice horse in the winner in Key Point, and I think they both might be okay. You see, Key Point, Acacia, he's still kind of figuring things out. Even when he gets past Win for Gold, kind of wandering between the 3 and 4 path, and then finally, much like he did last time, the closer they got to the wire, it's almost like he knew. He kind of leveled off and figured it out and just got there. But that was a nice performance from both horses. I like Win for Gold, too, going forward.
Number 6, Win for Gold, 15-1 in second, but 2-5 favorite. Key Point with the win. 4 on the day for Manny Franco. Prices and more live racing after this on America's Day at the Races.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne Stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. On the board in 12 of 14 starts from ages 2 to 4, his career included a 6-race winning streak. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Who you betting on? How about an app created specifically for horse racing? Naira Bets. We specialize in thundering hooves, fist pumping, and boosting your bankroll with robust weekly promotions. And offer betting tips from actual horse racing experts. Bet all day and night, nationwide. Get the action and thrill of horse racing with Naira Bets.
perfectly timed. Idol gets up under Joel Rosario to win the big gap.
It's known agenda for St. Elias Stable.
Race and the race, scintillating performance in the TVG Del Mar debutant.
And Clariere will win the cotillion.
Down to the wire. Who's going to win it? It's Mala by a neck.
Curling, the classic sire.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Run Happy, the champion sprinter who raced medication-free. And we've seen now his progeny are excelling around 2 turns and can do just about anything. We've got a good 5th race coming up next at Churchill Downs on the turf, going a mile and an eighth in this $50,000 claiming race. And you've got some true war horses in here right now. Kygo, making start number 13, is the favorite. We'll kick things off with the first-time turfer, though, Eli.
Yes, first-time turf for a barn looking their first win. Keen Ice, the sire of this one. It would be the second biggest upset of the week at Churchill Downs for the sire.
Of course, the sire of Kentucky Derby winner. Here's Kygo, the favorite.
Yeah, class relief here, in for a tag for the first time. Quite frankly, Casey, he hasn't done much running in North America. We'll see if the drop for the tag helps.
Bohemian Boy lost all position last time out.
Yeah, got shuffled back at Gulfstream Park. We'll see what happens when he gets to the bigger course at Churchill Downs.
Here is Sleebody.
Sleebody, 1 turf race on the cards, not very good. 0 for 9, failed to hit the board in 9 tries so far on the grass.
Fort Moultrie goes back to the turf.
This horse had some decent turf races at Pimlico and Arlington as a 3-year-old last year. Getting back to the grass gets Ricardo Santana Jr. Lots to like about this one for Reeve McGahee.
Policy Opinion makes his first start for Juan Cano.
Yeah, makes his start from Fairgrounds up to Churchill. First time in Kentucky. Has won twice from 16 tries on the lawn.
Here is the number 8, 2nd of July.
Stretching out from a series of sprints to a 2-turn mile and an eighth turf race for Kenny McPeak in just the second start since last July.
Very interesting move there. Here's the 9, Assiduously.
He's kind of banged around the claiming and allowance ranks across the Mid-Atlantic and down in Florida. We'll see if he can turn his form around.
And here's the 10, Fed Money.
Got the job done 2 starts back at the Fairgrounds in a beaten claiming race. Tried open allowance last time, didn't do much running. Back to the Jimmy Baker barn for this.
A fun way to kick off today's late pick 4 for his take on the sequence. Let's go back to Paul LaDuca.
Thanks, Acacia. I thought this was a very interesting pick 4. And with the scratch of the number 8 horse in race number 7, McAllen, it really turns that race into a 2-horse race, at least in my opinion, between Cool House and Alejandro. Alejandro's 1 for 16, likes to hang a little bit. So I'm going to single Cool House. But to start this off, I thought this was very, very difficult. I'm kind of with the Big A. I almost singled the 6 horse in here. I really like this horse a lot. And I actually think the 2, Kygo, is a vulnerable favorite that you can't throw off the ticket. Those races to me are very, very confusing. The numbers are there, I get it, but I'm going to go deep in this race. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Even the 10 horse has some back numbers that can win the race. 1, 3, 4, and 9 in the next race. Like I said, I'm going to take my shot and single Cool House. I understand the horse got passed last time at a shorter distance, but I think the speed will be just fine here in the later races tonight, going a mile and 3/16 for Brad Cox. Then in the last race, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think the 2 is a sneaky horse in there for Jeff Hiles and Joe Talamo. Obviously, my ticket's going to be a little bit shorter as the scratch of the 5 in this race. But I think Cool House and Alejandro, if you're willing to play a Stone Cold Exacta box a little bit later and make a little money, I think those 2 horses really stick out in race number 7. I felt you had to take a choice between those 2. I chose Cool House.
All right, Polly, thank you. Good luck with your ticket as we take a look at 2nd of July, accompanied by Harley, perhaps the most famous racetrack pony that there is, has his own Briar horse and everything.
Everybody loves Harley, huh?
I'm a big fan.
Harley's very popular.
He's
I wish I
very
could have as much Harley love as Harley has. You know, I think 2nd of July, he's really interesting in here. I made a pick for myself. See, I don't like Kygo in here.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't like
2nd of July has pedigree to go along
Yes,
with
he
nothing
does.
else.
Yes, he does. And that's where, you know, I had a tough time separating him and Fort Moultrie. But the price is better on 2nd of July, so I'm hoping that coming out of the sprints, he's going to be a little bit more forward. I mean, that's just common sense, right? And he's a square price at 6-1, so I'm starting my ticket with 368 and hoping to beat the favorite.
The number 6, Fort Moultrie, who Paul talked about as well. You have to kind of sift through, but only 3 turf races on his form. One was in Stakes Company behind Tango, Tango, Tango in the American Derby at Arlington. The other one was a win, and the other one was a third off of a layoff in his first turf start at Pimlico. So he actually does have some good turf races for a very talented horseman with a limited number of starters in Reeve McGahee.
Yeah, and you know, he spent the entire winter down at Turfway Park over there, all weather. And you got to figure he's nice and legged up for this. I don't think the 1.8 is going to be a problem, even though Mosler, who stands over a Country Life, Maryland bred, he was more of a sprinter. But this horse has already kind of outrun his pedigree, right, Acacia? Like his 2-turn races, they're useful. And his turf races, his turf figs as a 3-year-old are faster than his Tapeta figs as a 4-year-old and earlier in the year. I think he's a turf horse. I'll tell you what, though, that's a little bit of a short price on him. 3-1's a little short. That's why I sided with 2nd of July. But like I said, I'm using 3, 6, and 8 in my late pick 4 at Churchill Downs tonight.
6-5 on the German bred Kygo. I know that he's kept some good company in the likes of Shirl Spite and Never Surprised. But that is a very short price for a horse that has no speed.
No speed, and he's never done any real running. I mean, I know it's a huge class drop, but you got to do a little something for me when you're hovering that even money neighborhood. He's not for me.
We'll see if he can find the winner's circle for his first U.S. victory today, going 9 furlongs on the grass at Churchill Downs. They go into the gate. Here's Travis Stone with the 5th beneath the Twin Spires.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Fort Moultrie mid-pack breaks alertly. 2nd of July's away well toward the rail Bohemian Boy. And for that outside post, Fed Money joins the early leaders as they come by us for the first time. 2nd of July over to the rail to set the pace, and Fed Money is going to prompt from 2nd. Assiduously cruises up to take over 3rd. Bohemian Boy tough to control early. 4th and toward the rail. Fort Moultrie comes away racing in 5th. Shlivakti toward the inside 6th. 4 lengths back Kygo 7th. 3 more back Policy Option in 8th. The early trailer is Long Shot Eli, who's about 12 lengths off the lead. That opening quarter was sharp, 23 seconds flat. 2nd of July heading for the backstretch run, the leader by just under a length. Fed Money is his shadow, just a half a length behind now. They move up the backstretch together. Assiduously is tracking them from 3rd while 3 wide. Bohemian Boy is lurking down toward the rail while 4th. Fort Moultrie is 5th outside. Shlivakti in and amongst horses. Here's Policy Option advancing down toward the rail, up into 7th and 5 lengths off the lead. Kygo's following that one, 4 lengths back. Eli trails. Far turn run. 2nd of July holding on to that lead. Fed Money has been 2nd throughout. Assiduously has been 3rd throughout. Bohemian Boy's working out a great trip, but is bottled up down toward the rail. Fort Moultrie comes on 4 wide. Kygo follows that move. Shlivakti's in behind horses. Eli cut the corner as they come off the turn into the stretch. 2nd of July still in front by 2. Here comes Kygo. Kygo coming hard down the crown of the course. Kygo to the front, and just like that builds a 3-length lead. 2nd of July with no response. Policy Option up into 3rd, but it's Kygo. Kygo streaking under the wire to win it by 3 lengths in the end. It's tight for 2nd there between Policy Option or 2nd of July that it was Fort Moultrie.
The German-bred Kygo gets his first win stateside from Mike Maker and Tyler Gaffleone, as we did see 2nd of July set the pace every step of the way. He did things the right way. Anthony just has to settle for second.
I don't even know if he held second occasion. Policy option put his nose down on the money. Look, they say the best hops a drop, and that was certainly the case tonight with Kygo, who came home in 11 and change, closed nicely and finished up nicely. He just found the competition a lot more to his liking than those allowance stakes races Mike Maker was running them in the first 4 starts here in North America.
Oof, even that allowance at Tampa in January, he had to face eventual Grade 1 winner Cheryl Spite that day too. Certainly been facing some very, very tough competition. Much the best in this group under Tyler Gaffalione. Back at Belmont Park, into the winner's circle in the 8th race, went the number 2 Key Point. Short price on paper and ran like a short price should to give Manny Franco 4 on the day.
Yeah, you know, stretching out to the 7/8, second start off the lengthy layoff. This horse ran well today. I know it's going to look like, you know, a 2 to 5, and I think he finally went off 2 to 5. You know, but he's wandering still. He's still kind of figuring things out a little immature. You would imagine he's going to have a nice 3-year-old season against his fellow statebreds, and maybe even at some point Chad can run him against open company. I think the first 2 finishes are going to be okay. I liked Win for Gold's second race here of his career. He's kept some good company now. Beat a stakes winner, got beat by a horse who looks like New York bred stakes are going to be in his future as well.
Manny Franco, though, as mentioned, 4 on the day. Here's what he had this afternoon. Of course, merger equals also for Chad Brown. Direct order, an $8.60 winner. Manny Franco, 4-win day, and he still has Missing Fortune for Horacio De Paz.
Looking for one for the thumb, as Johnny I would say.
Yeah, I like it.
One for the thumb.
Look at that big smile. Manny Franco, he will be aboard Missing Fortune, who does draw in off the also eligible list. The 2 AEs, Missing Fortune and Frosty Invasion, get in, both trying the turf for the first time. If we learned nothing from the Kentucky Derby, could be don't always discredit the also eligibles. There's a look at Out of Sight, though. Second last time out off the layoff for trainer Dave Donk. We'll talk more about this filly and the rest of the field in the Nightcap from Belmont after this.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
America's Day at the Races continues. Glad to have you with us as we have one more race from Belmont Park, the Nightcap on the turf. Maiden special weight for the New York bred fillies. Horses in the paddock as the sun starts to set, a little bit golden hour, some would say, at beautiful Belmont Park.
So beautiful here all the time at Belmont, but this is one of my favorite times of day here at Big Sandy.
Tepid favorite on the board right now. Let's head down to the paddock and check in with Richard Migliori.
This is when we can wax poetic about Belmont Park, guys. We could say, like, as the soft sunlight wanes over the setting sun of the Belmont paddock. Come on, we gotta get creative here. Wait, work with me. Let's talk horses. The 4 Royal Dancer. I like this filly on the stretch out. She went 6 furlongs first time. I think she got a lot out of the race. I like the War Dancers going a little further. And looking at her from a physical perspective, she's got this long, very scopy look to her. I think she's going to really appreciate getting the mile distance with that one race under her belt. The 5, Sweet Maeve, ran once on the dirt. V. Johnson, Cleveland Johnson, does a great job. I've seen a turf horse. I think she's going to really appreciate getting to the turf, this daughter of Vancouver. The 6, Busy Morning, another War Dancer, first-time starter from Jorge Abreu. A little more compact than most of the War Dancers. One thing they all have in common, though, they're very, very well-balanced individuals, and I think she's making a nice impression for a firster. Has that big, wide, flat foot that you equate with a turf horse, and being by War Dancer. And then the 8, Cape Cod Causeway. Very sharp, just almost to the boiling point. I'm going to keep an eye on her as we go forward in the post-parade. I thought her last race was good off the bench, and I think she's probably got a step forward in her, but I hope she just kind of maintains it. She's starting to get a little bit over the edge. Something to keep an eye on as we head out to the racetrack for the warm-up.
Richie, thank you. We'll see if Cape Cod Causeway can keep things contained. There's a look at first-time starter, unqualified. More on the rest of that field in a moment, but we want to remind everybody you can join Naira Bets today, play all of the action on our program and more while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. Sign up with promo code MATCH200 and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to get that $200 deposit match. On the turf for the Nightcap, tepid favorite, 3-1 on the number 7, Out of Sight, a horse who has started 8 times already, did run well last time out for Dave Donk off of the layoff, and it's a pretty wide open board in the Nightcap.
As it should be. This is a filly, Out of Sight, the number 7, who not the most trustworthy. You mentioned her chances, 3 for 8 seconds in her 3 seconds and 8 starts, I should say. Blinkers seems to have helped. She was good off the layoff last time. We'll see if she's found the right bunch of horses. There's a lot of wild cards in here, though, Acacia.
Yes, absolutely.
A lot of horses in here that can come up with a sneaky-ish race, and a couple of interesting things going on. Flavian Pratt's going to ride the 2. Louis Saez stays on the 14, who draws in. Made her first call. Frosty Invasion. Lots of interesting things happening here in the Nightcap today.
Like chess pieces
Yes.
moving around. Richie wanted some poetry. The board is set for the Nightcap at beautiful Belmont Park. A golden hour with the sun setting. I'll stop now. 3-1 on the 7, Out of Sight. She did face a well-met first-time starter for Michael Dickinson and Rayome last time out in her first start off the bench. We'll see second off the layoff for Dave Donk's barn, which does seem to be in a good groove since moving over to Belmont Park. We'll meet the field, though, starting with the other one for Michelle Nevin, that first-time starter I mentioned, unqualified. I like the name.
Great name. Love this name. Michelle looking for her second win of the day. Jose Gomez, the hot rod and bug, going to climb aboard this daughter of Gormley. She's out of an unraced mare. We'll see how she takes to the turf in her debut.
You know, the Gormleys have actually very good numbers on the turf. Here's the 2, Sal's Dream Girl off the layoff.
First time Lasix and first start from November. Again, Flavian Pratt on the right. She's taking a ton of money at 7-2.
Pave My Way is the 3.
Another one off the layoff. First time for Orlando Noda. This barn's been going well. Her second turf start with the blinkers on was a real good one back in October.
Royal Dancer, bit green with the pony.
Yeah, we'll see if a stretch out for this daughter of War Dancer is going to appreciate some more ground today.
They have been very efficient on the turf here in New York. War Dancer is a Royal Dancer trying to take a little bite out of the pony. Here's Sweet Maeve.
Taking a little money. Unraised dam, first full, fresh Lasix, first time turf. She was turf meant first out.
Vancouver's can be good on the grass as well. Here's the first-time starter, Busy Morning.
Yeah, Busy Morning went by. She's a half the Con BC, who was by Desert Party. This one's a War Dancer. Out of Sight's your favorite.
Out of sight. There she is, 3-1.
Cape Cod Causeway finished third, the first start off the layoff last time out. Out of sight should be forwardly placed in here.
Cape Cod Causeway. There she is, as Richie mentioned, being a little bit naughty back in the paddock.
Yeah, you know, she was good last time. I think if she gets a little pace to run at, she can improve in her second start since January.
Here's the 9, Duck Fat, back on the grass.
Yeah, 0 for 11 in her career, 0 for 5 on the turf. Had a useful return to the races on the dirt last out.
Excuse me, finished 4th last time out, scratched the 10. Here's a first-time turf for number 11, Empire Lily.
Wonder how much speed this filly shows. First time on the grass, daughter of Pioneer and Nile Dan was 0 for 1. She won 5 times on dirt.
That's the other one for Jorge Abreu. And the 2 getting in on the AE list, Manny Franco on the 13, Missing Fortune, looking for his 5th.
Made up some ground in the slop. First time out on a sealed track. Dan was 1 for 8 on the grass.
And Luis Saez stays here. Frosty Invasion, first time on turf.
And here's the one who has some turf pedigree.
Yeah, absolutely.
Both you go back to Belmont. Frosty Bay was 3 for 14. Her damn Belmont was a nice turf horse, ran around here for these connections. Luis Saez sticks here. I'm not going to look too much into that.
Yeah.
But I think you have to. I'll tell you what. It made me include this filly into my late pick 5 that is now defunct.
Well, there is a beautiful shot, a couple beautiful shots of beautiful Belmont Park as we have that twilight hour on this Twilight Racing Thursday. And it really is a special place.
I come here in the winter when I need to think.
Yeah.
I go visit the old White Pine, and there are just some, throughout the year, there's beauty here at Belmont.
The sunrise here
it's amazing.
is awesome, too.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's
the
a beautiful,
sunrise
beautiful
is really,
place.
really beautiful at Belmont. For those of you who struggle with the early wake-up call, but not the horsemen, that's for sure.
I'm allergic to 5 a.m. That's why I decided to come on this side of the ball.
There's a look at beautiful Belmont Park in all her glory. And we'll get ready for the nightcap on the turf, out of sight. Currently the favorite with Jose Ortiz in the saddle, finished 2nd. Last time out, again behind a first-time starter that was off of a 4-month layoff, waited for turf season to come back. She had the lead by 3 lengths, Anthony, though, and was run down by a first-time starter.
Acacia, I love everything about this return because this is a filly who was never on the lead in her career. She's always been forward. She was never on the lead. She comes back fresh. She breaks like a shot out of the gate, goes to the top, and she does what she's supposed to do. She gets tired off of a almost 5-month layoff. She gets tired. She gets run down, by the way, by a Michael Dickinson first-time starter who's got as much bottom as anybody on the racetrack that day. There's so much to like. She's 0 for 8. She's your 2-1 favorite. And that's what you're not to like because there are some storylines, if you will, in here.
We'll talk more about some of the other contenders, but for more on this field warming up, let's go back trackside and check in again with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. You know, just watching horses in the paddock, some of them changed, look different when they hit the track. The 3 Paved My Way, who they kept in behind the saddling stall, so I didn't get as much a look at her. But I liked what I saw as she came through the tunnel, and I like what I saw on the track. She really kind of puffed up. You can see she just kind of really coiled up. Like I always talk about like a spring getting ready to be released, and you get Irad Ortiz for Orlando Noda, who's been winning at a very high percentage. Paved My Way should be forwardly placed, gets a good towards the inside draw. The 4 Royal Dancer impressed me in the paddock, continued to impress me on track. I think this filly's going to really appreciate getting the mile. She's my top selection. I think the race under her belt, she'll figure things out more mentally. Certainly from a physical perspective, she really kind of came together, and I think she's got a big step forward in her. And the 6-horse Busy Morning, first-time starter from Jorge Abreu, another daughter of War Dancer, made a nice impression. Liked her in the paddock, liked her solo warm-up on track, and I think she's very interesting. But it's all about War Dancer for me, but it's the 4 Royal Dancer.
Richie, thank you. We've seen tremendous things from the progeny of War Dancer here, especially in the New York circuit, in New York bred races and on the turf too. Richie going with a daughter of War Dancer, Royal Dancer, who does stretch out for Michelle Nevin. And Michelle, typically second time out, you like to see some improvement from them, and this one ran credible on debut.
Tell you what my biggest problem with her is. I picked the race 7-4. They didn't look like there was much to her, Acacia. I wonder if she's going to want to. I mean, everything about her debut, about her pedigree, leads you to believe she's going to want to go long. She looked a little light-framed. Normally I leave this stuff for you and Maggie and Richie, but to me, it was noticeable on the racetrack. She just looked petite, and I don't know if the mile is going to be what she ultimately wants to do, but she ran well enough first time, like I said, and the pedigree leads you to believe she will, and she's a square price to find out at 8-1.
Let's go back to Richie quickly on that.
Yeah, no, Anthony, I wouldn't disagree as far as her being light frame, but she's very long, and that leads me to believe that going long. But I think you picked up on the right physicality as far as being a light framed filly, but the length of her makes me really believe that she'll appreciate stretching out.
Richie, thank you. Royal Dancer, the number 4, nice price at 8-1. Sal's Dream Girl, I wanted to talk about her quickly because she's taking a lot of money and Flavian Pratt stays here. I'm imagining this is for Sal Spadali's wonderful wife, Marianne. But she ran on the turf, finished 4th last time out.
It better be for Sal's wonderful wife, Marianne. Yeah, he actually mentioned that to me the last time she ran. It is for her. Yeah, first time Lasix, you get Pratt. I think that's part of the reason this filly's taking so much money because, the truth be told, her first 2 turf races aren't fantastic. There are other horses in here, I think, with a little more upside. That I mean, Royal Dancer, I think it ran better on the turf first time than this filly did first time. She's twice the price. I thought Paved My Way and going to the Nota Barn. Her mile in the 16th race was really good as a 2-year-old. She's twice the price. So, yeah, I mean, she obviously merits a good chance in here. But, again, I think there are some more interesting storylines in here at better prices.
Number 9, Duck Fat, giving them a little bit of trouble behind the gate. She's making start number 12. She should know what this business is all about at this point. An intriguing Nightcap at Belmont Park. Should be a fun one on the turf. New York bred maidens in the spotlight. Here's another New York bred, John Embrielle, standing by with the call one last time on this Thursday.
Waiting for Missing Fortune and Frosty Invasion. They're all in the gate. And they're off. Empire Lily and Royal Dancer. Royal Dancer has the lead. Empire Lily races in second. Frosty Invasion from the extreme outside in third. Out of sight now, moves up from fourth. Busy Morning is next in fifth. Sal's Dream Girl down on the inside runs in sixth. Then it's Cape Cod Causeway in seventh. Unqualified, a bit ranked there. In between horses is a Pave My Way. And then we come back to Sweet Maeve, who is at the back of the pack, along with Duck Fat. The quarter went in 23 seconds. It is Royal Dancer by a head. Out of sight. Runs in second. On the outside is Frosty Invasion. Next in third. Then a Busy Morning. And Sal's Dream Girl. They're right together. Fourth and fifth. Empire Lily dropping back. Being passed there by Pave My Way and Unqualified. The half in 46 seconds. It's still Royal Dancer by a half length. Out of sight. Runs in second. Sal's Dream Girl is down on the inside in third. Busy Morning moving up now in between horses. Frosty Invasion is back in fifth. Pave My Way in sixth. And Unqualified down at the rail, followed by Duck Fat and Cape Cod Causeway. They are at the top of the stretch. 3/4 in 1:10. It's a Royal Dancer. Challenged here by Out of Sight. And on the outside, it is a Busy Morning. Then Sal's Dream Girl. Here comes Busy Morning up on the outside. Out of Sight continues to battle on. So it's Out of Sight and Busy Morning with Sal's Dream Girl on the outside. They're coming on for the finish. And it is Out of Sight to win it. Close for second, Sal's Dream Girl or Busy Morning.
Out of Sight gets the job done. Ended up going off at 9-5 as your favorite in the Nightcap with Jose Ortiz. Second start off the layoff, a winning one, but she had to work for it.
This was a nice effort from her today. She was on the chase. They went 23-46, 110 flat. Honest enough fractions, comes home in 24 and some change. And she really was the only one who ran every single step of the way. Sal's Dream Girl got a good trip under Flavian Pratt. Decided to go outside instead of saving the ground, and was able to get second over a sneaky run from Busy Morning. That was a good debut for Sneaky Morning. Jorge Abreu been a little quiet this year, but I think this filly might be okay next time.
Busy Morning, one to watch next time out, that's for sure. But the favorite, a winner in the Nightcap, number 7, Out of Sight with the victory. Royal Dancer down on the inside, put up a good fight too. And I think this is the pivotal moment right here too. Where else is Sal's Dream Girl going to go? I'm sure Flavian probably thinking, not wondering, not knowing when that hole could potentially open up, if he's going to have room to go in between, swings outside and able to get up for second.
He had a chance a little early in the stretch to go inside, and he waited, and he decided to go the long way. And I don't know if it cost him the win. This field, the winner ran really well tonight.
Big effort from the number 7 in the Nightcap there. That's Out of Sight. She'll get into the winner's circle today. Back at Churchill Downs, we move on to race 6, a mile and a 16th on the main track here. Here's the post parade, starting with Mobster Gun.
Yeah, this horse made up some ground to get beat just a half length last time at a huge price, and the second start off a long layoff. Little improvement gets this horse in the winner's circle.
Here's the 2, Mount Athos.
Stretches out off a 6-furlong win at Oaklawn Park into the starter company.
Blinkers on, perfect cut.
Yeah, first off the Diodoro Claim. That's right around 20% the last year and a half. This horse hit the board in his last 4 starts at the fairgrounds in Keeneland.
Full Charge is the number 4.
Yeah, nice win when dropping in for a tag last time. Ethan West claimed this horse. 4-1, now 9-2, square price on this one.
Scratch the 5. Here's the 6, another new claim, Nepotism.
Yeah, he didn't beat much when he broke his maiden last time out, stretching out, going a mile and an eighth. We'll see what he faces on the front end today.
Tyler Gaffleone looks for another one. He's aboard Invisible War.
Yeah, this horse is going to be forward here. That's a square price at 9-2. I like this horse a lot tonight.
9-2, good price for sure. Endless Sunset. We were just talking about the Sunset. Here's a hunch play for you.
We were waxing poetic. It's the bug boy Renee Diaz aboard. First time on the dirt. Has a couple of all-weather and 4 turf races under his belt.
And the number 9, Southern Passage. Tepid favorite at 5-2.
I'll tell you what, the public's brave right now, making this horse the 5-2 favorite. We've talked about this a few times already today, Acacia. Talk about having no speed. And going around the 2 turns, this horse is probably better suited for a 1-turn race. Has one around 1 turn, a second and a 3rd place finish. Turn's not this horse's friend. That's way too short of a price in what's a wide open race on paper.
A horse that ran in the 2021 Florida Derby. We'll see if you can find the winner's circle today. For more on this field, though, let's go back to Paul LaDuca, trackside at Churchill.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And Big A talking about the pace in this race. And I'm going to focus on the 2 horse here for Rudy Brissett. This is a horse that last time out, first time in his care, won a nice little 50. I get it was a non-winners the 2 race at 8-1 and was laying a tiny bit off the pace. But if you look at the internal fractions of that race, 22 and change, 22 flat actually, 45-4. You go back to his maiden win, and this horse went gate to wire in 22 and 45 fashion. Now, there's nobody in here that can go with the 2 horse at all. But can he get the distance? That's going to be the key. I would think Ricardo Santana is on the send here and try to get out maybe 49 to 50 on the half and then try to sprint home. And when you get to some of the other horses in here, Full Charge is taking a lot of money for Ethan West. First off to claim for Jack Sisterson. We've seen somebody move a horse up off Dale Romans. It can happen too as well. I think that horse has got a big shot. And then when you go to the outside horse, you guys were talking about the 9 a little bit, Southern Passage. This is a horse for Dale Romans. A ton of trouble, but is this the kind of horse that always has that ton of kind of trouble? You know, when you look at this horse's numbers, I am a thoroughgraph player, and sometimes you have to look at a horse through, I guess, a little bit of a scope. This horse always gets great numbers because this horse comes from way out of it and is always wide. And if you look, he's 0 for 10 the last 2 years. I get it. He has numbers that can win this race, but these are the kind of horses that will bankrupt you. I am using this horse in my pick 4 that we're still alive in. We got the favorite in the last race. but the 9's really a bad bet. And I think the 2's actually a good bet in here.
Paulie, thank you. Terrific point that Paul made about Southern Passage in the types of numbers that he runs, whatever you look at when handicapping, particularly if you are one that does take a look at the thoroughgraphs. He comes from so far off of it. He often will have to go wide, encounter trouble. Sometimes those races appear stronger than they actually are.
No, ma'am. Not for me. I know I got burned by Kygo just now. This one's a little different. This one's bounced around this level already. That's too short of a price for way too much work to do when they turn for home. I like the 7.
7.
Yeah. I like Invisible War to sit just off the pace on the Tyler Gaffleone, and that's a nice price on this horse.
It just broke as maiden, 2 starts back in February. Backed that up with a nice starter allowance effort last time out. Fun little race coming up here in the 6th at Churchill. Mile and a 16th on the main track. 5-2 favorite to the outside. Southern Passage. Anthony with some interest in the 7, Invisible War. Paulie likes the 2. Mount Athos stretching out off that win. We go to track announcer Travis Stone for the call of the 6th at Churchill.
Waiting for Perfect Cut, Full Charge, and Southern Passage. They're in the gate. And they're off. Full Charge was squeezed back soon after the start. Nepotism looking for the lead. Mount Athos comes on through. Those 2 to share it early. Perfect Cut finds a good spot in behind, tracking from 3rd. Invisible War comes up on the outside to take over 4th. Mobster Gun comes away 5th. Full Charge angles to the outside, 6th by another 2. Endless Sunset is racing in 7th by 4. And Southern Passage is the early trailer. Around the opening turn, that first quarter's on the board in 23 and 3/5 seconds. The pace is controlled. It's Mount Athos in front by a length. Nepotism is keyed up and tracking while second. Florent Giroux has a good hold of him. Invisible War continues on in the clear while 3rd. Perfect Cut is coasting along toward the inside 4th and only 2.5 lengths off the lead. Mobster Gun is sneaking through down inside 5th and getting closer. Full Charge is 6th, 5 lengths back. Southern Passage has moved past Endless Sunset, but they are trailing together. The half mile in 47 and 2/5 seconds. They're on the far turn. Mount Athos still the leader. Nepotism is given more rein, and here he comes. Nepotism cranking up that pressure midway round the far turn. 2 lengths back to Perfect Cut, who's under a ride. Mobster Gun comes on through toward the rail. 5th, 4th, and now 3rd, and only 2 lengths behind. Full Charge comes up on the outside. Southern Passage cut the corner. Top of the stretch, Mount Athos is still there, fighting with Nepotism, but Mobster Gun has worked out a great trip, switches outside, and takes off for the wire. Mobster Gun over the top to the front. Nepotism battles on with Mount Athos and everybody else. It is Mobster Gun. And Corey Lannery works out a perfect trip for that inside post, scores by a length. Nepotism 2nd, Mount Athos was 3rd, and Southern Passage was 4th.
Just as Travis Stone mentioned, the right trip today for Mobster Gun. The 4-year-old colt gets the win over a very game Nepotism with a big effort from this one off the claim as well.
Yeah, big effort from Mount Athos as well. Really had a lot of success around 2 turns up until tonight by finishing 3rd. This was a good ride by Corey Lannery. He was able to keep this horse a little closer, able to save the ground, and he saw that it was not going to open up inside. Corey Lannery loves riding that rail at Churchill Downs. Saw that that hole was not going to open, maneuvered this horse off of the inside without losing any momentum, and was allowed this son of Liaison to roll from the 8th pole home.
1-6-2, and your favorite, the number 9 Southern Passage, looks like he will have to settle for 4th today. Not showing any speed once again, but getting the right setup was the number 1 Mobster Gun, building off of that 2nd place finish at Keeneland. Back at Belmont Park, we owe you some prices from the Nightcap. Out of sight, filly by Not This Time for trainer Dave Donk. Big effort for her to break her maiden in start number 9.
Yeah, ninth start was a charm. Good job by Jose Ortiz, just keeping her into the game. See her chasing the speed around there the whole way, and right here, it looks like the first is just going to go by Acacia, but Jose and out of sight. Dug their heels in here. It really looked like it was a big effort from the first from Busy Morning as well, but out of sight. Daughter of Not This Time going to dig her heels in and win by a full length and a tail, if you will, at the end.
I like it. Over the 2 South, Dream Girl, Busy Morning, that first-time starter. You mentioned one to watch moving forward, out of sight. $5.70 winner in the Nightcap.
They really smashed this exacta. $8.60. That was a wide open board underneath the favorite in a 12-horse field, and this exacta got bet off the board.
If you play at the pick 6 today with that carryover, some logical horses in the sequence, you still got $462 back. Taking a look at the horses with a couple of very short prices in there.
Love to see that, though, because the money gets back into everybody's pocket. It looked like it could go a little chalky today. If you were going to lean on 2 horses, they both got the job done, merger of equals. And Key Point, no coincidence, both trained by Chad Brown, both paid under even money. And congratulations.
Both written by Manny Franco.
Yeah, both piloted by Manny Franco. Yeah, congratulations if you hit it today. People say, oh, it only paid $462. A pick 6 is a pick 6. Pat yourself on the back, cheer, tell your friends. Mom always jokes around with me. If I hit him for $400, she won't give me any credit. I give it to myself. It's fine.
As you should.
Phyllis doesn't mess around. They got to pay like $20,000 for her to
Phyllis
give you any
knows her
credit.
way around the racetrack.
She does. She does.
At Churchill Downs, it was the number 1 Mobster Gun who got the win under Corey Lannery. You saw this colt by Liaison heading into the winner's circle, got the right kind of trip, closing to the outside and able to run down those horses up close on the pace.
Yeah, nice effort. Really nice effort from Mobster Gun, who finally was able to kind of break through another horse who had gotten checks, a little bit of an ATM machine, and got the jackpot today.
Career
nice
win.
price.
Number 3 for Mobster Gun pays $17 to win over Nepotism, who was a generous price as well. Mount Athos went off at 7-2, 162, and the 9 will be your superfecta in the 6th at Churchill Downs. Well, do you watch racing and ever wonder where it all begins? Maybe what a day in the life is like for a horse? Gainesway Farm is giving visitors a unique opportunity to learn a little bit more about all of that. More after this.
Start spreading the news. If you're looking to win in New York, then breed in New York. To War Dancer, the millionaire son of Warfront, and New York's #1 sire of 3-year-olds. Breed to a proven performer, the #1 second crop sire at the Saratoga meet with multiple winners at Belmont and Aqueduct. Earn double the New York Breeders' Awards and participate in the New York Stallion Series with $2 million in purses. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York. Visit wardancerstud.com.
If you're looking into racing partnerships, you should know they're not all the same. When you partner with Bond Racing Stables, you become a member of a growing family of racing enthusiasts, all guided by 3 generations of experience in thoroughbred breeding, training, and racing. Sharing the excitement at Saratoga and Belmont Park, where we've graced the winner's circle with winners like Giacosa, who was bred, born, and raised here at our Song Hill Farm. Get more than just a partnership. Become a member of the Bond Racing family. 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring. With his biggest and best quality of books in the pipeline, the sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. A look at the beautiful Claiborne Farm as we saw a stalwart of the Claiborne Stallion roster pass away earlier this week. Flatter passed away Tuesday at the age of 23, the sire of 59 black-type winners, 21 rated or group winners, 16 crops of racing age with 692 winners of 84+ million.
You know, I couldn't think of a better word for it. When I read it on Tuesday, just a bummer.
Yeah?
It was a real bummer, right? He was such a really cool. Met him down there a few years ago. I mean, you got a Travers winner there. You got a Jockey Club Gold Cup winner there. My girl Search Results is on that list. She's one of my favorite horses in training right now.
Becoming a sire of sire with Upstart as well.
Yeah, exactly. Tell you who's on. You know who's on that list too, Acacia? Taris. She was fast. I remember when she broke her maiden at Aqueduct for Todd Beatty, maybe. Coolmore wound up buying her. She was a fast filly. Yeah, he was a cool horse. Cool sire. Yeah, and it was useful. I mean, you saw everything from sprinters to Jockey Club Gold Cup winners on that list.
Just amazing, and our condolences to all who cared about Flounder and came in contact with him at Claiborne Farm. They said infirmities of old age, the age of 23, the son of AP Indy, that amazing line continuing on with the legacy that he left.
I'll tell you what, we should all be lucky enough to be treated the way the Claiborne horses are treated in their latter years. I can tell you that because I remember going down there after the Breeders' Cup in 18, I guess we were at Churchill. Yeah.
Yes.
18. What a place. What an unbelievable place.
Well, if you haven't had the opportunity to visit Claiborne Farm, that's something that you certainly should do, as horse racing is a sport that has a truly illustrious history, and that's something you can really see and feel at the farms where these horses are bred and raised. Claiborne Farm, of course, does offer those tours, but is now giving the public a unique opportunity to learn a little bit more behind the scenes.
All right, everybody, welcome to Claiborne Farm. Claiborne Farm has been around since 1910. The tour is a backstage look at how we operate as a large-scale breeding farm. These are parts of the farm that have always been off limits to the public. You know, you would only see these barns and these horses up close if you worked out here. So it's been really exciting to open that to the public, to show that end of the industry and just spread that knowledge. You know, you take a group out, they get to scratch on a mare and foal, they think it's super cool, and hopefully create a lifelong fan. So our stallions stand from anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000. That is a stand-in nurse guarantee. So that fee is not paid until the next year after the mare has had her baby, the foal stands, and everything is good. We have conceived 22 Kentucky Derby winners, 19 Preakness winners, 22 Belmont winners, and 29 Breeders' Cup winners. In addition to that, 6 of the 13 Triple Crown winners have been conceived in our breeding shed. So I'm always excited to, you know, spread the knowledge that I've had, share this passion for the breeding industry that I've had basically my entire life, and just spread the wealth. Basically, all of our tours are sold out. That's just absolutely fantastic. Sometimes we'll try to sneak in 1 or 2 extra people onto the trolley. It's a yearling colt field. Actually, this field is home of 2013 Kentucky Derby winner Orb, as well as Breeders' Cup Classic winner Flame. The cemetery is extremely popular. It's on both types of tours that we offer, so the trolley tour and the walking tour. People travel from all over the world to see Secretariat's grave. So it's really exciting to see people's reaction to seeing that. Secretariat, the 1973 Triple Crown winner. I just want to thank everybody for coming on this tour. This is a tour that we've been really excited about. We're really excited to open up this side of the operation to the public. I think Claiborne is just absolutely iconic when it comes to horse racing. I don't think you can think of horse racing without thinking of Secretariat and Claiborne Farm.
Indeed, they are synonymous, and you haven't had a chance to go and visit Claiborne Farm. Cannot recommend it enough, and I have a chance to see a little bit more of what happens behind the scenes with those farms in Kentucky, here in New York, wherever. That's, to me, where the magic really happens.
Absolutely. And when I got to go down to Claiborne, like I said, 3-4 years ago, and for a kid that grew up in New York, watching, you know, the familiar silks, Belmont, Sugar McGahee. Back then, of course, the first one that comes to mind when I see them is Lure. But one of my favorite horses of all time was born down there, Easy Goer. So, yeah, you think about all of the history down there and all the great horses that have been on the property, and it's for a racing fan from birth, it's extremely overwhelming to be there. But if you get a chance, get down there.
Some amazing horses standing there at Claiborne Farm as well. Walker Hancock of Claiborne once told me an amazing story after the Breeders' Cup where Blame upended Zenyatta. They had to put a 24-hour security guard on Blame all the time, and he's so loved by everybody at Claiborne Farm, but he had some people that weren't such big fans.
One of my favorite pictures that I've had taken of me was by Blame's stall, because
he's amazing.
I'm a Rachel guy, so you're not allowed to like both of them. So Blame always will have a special place in the Big A's heart.
And he has left a terrific mark as a sire standing at Claiborne Farm. Terrific opportunity there. But coming up this weekend, we'll talk a little bit more about the big stakes actions. Grade 1 winner Bella Sophia returns for her 4-year-old debut for Rudy Rodriguez in the Vagrancy. More on her after this.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
The Triple Crown season is underway. You don't want to miss out on the Test of the Champion. Tickets to the 2022 Belmont Stakes are on sale. The 3-day Belmont Stakes Racing Festival is June 9th through the 11th and jam-packed with excitement, featuring some of the best racing in the world, of course. Headlined by that Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes on Saturday, June 11th. Get your tickets today at belmontstakes.com. Attendance capped at 50,000. We don't want you to miss out. We want you to be here. Spend the day with us. It'll be our biggest crowd on Belmont Stakes Day in a few years, in fact, given the COVID-19 pandemic. But we look forward to having everybody on track as we wrap up the Triple Crown season here in New York.
Belmont Stakes Racing Festival starts 4 weeks from today.
Cannot
Day
wait.
1 will be in the books.
Can't wait. It's going to be fantastic. But this Saturday, meanwhile, some horses that you may see on the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival weekend. Here's a look at the 5 graded stakes coming up on Saturday at beautiful Belmont Park, of course, headlined by that Grade 1 Man o' War. Can't wait for all of these. Early in the card, however, the Vagrancy, it goes as race 3, a Grade 3, 6.5 furlongs on the main track, and it does feature the return of Grade 1 winner Bella Sophia, who, given that hot pace, actually ran quite well in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, but she was sensational here in New York prior to that, of course, winning that Grade 1 test at Saratoga.
Yeah, she is up at the old spot, beating search results and the rest in the test last summer at Saratoga. Won the Gallant Bloom here over Big Sandy. And then, of course, a little bit of a toe stub out in the Breeders' Cup. In fact, the only time she's been out of the Exacta in her 6-race career. Curious to see how she returns. She has the outside draw. She has some other speed in here. She's the speed of the speed. She has Miss Brazil to deal with early on, but maybe Miss Brazil has her to deal with early on, I should say. But yeah, looking forward to her return. I think she's going to have a big 4-year-old season for Rudy.
Well, if there is a hot pace, one who will be waiting in the wings for that to happen is the number 2, Frank's Rocket for Belmont. We saw her in the carousel at Oaklawn last time out, finishing second. She was second behind Center Isle in the Sugar Swirl prior to that. Those two absolutely threw it down that day. As she looks to get back on track, it's been a while since this mare has seen the winner's circle.
Yeah, you know, and as she gets a little bit older, I think her will to win has kind of waned as well. She'll need a little hitting up front, and she would, quite frankly, need Bella Sophia to not show up with an A effort. If they both show up with their A efforts, Bella Sophia is going to beat her on Saturday.
Bella Sophia, 4-5 on the morning line. Excited to see her back. Luis Sayas will be in the saddle once again. What an exciting day that was when she won the Grade 1 test for Rudy Rodriguez. And she does it the tough way, too. She sets the pace out there on the front end, and she does not go slow at any stage.
Yeah, she didn't really have much of a chance when she had to tackle Gamine, who she can fit inside of Gamine. She had to deal with her in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, 3-year-old taking on older. I know Rudy would have liked to have gone back to California for the La Brea. Connections decided not to, so they gave her some rest. She's come back nicely. She's got a half a dozen works since returning to Rudy. I believe April 2nd is when she returned to the work tab here in New York. She had some works under her belt at the farm already, but yeah, looking forward to her return for sure.
She'll be one of several headliners on Saturday that we look forward to seeing, too. That's the nice thing about this time of year at beautiful Belmont Park, is you get a chance to see a lot of these really talented horses making their first starts of the season. Obviously, these are big races and important races, but we talked about that Belmont Stakes Racing Festival, some of the big stakes races down the line at Saratoga. This is where they're really kicking things off.
And like you said, we'll see, you know, horses coming out of the Run Happy. They'll run in the True North. Horses coming out of the Man o' War, probably in the Manhattan. The Bogey, you can go one of two ways. You can go to New York and go long, or you can cut back. Yeah, now a Grade 1, or you can cut back and go to Just a Game. So yeah, it's such a fun card. A little bit of like a Belmont Stakes Racing Festival preview almost, and of course the Peter Pan, our traditional prep for the Test of the Champion.
We look forward to all of that action on Saturday. Back here today, though, we have the next race at Churchill Downs coming up. It's the 7th. Taking a look at the field, stepping on track. Couple horses at 5-2. Alejandro currently at 9-5 will meet the field as we're going 1 mile and 3/16 in this allowance. Here's the number 1, Great Heart, who had a nice win last time out for Johnny Ortiz.
Yeah, he made his third start off of a 15-month layoff, 16-month layoff, and absolutely galloped home the last 1/8 of a mile. Love this horse stretching out today.
Looks like the longer the better for that son of Empire Maker. Here's the 3, Cool House, who Paul liked.
I feel the opposite about Cool House. I think distance might not be his friend. 1 for 7. We'll see if he likes the extra 1/8 of a mile.
Alejandro's 9-5.
Yeah, 1 for 9 in his career. He found a pretty easy bunch to get out of the maiden ranks against 2 starts back.
Here's Brigadier General.
He was one of the easy bunch. He came back to break his maiden and a generous almost 7-1. He should be the pace in here.
Here's the improved Protonic Power, but does he stack up against these?
Yeah, the only horse in the field of 5 with 2 wins under his belt. He's raced against a little bit cheaper for the barn that brings you Supermare Latruska.
Superwoman. She's awesome. Protonic Power getting some pats from Francisco Arrieta out there on the track. He's 7-1. Fausto Gutierrez with a string in Florida this winter, has a string in Kentucky this spring. And how fun was it to see Latruska come back in the Apple Blossom?
She was amazing. She beat me, but she was amazing.
Here's Great Heart, meanwhile. 90 buyer speed figure for this gelding last time out as he gets a chance to stretch out. And like I said, I just think the longer, the better for this guy.
I could not agree with you, milady. And he's really, I mean, his last 2 races, see, that's the thing I like most about this horse this evening. He doesn't have one. He has 2 races that make him the goods in here. His last 2 races, I am confident if he runs one of his last 2 races, he's going to get the money tonight.
Here's the 5, Alejandro for Steve Asmussen, making the 3rd start of his form cycle. He won off a layoff back in March. 3rd last time out. Coming in, this is his win 2 back at the fairgrounds.
Yeah, you know, he beat a pretty easy bunch on this day. And one of them's back in here. He did it the right way, but he just had so many chances, Acacia. And he's kind of run the same race all the time. And, you know, we talked about Rachel Alexandra, right? This is one of her 2 offspring. Rachel's Valentina. Alejandro's Dam. I don't know. I mean, does he want more ground? Kind of hung on the money a few times. Maybe more ground helps him. I don't think it will.
Kind of crazy. Rachel Alexandra is a grandma, huh?
Yeah.
4-year-old colt by Curl and Alejandro, 9-5. Cool House, meanwhile, 5-2 as we bring in Paula Duca. Paul, I know you had a strong opinion about this colt by Nyquist.
Yeah, I do, Keisha. When you look at this horse, Cool House, this is a horse that started off at 6 furlongs and actually beat Alejandro, but that was a 1-turn mile here at Churchill Downs. You know, the mile and 16th races that he ran at Fairgrounds are pretty darn good. He got beat by Rising Empire. The question is, like Andy said, can he stretch out to a mile and 3/16? Now, when you look at the one Great Heart coming off a maiden special weight win, when you look at some of the other horses in here coming out of a maiden special weight win, Alejandro is the other one for me because he's the type of horse that sort of runs the same race each time. Maybe doesn't have that winning spirit, but is always there on the wire. But Cool House, to me, I thought was moving forward, and I thought it was a very interesting move that Brad chose this spot to go actually forward with this colt at a mile and 3/16 after looking at that one race as a 1-turn sprinter maybe, or a 1-turn miler. So I think Brad's having confidence in the horse. I have confidence in the horse. And by the way, this was exactly where I was standing when Rich Strike won the Kentucky Derby. And I want to throw something else in for you guys. Churchill Downs purchased Turfway Park in 2020. At that time, the Jeff Ruby Stakes was only a 50-point race. The last 2 years, it has been 20 points for the 3rd place finisher. If Churchill Downs does not purchase Turfway Park, Rich Strike doesn't even get on the also eligible list.
It's amazing how things happen. Paul, thank you. Rich Strike. Somebody else pointed something out. Not only did D. Wayne Lucas bring us the Kentucky Oaks winner, he actually brought us the Kentucky Derby winner as well when Ethereal Road ended up scratching and Rich Strike got in off the IE list.
I love the fact that Wayne was automatically looking for his 10%. That's all he cared about. Want my 10%. I want my money, Henry. It's a Goodfellas line. He wanted his money. I don't blame him.
I've seen that one.
The shocker. You finally saw a movie that I quoted. Yeah, I mean, that was something.
Mm-hmm.
That was really something. And now Wayne going to run the filly in the Preakness.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Got a chance to see Swiss Skydiver win the Preakness live. One of the most exciting stretch battles.
Rachel
Alexandra won the Preakness.
Genuine Risk should have won the Preakness.
There have been some terrific history of fillies in the Preakness, and pretty exciting to see that Secret Oath will take on the boys once again for the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, who has his same spot in the Preakness barn, the stakes barn, every year on the pony. The media always asks, Wayne, what time are you going to the track tomorrow? He says, what time does it open? And that's when he's out there.
One of the most iconic, you know, we're biased because this is our sport, right?
Mm-hmm.
But as iconic a picture in all of sports is Wayne on his pony.
Mm-hmm.
What he's done for horse trainers and for the sport. I mean, you want to talk about trailblazer, pioneer, whatever word you want to use. I really don't think, I don't know if anybody's done more for his profession or her profession in sports than Wayne Lucas revolutionizing training a racehorse.
We can't wait to see Kentucky Oaks winner Secret Oath in the Preakness Stakes. Meanwhile, we have this 7th race coming up from Churchill Downs. Alejandro 8-5.
I love the one Great Heart here, just for the
2-1.
record. Sit second to Brigadier General. Gobble him up under my man Ray Lou Gutierrez.
Paul going with the 3 Cool House. They go into the gate. Here's Travis Stone with the 7 at Churchill.
And they're off. Good beginning. Brigadier General bounces out on top and quickly goes out to take the early lead. Cool House broke alertly and is pulled back off the pace and angles toward the outside to track Brigadier General through the very early stages. Brigadier General over to the rail, setting the pace, and now Cool House comes on with more pressure. And comes on indeed as these two now match strides into that first turn. Great Heart is 3 lengths farther back in 3rd. Alejandro toward the rail is 4th. And Protonic Power is at the back early. Clubhouse turn, Brigadier General. No free ride up top as Cool House applies the pressure. They continue to knock heads early. The opening quarter, though, was reasonable, 24 and 2/5 seconds. Backstretch run now. Cool House has taken the lead. So Cool House strides out to take over from Brigadier General, who keeps pace, though. Their opening half mile was 49 and 2/5 seconds. Great Heart is waiting back in 3rd, keeping an eye on the top 2. Another 3 from there to Alejandro, who's coasting along, has come off the rail now. Alejandro's 4th and 5 lengths behind. Protonic Power trails. There's 4 furlongs remaining. Cool House takes a clear-cut lead out of the fire turn, has opened up a length and a half, is now inside, and with that, Brigadier General's forced to come up 2 wide. Great Heart is launching a rally, moving up 3 wide. Alejandro's getting closer too, and so is Protonic Power. So round the far turn, Cool House still the leader. The leader by the quarter pole. Brigadier General takes another crack at him. Comes off the turn, set down for the drive. Great Heart is there. Alejandro's in behind. 3 lengths to make up with 1 furlong to go, and Cool House to catch. Cool House spurts away, opens up by 3. Alejandro runs on with Great Heart. Brigadier General is there, but Cool House is gone. Cool House and a crafty ride from Santana to do it. Alejandro, Great Heart, and Brigadier General.
Cool House gets the win with Ricardo Santana in the irons. Ricardo now represented by Matt Musicar and picking up another win on the card.
I love his aggression. I love the fact that Brigadier General did what everybody thought he was going to do and go to the lead. And he was going too slow for Mr. Santana's liking. He said, no. I'm going to go take this bull by the proverbial horns. I'm going to get to the front in here, put the rest of you on the chase. And that's how you get a horse that probably doesn't want to go. I'm gonna stick my heels in the sand here. He probably doesn't want to go this far, but that ride is the great equalizer because he puts everybody else on the offensive. Fantastic job.
Smart move by Ricardo Santana Jr. gets the win for Brad Cox. Cool House takes them to the winner's circle. As we expected, the number 6 Brigadier General set the pace, but he just couldn't keep up with Cool House when Ricardo decided to inject some more pace into the race. Your favorite Alejandro, along with Great Heart, dueling it out for 2nd. When we come back, we'll talk about a twilight to hit Churchill Downs on Saturday. Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint winner Twilight Gleaming is back for Wesley Mord. More on her and the rest of the field after this. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
Be a part of the Racing Action Saturdays at Belmont Park with live money contests available online through Naira Bets. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the other $100 funds the cash prize pool paid through 10th place. Follow along with the races on America's Day at the Races while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit bias.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic 2-year-olds in training sale, showcasing more than 600 juveniles, all on a dirt racetrack. Recent Grade 1 winners include Beyond Brilliant, Gamine, Got Stormy, and Switzerland. Graded stakes winners Informative and Morello, plus stakes winners from coast to coast. Among the nation's top juvenile sales by Grade 1 wins. Join us after the Preakness, May 23rd and 24th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. That iconic view beneath the Twin Spires. And the number 3, Cool House, will head to the winner's circle for trainer Brad Cox with an aggressive ride by that man right there, jockey Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, I love aggression out of my riders. When I bet my money, I love aggression, and there aren't too many guys and gals that do this better than Ricardo Santana Jr., especially when you need aggression.
Top 3, all 2-1, $6.40 winner, Cool House, trained by Brad Cox, who's standing by with Paul.
Yeah, with winning trainer here, Brad Cox. And this is a horse that had a great one-turn mile race here at Churchill. You sort of brought him along around 2 turns the last 2 times. What made you want to go further with him?
He just trained well. He never acts like he's a horse that gets tired or anything, so I just thought we'd stretch him out. Honestly, this was the only one other than in the book after Keeneland, and he ran at the end of the March meet there at the fairgrounds and thought, this race made the most sense from a condition standpoint. Yeah. Just thought we'd just take it from there.
Well, it gives you a lot of options now. You can go a little further. Masterful ride by Ricardo Santana. Talk about him.
Yeah, no, he did a great job of realizing there was not much pace on. Horse has a tendency to lean out around the turns. He was aware of that first time he set on him. He did a great job in maneuvering him around there. Once again, recognizing not a lot of pace, taking advantage of that, and leaving something down the lane.
Now, you had 3 horses in the Kentucky Derby. How'd they come out of the race?
Good shape. We did back off Zozos a little bit. He's going to get a freshener. Tawny Port came out good. We're going to press on with him. Cyberknife, same thing. I think Florent kind of wrapped up late the last 8th of mile when he knew he was, going to be not a very good placing, so he just wrapped up on him. So 2 of the 3 come out of it in good order. Zozos a little tired, going to get us some time, get him back for the fall.
Was it a stunning event for you? I feel like 150,000 people, you could hear a pin drop. They were wondering who crossed the wire first.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think you could run the race 100 times and you're not going to get that result that, not many the way it worked out. But listen, it is what it is. Congratulations to the winners. It's a great race. That's why 20 of them line up, and that's why you have to take a chance. Listen, I think it's great what the owners and the trainers doing with him. If they want to give the horse time, it's their horse, and they reserve that right.
Brad Cox, always gracious, guys.
Class act for sure. Paul, thank you. Brad Cox may be coming for our job soon.
Laundry day? I've never seen that guy in anything but a blue and white shirt. I give him a call later. I've never seen that. I mean, you know what he's getting with?
Very true.
It's a Downs After Dark kind of feel, right? Even though it's a twilight, so maybe he's just in the groove. I don't know. I mean, look at this thing. You ever see this guy? And I've never seen. I'm going to call him later. I want to know what happened here today. Did the delivery not get made?
Typically, he is in the stable colors, blue and white.
Loves his blue and white.
Yeah.
I've never seen him in anything else.
Yeah.
That's kind of unnerving.
Isn't he lucky that Godolphin is the same? You know?
Yes. Kind of unnerving seeing him in that's like a neon
Mint
green
almost.
almost.
No, that's not neon. That's mint.
Oh, jeez. Wow. That was a stern, that was a talking to just now on national television.
Congratulations.
Tough crowd.
To Brad Cox and his team. We'll look forward to seeing those 3-year-olds that he mentioned, Zozos maybe in the field and down the line. But coming up on Saturday at Churchill Downs for the 3-year-old fillies, we have a fun turf sprint in the Mumsell overnight that does feature some very talented horses coming back for their first start of the year. That does include Twilight Gleaming, who has one start already. She was second against the boys behind Slipstream in the Palisades last time out at Keeneland, but prior to that, we saw her victorious against males in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint.
Yeah, Twilight Gleaming and Mystic Eyes, the two headliners on Saturday night, and they both have plenty of early speed.
Yeah, it should be interesting.
Miss Clement, I'm looking forward to seeing. I'm looking forward to seeing how Ricardo Santana Jr., Mystic Eyes, and Tyler Gaffalione and Twilight Gleaming play the break, to use some jockey parlance, because I think Mystic Eyes might be faster, and I want to see her take the fight to Twilight Gleaming early. That's what I would do if I were the connections of Mystic Eyes, but this should be a fun horse race. You and I will be covering it right here.
We will be.
Saturday night.
Looking forward to it. Twilight Gleaming, 3 wins, 3 seconds in her 6 career starts. Mystic Eyes, meanwhile, 2 for 4 for trainer Todd Pletcher, and she has never been anything but in front as far as setting the pace does go. She won the Stewart Manor last time out. That was back in November at Belmont Breeders' Cup weekend. She stayed here on the East Coast, and it paid off, as well as she will look to get back on track, kicking off her 2022 campaign.
You beat speed with speed. One of the oldest adages in the book from the adage machine. I'm telling you, you take the fight to Twilight Gleaming Saturday night. Either way, I think we're going to see a heck of a horse race. I'm looking forward to that stage.
Me too. That one's going to be really fun.
It's a fun card. We got some fun races to cover. We'll have some harness action as well.
Yeah, we'll have the Meadowlands as well. Looking forward to all of that coming up on Saturday.
Couple of nice fillies, though. Should be a really good horse race.
It's fun when you have two who, it's kind of like a East Coast matchup with West Coast international flair with Twilight Gleaming. They go head to head in 2 different corners. So that'll be a lot of fun for sure. Looking forward to that race Saturday at Churchill Downs. It'll be night racing, so to speak, as post time for that Mumsell overnight is 10:11. Basically, it's like an overnight.
An overnight.
An overnight.
Right, exactly.
Meanwhile, Saturday earlier in the day at Belmont Park, we'll see the Peter Pan, and maybe we the people can take a step forward onto the chest with the champion in the Belmont Stakes. We the people, disappointed in the Arkansas Derby, looks to turn things around this weekend for Rodolphe Brisset.
Whether it's Division I or Grade 1, top athletes have certain traits in common. Speed, strength, class, versatility, and most of all, willpower. Claiborne Farm Stallion, War of Will, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. Now, his first foals are taking the field.
Coming to the top of the stretch, it is Tonalist to catch as the field turns for home. Commissioner comes through and opening down toward the inside. I Wish You Well, Matterhorn fourth. Tonalist first, coming into the final furlong here of the Peter Pan. And he kicks away again with 3-length lead. Commissioner, I Wish You Well, and Matterhorn all left in the muddy wake of Tonalist, who glides under the wire. But it's Tonalist with the narrow lead. California Chrome is there, wicked strong, late bit on the far outside. Commissioner hanging tough down toward the rail. Time ticking away in the Triple Crown. Commissioner down inside. Tonalist between horses. California Chrome laboring late. Here's the wire, and it's a photo finish that goes to Tonalist.
Tonalist in the 2014 Belmont Stakes, the last to do the Peter Pan Belmont Double. And I think I'm sitting next to the greatest Tonalist fan. I love when they took the blinkers off and you could see his fantastic markings.
Oh, I'm so happy. My heart is so full right now. Goosebumps and tingles to this day. That horse saved my career in the 2015 Cigar Mile. You were sitting right next to me, Acacia. One of the day that changed my life. And that's I tell you what, that's a pretty impressive group of horses. I mean, just the top two. You see one of Woody's 5 in there, Danzig Connection, actually the last of Woody's 5, and Coastal, Gallant Man way back in 1957. But there's my boy right there. My boy. That was him getting ready for the Travers. Yes.
Love that picture of him.
It's funny. The commissioner, the exacta with commissioner and the Peter Pan paid, I think, $23. We had that. But we had it when the Belmont one paid $348. The horse that won the last race on the day he won the Peter Pan in the slop was V.E. Day, who would go on to beat him in the Travers that year. That was the late double.
That was a tremendous crop of 3-year-olds, too.
It was.
Yeah.
It absolutely was. Really Wicked strong. There was nothing wrong with Wicked Strong. He was a nice horse. Of course, California Chrome. Yeah. Nice bunch of horses. But only one of them has my heart.
The one that's
my boy.
Very, very special. Tonalist.
Yes, sir.
2014 Peter Pan Belmont Stakes winner. Here's a look at the horses that will look to repeat that double. Lining up in Saturday's Peter Pan, a mile and an eighth at Big Sandy at Belmont Park. The local prep for the Test of the Champion. We the People was a horse who had gotten a lot of buzz leading into the Arkansas Derby. He was 2-1. He disappointed that day, got all washed out prior to the race, and he'll look to get back on track and run like he did in his first 2 races at Oakland.
Boy, for a horse who was as impressive as he was in his first 2 starts, if the wheels could fall off the bus any more in his most important race, I'd like to see an example of that. Everything went wrong in the Arkansas Derby. And now he comes back. He has a little time. He's got 5.5 weeks between starts. I know he had a ship, but, I wonder, Acacia, if him sitting that 3-hole trip off of set sail and electability, which is how this race figures to play out, is not what he's going to want to do. I'm still a fan. Of course, a son of Constitution, had some luck 2 years ago going a mile and an eighth right around this time of year when Tiz the Law won the Belmont Stakes as the first leg of the 2020 Triple Crown. And I would imagine he's going to be able to get himself into a nice cadence here at Belmont. You have a 5-furlong run to that far turn. And I would imagine that this is a kind of horse that if Flavien Prat can get him to settle, you do have a worry, though. He's been a little headstrong in his races. And that daylight could be a little troubling. It could be one way or the other. You'll know halfway down the backstretch where you're at with We the People on Saturday.
I do like that Flavien rode him last time, too.
I do, too.
And we'll have had a chance to get to know him a little bit more. But you mentioned electability as Set Sail looks to be the main pace setter from the inside for Richard Mandela, who set sail on the grounds here at Belmont Park. Electability, though, coming out of back-to-back mile scores at Aqueduct for Chad Brown, and will face graded stakes company for the first time.
I think what you have to like about him is the fact that he has some tenacity, right? It looks like the horse who was outside is going to roll right on by here, and he says, not today. And he just digs in, and he keeps on going. This is 2 times he's done this now, and you like to see that out of a young horse, a horse that's only run, not even just the fact that he's young, right? Not even midway through his 3-year-old year, but a horse that doesn't really have a lot of seasoning. Not even midway through his 3-year-old year, but a horse that doesn't really have a lot of seasoning. That was just his 3rd career start, 2nd on the dirt. And now he's won. He does look rateable. We don't know if we the people will be. He has already shown that he can be. He has set sail to his inside. I would imagine Richard Mandela is not shipping this horse across the country to rate him from the rail draw. So
I wouldn't think so.
No, I wouldn't think so. Joel Rosario is scheduled to be aboard. I would imagine Joel's going to be aggressive with him. So, yeah, it's a fun race. You see the morning line. The inside 6 horses from 3-1 to 8-1. It's that kind of race, because if you look on paper, the outside 2 horses, they're not without chance. They'd be a little surprising, Cook Creek and State Planning, but the other 6, I mean, you could really throw the proverbial blanket around them, and I don't think anybody would be surprised if any of them got the money.
Still young horses, 3-year-olds who could take a big step forward at this stage of the game. We'll see what happens in this weekend's Grade 3 Peter Pan, a prep for the Test of the Champion of the Belmont Stakes. Looking forward to that on Saturday, along with all of that other graded stakes action. Meanwhile, back at Churchill, they're getting the call for Riders Up. In the 8th, will be on the turf in this starter allowance. The Nightcap from Churchill Downs. After this on America's Day at the Races.
Following C, pouring it on here in the stretch. Impressive to win the Grade 2 Vosburg. Following C.
Smile Happy has kicked it into high gear, and Smile Happy with a powerful performance wins by 2.5.
The Club champion Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New for Belmont Spring, the $3 triple play pick 3. Choose the winners of the last 3 races at Belmont Park every Sunday to win big. Plus, play on Naira Bets for a free $10 triple play bet. Go to Naira.com/triple play for details.
Want to get your career in horse racing off to a fast start? The University of Arizona's Racetrack Industry Program is your winning ticket. If you want to earn a degree in the exciting horse racing industry, the Racetrack Industry Program can put you in the winner's circle.
How does horse racing support New York's economy? It's responsible for 19,000 jobs and more than $3 billion in annual statewide economic impact. These good-paying jobs support working families across the state and sustain thousands of small businesses both on and off the track. Horse racing in New York means jobs and opportunities now and in the future. We are New York horse racing.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Over Louisville, you're watching America's Day at the Races. That's a pretty impressive shot. Anthony said it looked like a Zeppeli.
Yeah, I'm hungry. So it looks
powdered sugar?
Yeah, it looks like a Zeppeli covered in powdered sugar. For those of you who don't know at home, a Zeppeli is a fried,
It's basically a donut.
fried dough. You get it at like a state fair or a carnival or bazaars and feasts
Sounds
here in
amazing.
New York City.
Here's the field for the Nightcap at Churchill Downs on the turf. Here's Hat Tip.
Second start off of a July layoff for a barn who has just 1 win on the year. Big price at 18-1.
Number 2, 17-1 Silky Warrior.
Yeah, lone turf win came at Kentucky Downs. I'm always skeptical of that form.
Scratch the 3. Here's the 4 Hatari.
First time from Mike Maker. This horse ran second, went first time. Blinkers against Cheaper last time, but I think this horse has a look of a live long shot at that price.
I've always liked her on the turf more. Here's the 5 Celestial Spin.
Back to the grass for the first time since September. Just 1 for 4 on the grass in her career.
Big prices. Here's a short price. Brad Cox looks to sweep the late double. Here's Dreamful.
Blinkers come off. Philly's looking for her first win since last July in her first stateside start.
Here's the 7 Younes.
Boy, talk about faint-hearted. 3 consecutive losses by a head, neck, and a head. She might break through one day. I don't want to find out at 3-1.
That was tough, and when she did win, it was by just 3/4 of a length. The 8 Viburnum going by 3-1.
Yeah, she faced better last summer into the fall. Useful return from the layoff. She's one that might be a little interesting in here.
Here's Cuzzy Wuzzy.
Cuzzy Wuzzy was not a bear, just got beat 2 lengths last time out at a huge price, seeking her first win in her 9th turf start.
Off we go. It's the 10 stretching out.
Yeah, this one also comes in off a poor turf effort. In fact, 0 for 2. They were both turf sprints, though. She'll stretch out for the first time for a barn that could put a horse over at a price, and this one is just that.
And scratch the main track onlys to the outside. Your favorite, Dreamful, though. Blinkers coming off for Brad Cox as we take a look at that April 20th race at Keeneland with 3 horses coming out of there, Yunes and Viburnum. Behind this filly by Kitten's Joy, who finished second as the favorite to Golden Voice. And that's a question with her, too. I know that the 3 races prior were synthetic, but the last 4 with Brad Cox, close in the money finishes.
Yeah, close but no cigar. I wonder if, you know, and when she won here, she was in a different barn. I wonder if the plan here is she had never wore blinkers until she got here. Maybe the plan now is to take the blinkers off to kind of wake her up a little bit. Maybe the equipment change itself, not the actual blinkers coming off. Maybe the change itself will be something that's a little different to her.
Sometimes it just kind of surprises them a little bit.
Yes.
Which is what you need to do sometimes. Yeah. Well, Dreamful, she looks sharp on track. She's 4-5. Paul, do you think Dreamful is 4-5 in this nightcap here?
I mean, the difficulty that I'm having with this race, Acacia, is the 3 scratched out of this race, the 12 of the also eligible scratched out. So when you look at the pace of this race, you're looking really at the 10 horse in here that's coming out of sprint races, probably going to go to the front end. Now, Andy makes a good call with the 6 Dreamful here. Dreamful is almost like 1-5 in the Will Pace. Now, I know Brad Cox won the last race, and they usually are lower when they go back to a Brad Cox runner in the last. But I just can't take 4-5 on a horse that hasn't sealed the deal. He's making an equipment change he has not made here in the United States. So now are you going to rate behind the 10 and then try to take the lead? If you're going to look at that last race, I actually thought the 2 horse out of that race was not bad at all, and that was Silky Warrior. I just think that horse did not get any fitness out of the last 2 races off the dirt, off the turf at Gulfstream Park. Does have a nice win at Kentucky Downs. I'm looking for somebody else in here. I understand where the public is going with the 6, but there's many chances in here, and there's no way I'm taking, right now, even money on a horse that Brad Cox is making a change on, and Brad Cox horse that hasn't been able to seal the deal. They usually do, Acacia.
They do indeed. Paul, thank you. We'll see if today is the day for Dreamful, who has not been able to get it done stateside as of yet. On the synthetic at Turfway for the 3 starts, on the turf at Keeneland last time out. The result often seems to be the same. Paul mentioned potential live long shot in the 2 Silky Warrior. Comes out of that same race who had a bit of an awkward start. She just does not have any early speed. Do note those off the turf races at Gulfstream are on the Tapeta as well, not on the dirt.
So you know what, Acacia, you mentioned no early speed. It's funny, the blinker's coming off Dreamful in a race where I think her using her speed would be as beneficial to her in her career. I would imagine Off We Go is going to be forward coming out of a series of sprint races, especially when you consider, you know, Gerardo Corrales probably looks at the PPs here and says, you know what, the blinkers come off Dreamful. I'm coming out of sprints. Maybe the plan is to get her off the pace. Maybe you try and steal this one on the front end if you're Off We Go. I'll tell you what, if I was playing exotics in here, this is a horse I would certainly use in here at a big price. Just she may have a tactical advantage, and we saw speed kind of hold well earlier with 2nd of July. Maybe she can lead them on the merry chase in here.
Filly by Air Force Blue, you would think with that pedigree, she should be able to handle longer. The number 6 at Dreamful for Brad Cox, the short price favorite in the nightcap on the turf at Churchill Downs. Here's Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And the rough. Even beginning. Good beginning at the rail for Hat Tip. From the outside, Off We Go, and Dreamful between them. Not far behind either is Celestial Spin and Cuzzy Wuzzy. Bias for the first time. Off we go, and Dreamful to share the lead together. Dreamful down inside. Off we go alongside into the turn. Celestial Spin comes on to grab third. Hat Tip is fourth. Cuzzy Wuzzy spun out 3 wide fifth. Ewens comes away sixth and angles over toward the rail. 4 lengths back to Hatari. Running along in seventh. Silky Warriors eighth by 4. Viburnum is the trailer. 10 lengths off the lead. And the opening quarter goes in 23-1. Company on the front end for Dreamful from Off We Go. They're head and head for the lead, and they're only 2 lengths clear. Cuzzy Wuzzy on the far outside, advancing up with Celestial Spin. Hat Tip is keeping pace, fifth and toward the rail, just off the pace, 2 lengths behind. Ewens is drafting in behind that second fight that is traveling well. Atari's going to come through toward the rail. Silky Warrior second to last, and Viburnum is the trailer. Round the far turn, Off We Go continues to pester Dreamful. They've been knocking heads since the start, and they round the far turn together. Celestial Spin set down for the drive now. Hat Tip is going to cut the corner off the turn. Ewens pops outside with a 5 wide sweep. Cuzzy Wuzzy fights on 2. Atari's in behind them. Viburnum's in traffic, nowhere to go. Top of the stretch. Dreamful's in deep water. Here's Ewens to the attack. Ewens coming after Dreamful. Viburnum is rocketing down the center. Up into third. 3 lengths to make up. Ewens comes away with the lead. Dreamful's there. Viburnum with a flying finish. Time running out. Here's the wire. Ewens won it. Ewens, the half-length winner in the end. Viburnum ran out of turf, settled for second, Dreamful third, and Hatari was fourth.
Ewens for Joe Sharp, able to turn things around today. Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle, beaten by slim margins in her last 3, and was able to hold off Viburnum in the late stages.
You want to get the hang out of a horse? Put Mr. Gaffalione aboard, and he made sure she stayed at her business today, and she was not going to get beat a head or a neck this evening. Acacia, good ride, gets the job done, beats the favorite, who, again, you know, kind of counterintuitive with those blinkers coming off. She kind of found herself in the duel with Off We Go. I thought maybe Giroux should have let Off We Go today, but gets involved in the duel and winds up settling for third as the prohibitive favorite.
Ewens with the win, 7-8, 6-4, 10 in the Nightcap at Churchill Downs. That'll do it for the live racing portion of our program. Looking forward to Saturday. We do have the America's Best Racing Race of the Week. It's the Grade 1 Man of War here at beautiful Belmont Park as things really start to heat up here in New York. 1 mile and 3/8 on the turf, and there are some heavy hitters throughout the entire day at Belmont on Saturday. This one with 2 of them. One of them, Yabir, back stateside for trainer Charlie Appleby, as we saw Charlie and Godolphin just come on over here and take all the U.S. prize money, and they're back to do that once again with this gelding by DeBowie.
They're going to try anyway. In just 16 days from the last start, Yabir is going to take on Gufo, who has a little bit more time between his starts. You've mentioned the nice matchups we're going to have all day on Saturday. Going to slug it out a couple of nice. Getting ready to take to the turf here in the Man of War. 1 mile and 3/8 to settle it. And here's Gufo. He did not have the benefit of a prep when he just got beat on the money by Channel Cat in last year's renewal of the Man of War. He has this Pan American under his belt. He has a win under his belt. A lot was against him this day. He still got the job done. He's got So High and a bond to put some pace on him here.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing Gufo and Yabir duke it out here at Big Sandy. Well, the turf, not even on Big Sandy this Saturday.
They'll go 1 mile and 3/8 on the inner turf in that Grade 1 Man of War. Can't wait for that one. That, I think, will be one of the most fun races on the card. But 5 graded stakes total. And you and I will be reunited on Saturday as well for some little night racing.
Cannot wait. We'll have you covered for all those stakes races before we come on as well. There'll be a cross-country, cross-county, if you will, pick 5 ticket up as well over at Naira Bets. So keep it tuned right here. We got you covered.
America's Day at the races. We appreciate you watching with us. Some spectacular racing again today as well at Belmont Park. We saw some terrific finishes At Churchill Downs, 2, Maxwell Esquire off the layoff. Cool House with an aggressive ride at Churchill under Ricardo Santana. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you back here. Our next show on Friday starts at 2 p.m. Good night, everyone.